Yeah, yes, hello, habari yenu, karibu. Yeah, najua mnasemanga there is freedom of choice and freedom of expression. Yeah, lakini pia mtu akijimaliza ni vizuri kumwambia. Yeah, it is true, we agree there is always freedom of expression, freedom of association, you can do whatever you want. We agree on that. Lakini pia ni vizuri kusoma vile mambo yanaendelea. I've just posted in my Facebook right now my first reaction of Ndindi Nyoro. That is the big news which we have today. We were expecting Ndindi Nyoro to have a press conference today, but we were not expecting him to make this colossal mistake which he has made. So for me, I think Ndindi Nyoro has decided to retire, and his political decision has ended. And today I want to use very serious examples of there is no any other serious politician in Mount Kenya region who has ever made such a decision which Ndindi Nyoro has done. Even during the time when Kebaki was popular, he did not do that. Even when Matiba was popular, he did not do that. So when you put history today and where we are going, you can lump Ndindi Nyoro to one thing. Karibu sana Ann. You can put Ndindi Nyoro to one thing. Ndindi Nyoro ni mtu ya Kasongo 100%. Sasa na hilo ni jambo sasa, we should not mince our word tukisema hivyo. So na hiyo ni jambo nitaelezea kwa vizuri sana, and I want to give examples the reason why I believe Ndindi Nyoro ni mtu ya Kasongo 100%, and we should not even focus with that guy. I understand he is retiring politically. He cannot win anything. And hata kama Ndindi Nyoro anatoa uzuri ukitoka kama sukari hivi na mdomo, Ndindi Nyoro amefika ukingo wa siasa zake. And by the way, let me tell you, in times of calamity, wakati wa shida, you don't come to give people alternatives. Ile wakati like wakati Jonah ako pale kwa merikabu na merikabu inazama, Jonah hakuanzia kuambia the sailors, hebu mutafute merikabu nyingine tugawe watu wengine wako hapa tuwaweke hapa. In times of need, you reason with people in times of need. So I have come to believe Ndindi Nyoro is not a clever man. Many people have been saying that Ndindi Nyoro is a clever man. Even the stanches which he has been presenting to us, a very talkative guy, somebody who wants to criticize Ruto too much. In fact, we didn't want Ndindi Nyoro to come to DCP. We have seen attempts of him not wanting to join DCP, and we have no problem with that. But Mlima Kenya, we have more than one political party. Why could he not go to Jubilee? Why could he not go to PLP? Why could he not go to NAC or NAC Kenya, whichever the political party, or even Wiper? Already, ni sawa akona shida na DCP. He doesn't want DCP. They feel DCP is owned, or the person who is mobilizing people within DCP is a bad man. They cannot work with him. Ni sawa, you don't want DCP. But Mlima Kenya uko na chama. Why could he not go to PLP? Do you want to tell me that Ndindi Nyoro couldn't work with Martha Karua? So this idea where Ndindi Nyoro is suddenly becoming clever, and he thinks he can create an alternative for us in Mount Kenya and in Kenya. The alternative for Ndindi Nyoro tumeikataa. And bwana Ndindi Nyoro, I want to tell you categorically, in times of calamities, kama hilo wakati watu wako na mashida, na nitakwambia tena, you don't give people alternatives. Hilo wakati mtu ako na kaswende na anahara na ni kukufa anakufa, unaanzia kumwambia tunaweza kupea dawa, ama kama utaki kutumia dawa kuna miti shamba hapa, hata hii miti shamba tunaweza jaribu tuone. And that person is harrowing to death. Unampea alternative when in times of calamities, in times of expoliation need, you don't give people alternatives. So na watu wa Mlima washaelewa hiyo. watu wa Mlima, and it's something I want to explain here. Watu wa Mlima is not that they are entirely in DCP because like wanapenda Gachagua sana. Politics is not about love, and we have to start appreciating, but it is because it has become a hide haven for them at the moment, because politics is dynamic, just as Budi says here, and is local the same time. So you are embedding these two things together: locality of politics and dynamicy of politics. Together you are bringing them together. So Ndindi Nyoro anakuja hapa kuanzia sasa kutuambia sasa tuanzie kuingia hiyo chama yake. At now you want to mobilize that party. They have pretended as usual they will be in opposition. But Ndindi Nyoro kuna kitu hakusema kwa hiyo press conference yake. Number one, Ndindi Nyoro did not say why has he decided to form a political party. There are so many political parties which are in opposition. There is even Linda Mwananchi. Why can't he now? Why could he not go to Sifuna? Aseme, for now, we want to align ourselves with Sifuna. But this idea where Ndindi Nyoro is coming up with a political party, it has made us to suspect him, and he is not clever. So, Bwana Ndindi Nyoro, please work with the Ruto properly and stop pretending. There's no need of pretending. So, wewe Ndindi Nyoro, enda ufanye kazi na Kasongo sawasawa. We don't need your support. We don't need your mobilization. Na hiyo chama yako usitulete. Please just work with the Kasongo properly. That is my own analysis. Maybe there are some people here, maybe from Murang'a, wale ambao wamekuwa akituambia hata kwa dawa huyu lazima tumchague tena. It is okay. Watu wa Murang'a, we will not refuse. And Murang'a, we will not allow you people to kutupea tukoni yetu mnajaribu kutupea. Already there is Irongo Kang'ata, yule ambaye atuelewi vizuri, hata kama at least huyo aliruka DCP. So there is Irongo Kang'ata, there is Ndindi Nyoro. Watu wa Murang'a lazima muanzie kutuambia mnatakaje. Lakini history ya venye mnataka kucheza hivi, we will not allow it. We will not allow it. Hapa ni ile kitu naambia, you people, you will have to support existing political parties without thinking. Kuna wakati kwa siasa you don't apply extreme thinking. Unajua kuna vitu nasema hapa, watu wananiambia nimekuwa sinini. There is in time of calamities, na nitasema tena hapa, watu ni kuangamia wanaangamia, na unaona watu wanaruka hii pande, watu wanaruka hii pande, na watu ni kuangamia wanaangamia, na unaona watu wanaruka hii pande. Unasema hapana, mimi wacha kwanza, ama wakati wa kipupwe, ili wakati watu wanabebwa na maji, wewe unaona watu wanasongea hii pande, watu wanasongea hii pande, wewe unasema hapana, mimi wacha nikae hii pande peke yangu. Watu milioni moja wameruka wako ile pande nyingine, and you are busy telling us hapana, mimi nitakaa hapa munifuate. No, it cannot be that way. In 2027, so no, in 2022 we understand at that time kuna watu walituambia we couldn't listen to people, na watu wa Mlima Kenya walikuwa nataka kufuata Kasongo. Some of us, we had interrogated well, and we knew Kasongo was not the solution. We understand there is extreme hatred for Gachagua. Kuna watu wataki Gachagua sijui nini because of what, the way he looks, the way he talks. Ni sawa, we agree on that. Hata sisi sio vile ati tunasupport Gachagua ati juu ya mapenzi ati tunampenda sana. There is alignment of thinking, some alignment of thinking, and the bigger objective is not on the side of Ruto. At least hiyo inaleta 60% of agreement. The fact that hana Ruto, hiyo at least inaleta 60% of congruence. So it's unfortunate. I have never seen mwanaume akijimaliza, na nimeona leo Ndindi Nyoro ameamua tu kujimaliza. It's unfortunate, but Ndindi Nyoro amejimaliza. So Kawiru Mbaruka ndogo, that is Mary Waithira anasema political circus ndio zimeanza. Sasa nani amekwambia amfuate? So Magizito anasema ati sasa nani amekwambia amfuate? Umfuate. I'm not saying that nifuate Ndindi Nyoro. That's not what I'm trying to say. But we are trying to analyze the common good of Kenya. Why is Ndindi Nyoro doing this political alignment, which is trying to do? And it's like he wants to convince watu wa Mlima Kenya we can follow him. Mimi sisemi ati tumfuate, but remember the fact that ametengeneza political party, he now want to convince people to follow him, where he will now want to, he will be one of the people Kindiki na Roko wakijaribu kugawa Mlima ile pande ya juu, naye Ndindi Nyoro will be trying to assemble his masses hii pande ingine, and we don't know to what extent they have disagreed with Ruto. We do not know, still happen, because unajua Ndindi Nyoro has been saying I respect everybody, sijui what. Those are some of the things. So ile level Ndindi Nyoro amefika, mimi I respect everybody, that's what anasema. So according to Ndindi Nyoro, yeye ana respect wezi, sijui nini, murderers, I respect everybody. That is what he said today. I respect everybody. Yes, he commented and he talked about Rigathi Gachagua and the way Rigathi Gachagua was immaturely removed from his position. We agree on that. But ile swali tunauliza, swali nyeti siku ya leo ni why? No, Maggie, I agree we are in a democratic country, sikatai, but political parties with motives. There are so many political parties already in Mount Kenya. Mimi sisemi ati Ndindi Nyoro aingie DCP. That is not what I'm talking about here. But we have more than enough political parties in Mount Kenya. We cannot continue confusing people while people have already made decisions. So like right now, Magizito, nataka tu kukuuliza swali. How many people is Ndindi Nyoro targeting? How many people is Ndindi Nyoro targeting? Already in Mount Kenya, let's say DCP, from our polls, DCP is close to 90% mobilization. Akina PLP in 1% mobilization in Mount Kenya. The other NAC and blah, 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 they are in 2%. So, Ndindi Nyoro is now targeting the undecided, and maybe some few people might want to follow him. But Ndindi Nyoro has no credible what Ndindi Nyoro is all out. I don't know. Yeah, Ndindi Nyoro is about bringing confusion in Mount Kenya region. I agree. He might not want to work directly with the DCP. Na mimi sisemi watu waingie DCP, but huwezi niambia ati you will only agree with the people if you form a political party. Even some of us, we do not agree with Gachagua. But inabidi utafute Ndindi Nyoro, not LP. Why? Which are, ama unataka kuniambia sasa yeye ndiye ameona sasa he can now be able to make political party? Big opposition in Mount 91. When Moi is saying now Mount Kenya is totally gone and gone, we are now seeing the emergence. We are now having Ford. Ford is splitting. Then we are now seeing, it looks so. I don't know. So, and what is happening? So we are not attempting to hack ni sawa tu, but and I don't know what you're saying. What am I doing? Yeah, maybe. Anyway, Ndindi Nyoro has a long way to go. I wish you well in marketing. I wish you well in marketing yourself, but you'll not make it. It's unfortunate. Unajua Mlima unafanyanga decision haraka sana. And Ndindi Nyoro, I thought you were clever than that. What? Even 2022, I felt bad watu wa Mlima wangetufuata even when we were following Raila Odinga, but the truth is that they had made their decision and we agreed. Tukasema ni sawa, hao watu ni kama wameamua hivyo, but sasa story ikakuwa ni hivyo. So please, hiyo chama ya Ndindi Nyoro nitasema kwa sasa we can't join it. We can't join it. Lakini kama wewe unafikiria Ndindi Nyoro is a very dynamic leader na unataka kufuata yeye, you are free to go. We have no problem about it. But in my own conscience, there's nothing like democracy here. This is a man on a mission. Hii ametapatapa sana, by the way. Hii kutapatapa, ametapatapa sana to just come and do the obvious. Let me tell you, from time memorial, kule ya Mlima haikuangi ikijigawa. So you cannot suddenly become clever na unasema ati mimi. This is what I want to advise Ndindi Nyoro. He can still correct this mistake. Madam Dito, I want to correct Ndindi Nyoro. Now, Ndindi Nyoro, what he needs to do is he can have his own political party. Then, after having his own political, the next move, he can make himself a subsidiary of another existing political party. He needs to look for people to work with within Mlima, where he is domiciled. He can look, they look for way to work together. I know he doesn't want to work with the Gachagua, so I will not force him to go and work with the Gachagua, because if he was interested with working with the Gachagua, hata angekuwa hata ametokezea kwa radi. So I know Ndindi Nyoro is not interested in working with Gachagua, so I will not force him to do. So what Ndindi Nyoro is supposed to do, he has to look for ways to have a memorandum of understanding with Mother Karua, or the guys of NAC, those guys of NAC, akina Munya, those guys, ama atafutane na yule mama Mumeru, the former governor of Meru as well, atafutane na huyo mama, and they come up with a working platform. But the more Ndindi Nyoro is purporting to work alone, saying that it's democracy and you want to, like, people have to exercise democracy, there is freedom of, you can exercise. Ndindi Nyoro, if you don't look for a way of things within Mount Kenya region, your goose is cooked. Hata utoe sukari. Nimeona anaitwa nani? Magidhito anasema, I thought we are in a democratic country. Yes, we are in a democratic country. I agree. Lakini sasa tuko katika hali ya hatari kubwa. We are in a bad problem. Saa hii ile shida tuko nayo. Let me tell you, even I do engineer. There is a time when in science we say there is a time of not engaging mind. In times of danger, you don't engage mind. You look for the shortest. Yeah, you know, I do earthquake engineering. So lazima niwaelezee hiyo, because unajua earthquake is the most killer in the world. Kuna watu wanaelezeanga hiyo kidhingidia earthquake ndio inauanga kwa dunia. So na wakati tunafanya hesabu ya earthquake, wakati tunataka kuevacuate earthquake, when you want to evacuate the earthquake from a system, unatumianga the shortest path. So it is believed that everything when you are making, when you have like a million decisions to make, this one is from a psychological point of view. When you have like 10 options, always engage the option which is not involving your brain. Tuseme you are in a scenario, tuseme unakimbizwa na ndovu, umekimbizwa na nyoka. Nataka msikie hivi psychologically, umekimbizwa na ndovu, umekimbizwa na nyoka, umekimbizwa umekimbizwa na leopard, na umekimbizwa na gani ingine, na maybe umekimbizwa na umekimbizwa tuseme na kifaru, umekimbizwa na wanyama wengine. So what you do is all these 4 animals are killers, but you have to choose which ni gani unataka kupambana nayo. So wakati unataka kupambana na hawa wanyama, the decision which you engage, number 1 is you need to engage the decision which is not overwhelming you. There is a time when you don't need to engage, to overthink. There is a time, it's a time of, there is a time when it comes to choosing. That's why unaona hata wale watu wanaenda kutafuta warembo saa zingine, when you overthink, you always make mistakes. So, and the more he is overthinking, the more he is making decisions which are not adding up. Ukifuata na wanyama waine nimekuambia hapa, your chances of survival depends on your quickest decision which you will make on this one, and your quickest decision to get an escape out of our wanyama waine. Ni mugani ambaye unaweza, what is the shortest path to escape? So that is how you are supposed to make your decision based on. So wakati hata sisi tuna, I mean, like earthquake, like kizingije kifunga nyumba, it will affect a building. How our thinking test path of evacuating that earthquake, tunajua ni hii ukuta ni hii, so hapo ndio una make sure chuma zote zimewekwa, because your shortest path hapo ndio ni kama hata maji ile wakati when everything looks for a weak point. That's what we say, everything looks for a weak point. Hata wewe when you want to attack somebody, you always look for weak points. Hata maji kitaka kuvunja daraja haiwezi pitia ile pali strong, it will always look for weak points. So we understand these scenarios. So it's unfortunate that Didi Nyoro has spent 1 or 2 years. These things cannot just be connected. The guy cannot even be voting in the parliament. Wakati wa kupiga kura, when we need to do very serious decisions, jamaa ndiye huyu haonekani. Hapana bwana. All these things, ukialign hizi vitu zote, there is a problem. There is a methodological. Didi Nyoro is not on his own. Unajua saa zingine tuna pretend sana, is like hatuoni. I think father namuonanga kwa podcast yake kule, but I think father ni kama aliona awachane na imam. I think father gave up. So maybe if in the event that we succeed, maybe it might come out. Good. This is Monica wa Njiro. Thank you. Sasa Monica anasema, I Njiro, I am from Muranga, but we are not within. Now, huyu ni mtu ya Muranga sasa. Imagine now. Because Didi Nyoro cannot be an agent of confusion. He cannot. Unajua, there is something which, Monica, thank you, because I have to address, kama ni mtu ya Muranga, let me address you kama sasa mtu ya Muranga sasa, because maybe I want to see if we, unajua, I know, hatupendi Gachagua. Watu wengi hawapendi Gachagua. Hata mimi sikuanga napenda Gachagua. Nataka kuambia, I have never loved Gachagua. Lakini Gachagua came up with a formula at a time when we were desperate. Gachagua akakuja akasema, mimi nimeunda chama ya DCP hapa, and we will use this party as a mobilization point for Mount Kenya. Good point. So because politics is local, so Gachagua akaleta. At that time, even before Gachagua is forming is DCP as a political mobilization point kwa watu wa Mlima, we were still having PLP. PLP had already been formed. I don't know what Martha Karua did. He was not able to convince watu wa Mlima that they can use PLP as their mobilization point. Sisemi atiana watu. Hako na watu. Lakini, people came and felt we need this DCP. So, lakini DCP ni sawa ni ya mtu atupendi. Hii DCP ni ya mtu atupendi. Lakini huyu mtu atupendi, ndiye anagonga ukuta, na ndiye at least he is helping us understand the things the way they are happening. So, tukasikiliza Gachagua. No, you know, let me tell you, Anne Muratha. In politics, there is nothing like in politics, there is nothing like doing a good job. Doing a good job is domiciled within good decision making. Hebu nikuulize sahi, nataka kuuliza, a performing MP in Mount Kenya. You are a very performing MP in Mount Kenya. You have done a good job. Maybe at all these polling companies zimesema wewe you are MP number 1. Sasa tokezea na kasongo tuone ukichaguliwa. You are a wonderful MP who works well. Sasa if you are a serious campaigner, umefanya job and you are a serious campaigner, tokezea na kasongo Mlima na uchaguliwe, ndio nijue wewe ni mnoma. Yeah, you are a good worker. You are a good worker. Unafanyanga job kabisa. Wewe CDF umetumia, hata hakuna CDF imepotea. Lakini kama wewe ni mnoma, tokezea na kasongo. Nataka tuambiwe huyu mtu hata hakuna pesa ameiba, sijui nini, lakini tokezea na kasongo. Tokezea na kasongo. Let me tell you, sio wote wamwitao bwana bwana. Let me tell you, Anne Muratha, saying you are one term doesn't mean when one term. Unajua kuna vitu in politics. In politics, Anne Muratha, sijui kama Anne Muratha mumeienda kukimbiza mwizi. Munakuta mumeenda kukimbiza mwizi, then along the turn hivi yule jamaa munakimbiza hata yeye ameanzia kuimba mwizi. Somebody kutokezea na kusema one term doesn't mean yeye ni one term. Hello? So muzipumbazo na historia ya mtu kusema hey, one term. So mtu so mtu kutokezea na kusema ati one term doesn't mean yeye ni one term. We have also to start differentiating that. Anne Muratha, Didi Nyoro is our future president. What? Kweli. Didi Nyoro. Fence sita. Ai. Let me tell you, huyu hawezi. Didi Nyoro has scattered his opportunities. I do not refuse. Didi Nyoro could have become a Kenyan president, but not as per now. Sahi, hiyo imeisha. Let me tell you, in this life, when people, Kenya has a lot of problems. Na Didi Nyoro atiacheze hivyo, thinking that ati doesn't want ataki watu aseme yeye ni tribal sijui nini, asicheze hiyo game anacheza. You are boy. There's nothing like our young man shining. There's no in which Didi Nyoro is shining. Didi Nyoro is not shining. There is in politics, the most rewarding thing in politics is quick decision. Unaona historia, quick thinking. In politics, you are judged out of quick thinking. Because you are quick thinking, inatuambia what decision can you make when you are under pressure. For me, I don't trust Didi Nyoro in making very serious decisions. Didi Nyoro, mtu wa kuabscond duty, mtu wa kusijui saa zingine wakati you need to vote something very serious for mwananchi, unasikia yuko parliament. I think Anne Muratha, your qualification for presidency, you need to start looking at it. I think kuna emotions unafuatilia which are not very good. I think your choices are a bit weak when it comes to presidency. Kama unasema Didi Nyoro anaweza kuwa president, there are so many Kenyans who surpass him. Didi Nyoro is very weak in decisions. Didi Nyoro is very weak in decisions. Very weak. It's unfortunate. Maybe I'm a quick decision maker, but Didi Nyoro, he has scattered all the chances of him becoming a president. He could have become a president in Kenya, but not right now. He will be obsolete very soon. And brother, very many Kenyans have brains, by the way. So Ndindi Nyoro is not the only Kenyan with the brains. If he has brains, that is. Very many Kenyans have brains. Ni vile waongei mingi. And by the way, for your information, to be a president, you don't need to be extremely educated. Sio lazima tukuwa umefika mpaka hii level ati wewe unatuambia ati niko na PhD ya matawi. No. Having a basic degree is enough to be a good manager in Kenya. Having anyway, Ndindi Nyoro amejimaliza leo, let me tell you. And watu wa Murang'a, you have a choice. I know there is a big, let me tell you, we know Ruto is sacrificing a lot. There's no anything we are watching. Ebu niambie, tell me where Ndindi Nyoro is pouring. Unajua ni Muratha naweza kutorea pole ya Ndindi Nyoro hapa. Let me give you Ndindi Nyoro Paul. Uniambie where you can. Nataka kukutorea pole ya Ndindi Nyoro. Right now. That is how Ndindi Nyoro is pouring countroid. That's how he is pouring countroid. Yeah, that's how he is pouring countroid. So if he was a dynamic reader, he should be. And somebody who is actually. No, I'm not hating. Ndindi Nyoro is polling at 3.14. So he still doesn't have capacity to form an association with anyone for presidency right now. He has to bump this number to maybe 15, 20. Yeah, that is his poll. That is polling for Ndindi Nyoro. And he can ask me where I've gotten that number. I can show him. He is polling at, so maybe I want Magizito, my dear friend. I'm not trying to hate. Nile tu nataka munieleze. Yes, political decisions are indicated by momentum which is in the ground. Right now, hiyo chama amelaunch saa hii, in our polling, it is reading 0. In our polling, hiyo chama ya Ndindi Nyoro, it is reading 0. Right now as we speak. So, ni sawa, he will market that political party. Skatai, he will market that political party. But right now, he is reading at 0. Maybe it has been started now, we don't know. But his party is pouring at 0. So meaning that now he has to start at the journey of setting that political party. This is what clever people do. Clever people do is they join established parties where people are expressing their dissatisfaction. And there was no problem in Ndindi Nyoro joining an existing party. And he tried to build his campaign from there. You try to build your campaign from there. I'm not saying Ndindi Nyoro to join Gachagua. I don't want him. He cannot join Gachagua because we have seen his thinking. He has too much pride. He cannot work with Gachagua. That one we understand. Na unajua pia watu wa kiburi tunawaoneanga 18. Ndindi Nyoro wako na kiburi mingi sana. Kuna kiburi yako nayo, he feels he cannot work with watu hata wajui kuvaa vizuri kama akina Gachagua. We understand that, and he feels maybe Gachagua was a one-time MP, he cannot work with him. Gachagua has no experience. He has been in politics for 3 terms. We understand where this Kenyorori kule inatoka. We understand where this Kenyorori is coming from. This Kenyorori is coming from because some people feel Gachagua cannot be getting all this mileage a guy who came into politics for the first time in 2017, a one-time MP who had no any political experience, one time. Hata hiyo ndio vitu inafanya hata akina this Kindiki wanadharau Gachagua, because wanasema mtu ametukuta kwa siasa 2017 ako na nini? Mtu amekuja 2017 ako na nini? Anatuambia nini? But we have to appreciate that people are gifted differently. Even with my hatred, sababu si ati napenda Gachagua. This is something I want people now to appreciate. Even with my hatred, ile ambayo mimi si ati napenda Gachagua, even with my hatred, I can appreciate that Gachagua is a serious political engine. Hata na chuki zangu, for your information, even with my hatred, because I hate Gachagua because of what he did to us 2022. I cannot exonerate him out of that. But that one does not make me to become oblivion that I cannot monitor what he is doing politically, the engine he is creating, and I identify with it. Because in politics, we do not side with people because we love them. We side with people because they are achieving an objective. Right now, Gachagua is achieving an objective, even with my hatred to him. Namuchukia sana, by the way. But even with my hatred, he is achieving an objective. There was a time when New York Times endorsed Mr. Donald Trump. Na nataka kuambia how politics works today, because you have to do. New York Times in the year 2016, na nitawatolea hii endorsement hapa. New York Times in 2016 walitoa script. Donald Trump is a selfish man. He is what? Wakaandika hapo vitu sijui nini, he only cares about himself. Zile vitu wanaandika. Lakini pale chini wakaandika, anyway, vote for him. Jay, you need to come and confirm to people that that because sometimes there are things which are more serious than the hatred which you have for somebody. I can be hating Gachagua, but his unification in one-term movement is more serious than the hatred I have for him. So mimi sipendi Gachagua, lakini kuna kazi anafanya, anasema ni hapa. I know that one people cannot understand. Let me pull that advert from New York Times. Lazima niwasomee. Let's see. I'll look for it. It was a wonderful endorsement whereby they began by criticizing him, but alafu akaweka disclaimer, anyway, vote for him. Bayani ni mbaya, kiatu chake ndawa. Gachagua, Ndindi and Gachagua are together. He said he talked to all opposition leaders before coming to announce his bid. But remember, let me tell you, and Morada, there is something you are not understanding. Ndindi and Gachagua can be together, but pia unafaa kujua that one, how people receive that. Ndindi anaweza ongea na Gachagua. Uliona huyu mshenzi anaitwa Kagombe jana. Gachagua had shown attempt of accepting him. Did you see how the ground reacted? Gachagua na Ndindi Nyoro wanaweza sema wako kimoja, lakini kwa ground watu kuna vile wana perceive your relationship. So how Gachagua perceives Ndindi Nyoro is not how people perceive their relationship. You have also to understand that Gachagua cannot control his supporters how they look at his relationship with Ndindi Nyoro. His supporters have to look at Ndindi Nyoro the way they want. And Gachagua supporters, majority of them, close to 80%, they see Ndindi Nyoro as indecisive, upon which I've done myself. Close to 80% of Gachagua supporters do not appreciate Ndindi Nyoro. So, Gachagua, there is a difference between, and people have to understand politics. There is a difference between Gachagua and his supporters. Those are two independent things which do not meet. Gachagua anaweza sema ni huyu, lakini watu wakatae. So, Gachagua has nothing to do with the supporters when it comes to how they perceive Ndindi Nyoro. So don't think that Gachagua will come and convince people ati tumekubaliana na Ndindi Nyoro. Now already people have put their own judgment. Hiyo itawezekana. And that is why Gachagua anasema listening to the ground, ama kusikiliza ground. He understands listening to the ground means saa zingine hata misimamo yake lazima aache asikilize vile watu wanasema. That is what that one means. We don't see good leaders because we like those who... No, I'm not talking of insulting animal rather. I'm not talking of insulting. Mimi sisemi ati Ndindi Nyoro I insult, but Ndindi Nyoro has lacked clarity of mind. There is something we call clarity of mind. Clarity of mind is where you extensively distance. Kama sasa leo Ndindi Nyoro, kama leo Ndindi Nyoro, wacha niweke Mama Media anataka kuingia. Kama leo Ndindi Nyoro anaongea story ya simiti, story ya nini, but Ndindi Nyoro has never explained his relationship with Ruto. Ndindi Nyoro has been a business partner to Ruto for close to 10 years. Amewachana na hizo biashara na Ruto. Wamewachana. He cannot come and pretend to us that amewachana na Ruto and we don't get it. So what I'm trying to say, Ndindi Nyoro has shot himself in the foot. It's unfortunate. He could be a better worker, lakini sahi hatufikiri. Sahi ni, if we don't see you in clarity of mind, tunasema we ni mtu ya kasongo. Hatutaki kufikiria mingi. You know, Ndindi Nyoro anataka tuanzie engage our brains in times of danger. We will not overthink so that we accommodate him. We will not overthink. So Ndindi Nyoro anataka to overthink so that we can accommodate his stupid ideas. Wakati Mburukenge yako kwa murango. Mama Mary, hebu nikuulize swali. Ile wakati nyoka anaingia kwa murango, do you have time to overthink? Na nyoka anaingia kwa murango na kuna watoto ndani ya nyumba. Do you have time to overthink? Sijui huyu nyoka, sijui tumufungilie hivi, huyu nyoka tufanye hivi. Ukianzia kuona nyoka anaingia kwa murango, go ahead Mama Mary. Do you have time to overthink wakati nyoka anaingia kule watoto wako?
No, you scream for safety. You tell the children there is an enemy around, so let's run. Find a way how to get out. You don't waste time.
Sasa Ndindi Nyoro anataka tuanzie kufikiria sijui hii chama, sijui nini, niko hivi. So Ndindi Nyoro want us to engage our mind. How do you think when Kasongo ako kwa murango? And mbona Ndindi Nyoro anataka tuanzie kufikiria Mama Mary? Is this time for thinking? Ama sahi ni kwanza ni watu wajisanye tunaenda pande moja, alafu sasa after tumemaliza. And this is what I said Mama Mary yesterday. If we start overthinking sijui huyu MP asichaguliwe ama asichaguliwe, hapo ndio Kasongo atapitia. Kwanza we deal with Kasongo, maneno in case hata tukichagua watu wabaya 2027 in some seats in MPs, we can align that one in 2032. But tukifocus sijui tunataka ma MPs wazuri, governors wazuri, na pia tunafocus na Kasongo, we might actually miss the main target, which is Kasongo. And Ndindi Nyoro ndiye huyu sasa anataka to overthink. You want us to overthink on how do you start thinking about that? Sijui Kasongo, sijui nini, huyu mtu. Mama Mary, sasa ni time ya kufikiria huyu mtu afanye na Kasongo. I don't want to think. Mimi sasa sitaki kufikiria. Mimi sasa niambiwe Mama Mary, ni kama ile wakati kuna ile tornado. Na I know you have heard of the countries or places where tornadoes inagonga. Wewe unasikia tornado inagongea hii pande. Alafu wewe unasikia watu wanaenda kwa safe avenue. Safe places where concrete house. And then you are busy saying hapana, mimi siwezi enda huko, watu wanaenda, wacha nisimame kwa hii mti iko hapa. Wacha nisimame kwa hii mti hapa. Do you have a choice when a danger is beckoning at your head and now you want to tell us hapana, mimi sitaki kufuata hawa watu, even filimbi ishapigwa, watu wameambiwa wanaingililia hapa, then you are busy telling us hapana, mimi siendi na huko, mimi nataka kuenda na huko peke yangu. So Ndindi Nyoro is trying to tell us he can mobilize alone. Ati sasa tuanzie sasa kutoka kule tumeenda to save ourselves, sasa tuanzie kuruka kule anatupeleka. Mama Mary, is that how danger works?
Thank you Nyiro. Nasalimia Wakenya wetu pahali popote mko salama, niko salama. You know, these people are trying to meander. Na vile umeongea habari ya Ndindi Nyoro ati ana check, you know, laughing at Gachagua because he doesn't know how to dress. Surely that is childish. Hawa watu waache kutuchezea michezo kama hiyo. Kama sasa, ebu angalia huko Migori, Homa Bay, tumeona nini? Mambo mabaya ambayo yametokea, but it has exposed some other things which people had not known. How that place is so primitive. Na huyu Wanga anakuja hapa anaweka wall, msione huko, na hawa watu wanaishi huko wasione mbele, lakini yeye aendelee kujenga White House yake, aishi huko, lakini wananchi waishi kama wanyama. That is how these people are taking us. Umesema habari ya Ndindi Nyoro, wakati wa ku vote a very serious motion abscond. Kwa nini alitoroka? Honestly, hata afadhali asije kutuambia habari ya hizo economics whatever, akae nazo. But you should go to vote for the wananchi to be relieved. What are you telling us now? Ati umevaa suti hapo unaenda kusimama hapo because now you want to prepare yourself. It is too late. It's over. We are not here to listen to you. Sisi tuko focused on what is going to help us. The matter and the seriousness of the situation we are in.
Na Mama Mary, by the way, kwa nini huyo jamaa apigangi kura? I want even an brother to
many times I may avoid. He has been out of voting. Business zake ni gani? What is the use of him being in parliament, honestly? Because that sitting of that motion, it's always announced. They are aware that there will be a motion for this kind. Why all those motions that he has failed to go and vote? Tena ile hata he cannot be alikuwa anaitwa nani huyu, alikuwa Muranga, the guy who was in the multi parties fighting for the constitution. Anaitwa nani, the guy who died after being tortured by Moi. You don't remember? The name is coming, but it's going away.
Oh, Grace name anasema Matiba.
Matiba. He cannot be a Matiba. He cannot be a Matiba.
Matiba was not a fence sitter. Mama Mary, kuna wakati Matiba amewahi like keti ni kama anafanya hivi, niko hapa.
No. He did not. He focused. And that is why we reached to that point of having our constitution. Kwa hivyo, hii mchezo watu waache. Na nafikiri Wakenya wameamka, wameelewa, wamejua hawa watu. You cannot be with us during the day and you are not with us at night. Unaenda kumenyamenya usiku ndio utengeneze mambo yako, lakini mchana unakuja kuvaa kama sisi. We are not going to accept that. We want you to be present all the time. so that we understand you and we know that you are really standing for us. That can't work. The Nyoro have been giving very sweet talk, economics, whatever, and talking, but there is a time that really those things you put them down. Uziweke chini sasa, uangalie watu kwa macho, uambie, you know what, I know people, you are suffering. These books that I'm reading, I'm putting aside. It is for future. Let me now focus on the fight that we are fighting. And this is the fight. Mimi kwanza ninaangalia hata Kasongo, ninauliza huyu mtu alikuwa analia machozi kweli aje atesa wananchi namna hii? Atuweke kwa mambo kama haya ambayo watu wanaendea. Seriously. Now he has created his own army, goons, that kuumiza watu all over. Is that what he was looking for? Is that what he would wish on his side to happen? So these politicians, those who are dressing like you, with no pretense, those are the people we are looking for. We don't want smart people. Hatutaki suti, hatutoki Prado. Watu wanaumia huko nje when you are driving that Prado. And you can imagine, Jiro, these people have become expense on our cost. Sisi ndio tunaumia, ndio wavaa hivyo wanavaa. Hata hawana aibu. You cannot tell us you are wearing that suit because of how hard you have worked. It is nothing, nonsense. We are suffering because of you to dress like that. So you have to honor us and listen to us. Na ile mambo yote ufanye kwa sababu yetu, si kwa nia yako. Tunakulipa mshahara. You have been put there by the people. The people who you have made them to suffer by not going to vote at the right time. So that to take that motion out of equation. Watu waache kuumia. Look at now. Yes.
Mama Mary kidogo, do you know that even as we talk about this Ndindi Nyoro, do you know the first people to congratulate Ndindi Nyoro walikuwa watu wa UDA? Yule mama wa Murang'a, Bete Maina. Why would Bete Maina congratulate Ndindi Nyoro kama hao watu wajuani kwa viremba? Wacha nionyeshane hiyo tweet hapa ili wale watu mnaendelea kusupport Ndindi Nyoro hapa, muniambie is this kidogo Mama Mary, just allow me, I have to show this because it speaks volume. Unless muniambie.
It's okay, Njiro. Ninaingia kazini. I just wanted to comment those few comments. Nikiwa na time nitakusemea. Yes. Thank you so much, Njiro. And
you can finish up. You can finish up, Mr. Kukate.
No, I'm just telling people, Kenyans, let's focus on our goal. Forget about these people who are coming from side to side. Sisi tuko kwa njia ndefu, njia panda ambayo tunaelekea. Sisi hatuangalii kando. We are focusing forward. We don't want to hear nonsense. Yule ambaye anatupea mambo ya kutuonyesha we have hope for the future, this is the person we are going to listen. We don't want these educated people. They are educated for themselves. Na ndio hao unaona wanakimbizana huko na suti zao. Wale ambao wanaongea kama sisi ndio tutaenda na wao. Asante Njiro. Thank you.
Sawa Mama Mary, you can watch this tweet. I hope maybe people can confirm to me. Huyu anaitwa I don't know why it is not I belong to UDA party, but Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, congratulations for your courage and for your new party. One of the keys, pillar of democracy, is equality. Every citizen has the same rights and an equal voice. Mount Kenya and Kenyans are not sheep to be frothed in one political party padlock called the DVP. They are the talkative, pathological liar. Huyo ni mama yule Gachagua alisema leo alimfanya aimbaimbe, sijui I had to go and sing at the whole night during her ratio. I do not refuse, but you cannot getting congratulated by villains. Villains are congratulating you. How? Kuna congratulation wakati wa siasa you refuse. Kama saa hii hebu nikuulize Grace Neema, why do people wakati wa siasa hawataki kuonekana na watu wengine because it speaks for. Hebu nikuulize kama saa hii if Kasongo congratulate you na unataka kiti, can you accept that congratulation? Ni swali la kuuliza. Saa hii unataka sasa, tuseme sasa Kasongo atokezea aseme kuna kijana nimesikia hapo, tunataka kumcongratulate sababu ya hiyo mambo mazuri amefanya. So you will come out and start saying no, congratulations ya Kasongo sisi hatutaki, because it will be like it will be suicidal. So in politics there is a congratulation which you don't take. So it happens that way. That's why even they don't even bother even to congratulate each other, because in politics you have to hide. Anyway, lakini hiyo hakuna historia ya kujikuza hapa. So hii nayo Animorada hakuna story ya kujikuza. Hapa Ndindi Nyoro hakuna kujikuza, anajikuza. What Ndindi Nyoro was supposed to do, we have enough political parties in Mount Kenya region. And because he knows he is a suspect. Unajua let me tell you, kuna vile unafaa kuanalyze vitu. Wakati njia zako si mzuri sana ama watu wa kuamini, wakati unakaa kinyonga. Animorada, wacha nikuelezee. Kuna watu hata in Mount Kenya hata wakitengeneza political parties, you will not question them. Mtu kama Martha Karua hata akitengeneza party 50, you will not question her because she is as solid as rock. She is as solid as rock. Kuna watatu wakiunda mapati, lakini wewe unakaa ile samaki iko na ile samaki ambayo ikamatiki. Ndindi Nyoro needed to be clever than that. When you don't have shape, when you are an octopus, you are not solid, you are not liquid, you are not gas. Utokezea ngivi Ndindi Nyoro ametokezea. Politically, when people have doubted you, in politics, when people are doubting you, you don't want to validate that doubt. Sijui kama Animorada unanielewa. In politics, when people are doubting you, don't give them a reason to doubt you more. And I thought Ndindi Nyoro was clever than this. People are already doubting you. People are calling you fence sitter. Mutu aeleweki. And you are busy now telling them, you want now to tell them. Unajua Ndindi Nyoro, the first thing mimi after kuona aki-announce hiyo chama yake, the first thing which came into my mind, like zile vitu zote nimekuwa nikifikiria about him, kwanza tu zilikuwa kusema ubeste na nikaa hizi vitu tumekuwa tukisema nikaa ni za ukweli. As I was listening to him, and that's what was coming in my mind. I was expecting something dynamic. No, and you have to understand, being in one term, that one doesn't count a lot. Already Ndindi Nyoro alituambia kuna watu watatulete, not Ndindi Nyoro, Sudi alishatuambia atatuletea watu one term, tuwachague alafu wanunue. So one term tuko ridho mbaya sana. Tukinote tu wewe tu umeambiwa wewe enda uchaguliwe, tutakukujia. Wewe enda na huko, behave like them, uchaguliwe, tutakukujia. Sisi wewe unajua, these are the enemies who are being sent kwanza. Sasa nyinyi endeni mkaone na huko kunakaa namna gani, na muende mujifanye. Animorada tumerevuka vibaya sana. So Ndindi Nyoro wacha atengeneze chama yake, lakini yako peke yake. He is alone. We don't want confusion in Mount Kenya. We don't want confusion. If it was Martha Karua telling us that mimi natengeneza, and Martha Karua has been forming parties, amekuwa na Kenya PLP, and no one has questioned Martha Karua when it comes to political decision. Lakini ya Ndindi Nyoro, because it has come with a lot of confusion, press conferences, what economic models, up to today, Ndindi Nyoro has not qualified to what extent he still does business with Ruto. Hiyo kitu bado hatujui. Hebu muniambie leo zile biashara, because we used to hear Ndindi Nyoro. There was a time when Ruto said, I'm mentoring Ndindi Nyoro to be a leader. Ruto yeye mwenyewe alisema, I'm mentoring Ndindi Nyoro. I'm mentoring. Ndindi Nyoro has never refused that mentorship, and he has not told us if he is still being mentored by Ruto. Na hiyo mentorship ama iliisha ama waliachania wapi. Ndindi Nyoro was being mentored by Ruto. politically, economically, kila kitu. They were joined. So we have not seen surgery as separation. Economically, they were doing the same business. They were owning KPLC together, sijui nini. So many shares, they were owning those shares together. So did Nyoro still hold so much economic benefit under the courtesy of Ruto? Hiyo hajatuambia. No, there's nothing like Animorada, there's nothing like being successful on the hiding of some hiding. People can become rich. It's not a matter of ati tunamusikilia kijicho. Become rich, but be rich from good escalade. Isikuwe tu like utajiri yako, it is not traceable. Didi Nyoro has been doing business with Ruto. He has not distanced himself from that. He has to distance himself. There's no in which Didi Nyoro atakuja kutuambia yeye ni mtu mzuri na biashara wamekuwa akifanya na Ruto. Hiyo story ya kujificha na hiyo hatutakubali. He has to show us wameachana. Aseme ni kweli mimi nilikuwa nafanya biashara na Ruto, lakini mimi shares zangu kwa hiyo biashara niliziuza. But this idea of coming to give us economic benefits, sijui we need to do this economically, and you are doing business with the villains, people who are destroying our country, we will not accept you, because hata ukipata uongozi you'll be going to defend those people. So and Morada, we have to. So I am happy with him and I wish him success. He is the only MP who has worked. And Morada, I will confirm it here. And I'm very good in doing these predictions, by the way. Didi Nyoro akirudi kama mbunge, kujia present for me. If Didi Nyoro will return as an MP, yes, even Didi Nyoro will return. Hiyo nayo nimekuhakikishia. Didi Nyoro akirudi, come and ask me. Huyo tu ni rali moja tu na ameisha. Didi Nyoro has just finished himself. You know, history ya watu kujidai. Unajua Didi Nyoro ako na hiyo kujisikia, anajidai ni kama yani like let me tell you, in this life, stop pretending to be so important. Huh? All human beings are important. This idea of treating yourself special. Na Didi Nyoro ako na hiyo ka weakness ya kujitreat so special. Hiyo ka weakness. He has to learn how to collaborate and work with other people. Hawezi kuwa ati kwa Mlima Kenya ndiye anaona kuliko watu wengine. Hata sisi wengine mbona asiingie hiyo Jubilee yenu ani Muratha? Mbona asiingie Jubilee? Anakuja Sunday kutuambia sijui people chama ilitengenezwa na Moses Kuria. Have you even tried to audit that party? Ama mnataka tuendelee kuongea hapa? Hiyo chama ni ya Moses Kuria hiyo. Vitu tunajua mbaya sana. There's nothing like I'm not saying that we are voting parties. We are voting people, but people with consciousness. At the end of the day, people will be in political parties, but you have to be conscious. See ati tunakupigia. You can be saying I'm a politician, but you are not conscious. Na wacha nikwambie, history ya 2027 imereveal watu wengi sana, especially in Mlima Kenya. Tumekuwa tu tukichagua tu watu vua people without consciousness. People without consciousness. So and Muratha unaniuliza why didn't Gachagua join Jubilee? It was after much consultation of his constituency. And because Jubilee had outlived its political usefulness at the time. You know, right now, DCP has not overused its political usefulness. And Muratha, you make political decisions. Sasa hapa lazima nikufunze kidogo. Political decisions are made according to the levels which DCP has not overused its political usefulness. So, if I have to, kama sasa mimi sahi nikitaka kwenda kutafuta kiti Embu, I'll be stupid kuanzia kwenda kutafuta kiti na chama ingine. Nitaenda kujisukumilia hiyo DCP. Because Jubilee has overused its currency, its political usefulness. They have overused it. Najua hiyo hata nikisema watu tu watasema naingilia Jubilee. Si waingilili, but Jubilee has overused its political currency at the moment. It has to look for ways to morph. It has to morph. It has to look for ways of rejuvenating itself. Why? Let me tell you the reason why Jubilee. Unajua wewe ndio umenifanya sasa niseme vitu. Unajua my only problem is that I like explaining things in reality. So wacha sasa nikuelezea sasa the reason why Jubilee is not able to live the test of today. The reason why Jubilee is not able to read the test of today, mtu akiona tu Jubilee, the first thing anaona ni ile chama Ruto alitumia kuleta Togege in 2017, by the way, when he was given that man. For your information, Jubilee ilituletea Togege twingi sana. Togege in 2017, sijui kama mnakumbuka Togege, sijui kama mnakumbuka hiyo Togege 2017 pale wakati Ruto alikoroga nomination. So Jubilee ilituletea wajinga sana. Togege hapo. By the way, Togege tulianzia 2017. So 2022 hapo sasa ndio sasa Togege tulipata footprint base. But 2017 when now TNA and URP are merging together to form Jubilee, sasa that was the beginning of Togege. So mtu kama mimi, when you are telling me story ya Jubilee, na transpose mpaka 2017 when Ruto started doing the mannequin business. So now Gachagua did that survey. Unajua, I am now showing you how Gachagua was able to think and how he was able to form DCP. So Gachagua sasa through his consultation akajua ya kwamba he got sufficient information at that time, and he was told that Jubilee has overused its political mindset at the time, and Jubilee was not keen in morphing. You can actually morph. You can morph. Morphing is you can rejuvenate yourself. You can be. Jubilee needed to re-engineer themselves. You can re-engineer. You can change. So, but they refused. They refused to change. So, sasa Gachagua is here in his political consultation. Majority of his supporters wale waliumizwa na Jubilee wanasema hapana, sisi kama ni Jubilee hapana, sisi hatutaki. It is either this Jubilee has to re-engineer itself, they have either to form a political party ama wafanye kitu kingine. So Gachagua was left with no options because much of during the consultation watu wako wamemwambia sisi hatuwezi enda Jubilee. So ikabidi he has to make another political party here. And that political party, since the time when it was created, it has become gigantic, big. So because it has become gigantic, now DCP has become a political party of mobilization in Mount Kenya region. We are discussing politics as it is. I do not like Gachagua, lakini hii DCP yake ndio kusema Mlima Kenya. Jubilee hata wao wenyewe, it's something which they cannot pretend. So DCP is the mobilization point ya Mlima, because unajua in life when you are mobilizing large groups of people, binadamu atakangi complication. For your information, binadamu hapendi complication, and brother, I have to tell you that when you are dealing with millions of people, binadamu tu anatakanga tu story ya. Hata ndio unasikia wale ambao tunaenda mbinguni na jehanamu, unasikia tu akiambua njia ni mbili, kuna ile nyembamba na kuna ile pana, na story inaishia hapo. So ni wewe unaangalia ile pana ama unaangalia ile nyembamba, because when you are mobilizing, hata Mungu mwenyewe alijua when we want to mobilize these masses either to go to heaven or to go to hell, tunawapea option mbili, wewe unachagua ile nyembamba ama unachagua ile kubwa. Lakini ati hakuna story asijui ati human beings want simplicity. So hata sisi ukifika pale Mlima, I want my grandmother to support a political party. So sitaenda sasa pale kuanzia kuambia my grandmother, you know, kuna Jubilee, kuna DCP, sijui kuna PLP, kuna Linda Mwananchi, kuna UDA. During mobilization, my grandmother tu anataka kuambiwa no koraria huko, nani anaongea huku. That's how we have been mobilizing in ages, and I have been there to see how my parents were mobilizing in 1992. In 1992, like in Embu, we were DP guys. So ulikuwa unasikia tu watu tu wakisema tu huko, sisi ni watu ya DP. Watu wanataka tu, they want to be simple in mobilization. Sisi ni watu ya DP sasa. So it's upon you, even if you are a good man, to look for your way into that vehicle. Ni kama sahi hata wewe unaenda Runyenjes. When you are going to Runyenjes or you want to go to Nairobi, it is your way to look for a vehicle which is going to Runyenjes. Nimeacha mambo mingi. So that is simple. So I needed to explain the reason why Gachagua did not join Jubilee. Jubilee has expensed their currency at the moment. And it doesn't need to be that way. Jubilee can engineer itself. But I think it is too late. They had the whole opportunity to redesign themselves. Ili wakati Gachagua alikuwa anasema bado gari yetu inapakwa rangi. Miezi 5 hadi huyo Gachagua anafanya nini? Jubilee had 5 months to do the right thing, but because kulikuwa tu na pia story ya kudharau huyu jamaa, sijui nini, kuona ni kama huyu jamaa he cannot decide well. Let me tell you, this idea of kudharau huyu jamaa ndio imetuweka kwa hii mambo iko sasa. Now we are now having some political parties within Mlima which do not have mobilization angle. Now they have to go and mobilize elsewhere, which is not good. But if these people were able to talk together quickly, alafu sasa tungejua sasa hapa tutafanya namna gani, sasa tungeweza and that's why I can tell you, and Muratha, at the end of the day, sababu hii ni vitu tumeionea kwa 18 kitambo, it's unfortunate. Jubilee and DCP might be unable to work together because kuna supremacy sielewi within these two political parties. Kuna supremacy sielewi, like watu wameshindwa na kunyenyekea upon each other. Kuna vile watu wanataka sijui tuachiane tufanye, yani there is some nagging politics which is happening, and that nagging politics, unless if some people want Ruto to benefit in all these things, but some of these nagging politics do not add any value, and we have to start now talking the reality about this nagging politics which is coming out of all these political parties which we are supporting, because it no longer makes sense. There is democracy of making political parties, but you cannot just be forming political parties anyhow simply because munasema hii ni chama ya Mukabira, tutaingia chama ya Mukabira. That's what we are saying. Huyu Mukabira ambaye tunasema hivyo, he is not the most tribal person we have ever seen in Kenya. Kuna mtu Mukabira zaidi, hata people are not even questioning him. The other day we have just graduated 70% of Kalenjins from Jeshi, and we are not mentioning that enough. The only person tuna mention ni Gachagua, ndiye Mukabira sana. Anyway, kumalizia story ya Gachagua, to finish that story of Gachagua, because mimi sitaki kuileta tena, I needed to explain the reason why Gachagua hakuingia Jubilee. Jubilee and all the time in this universe to morph themselves, and they refused. So now Jubilee has itself to blame itself, and I can tell you, Jubilee will have a lot of difficulty to mobilize in Mount Kenya region. Mount Kenya region, that place they cannot, because unajua, and I have to tell you how Mount Kenya functions. Mount Kenya, people will always pretend that there is democracy na chama in chama. We will be having many political parties, but I can tell you, DCP will mammify all the other political parties, because watu wa Mlima watakangi confusion, because watu wa Mlima wanaona history ya hii chama. That confusion is usually very dangerous for them, especially at this time when Kasongo has done the worst of the worst in life. So I'm sorry, Madam Anne Muratha. That's okay. Sawa, and Muratha wewe tuendelea tu. Me I've just given you an explanation. Let's see how that one happens. So we have to allow DCP now to exist in Mlima Kenya now. So nothing else. So, but let's not forget Traore doing good job without party. So kama hatutaki mtu akuwe na chama basi we should also Grace Neema understand how Traore came into power. Pia sisi tunaweza enda basi tuende tupindue serikali ili sasa tukue hatuna party, tuseme ni serikali tulipindua na tufanye mambo yetu. So if kama mnataka history ya Traore, msiongeanga tu story ya Traore on one side. You need also to know that Traore ni kupindua, alipindua serikali. So semeni it doesn't have a political party because ni serikali alipindua. So let's start from there. So hata sisi kama hatutaki political party, tuende tupindue serikali. Sijui tukipindua, no one will start asking us, mbona hamuna party? So tunamwambia unatuuliza story ya party nini? Na ni serikali tulipindua. So kama hatutaki chama, the only way in which to exist without a political party ni uende upindue serikali. So kama tumechoka zaidi na tunafikiria sasa, we cannot even wait to be organized. But if you want to get government in an organized form, lazima mukue na machama. So history ya all the time tunasema sijui you don't need political parties. The only time you don't need political parties ni kama uko tayari kwenda kupindua. So unapindua alafu sasa political parties zinakufuata nyuma. But if you want an organized concept, of politicizing, lazima ukuwe na vyama. So sababu sisi hatutaki atupindui na muoneshani dalili ya kupindua. So hii concept ya Traore does not work at the moment. Sababu Traore ni kupindua, alipindua. So kama mnataka hii formula ya Traore ifanye, muende mupindue serikali. So let's not just like we are just borrowing one thing and we are not looking at the whole story. Sijui kama hapo tuko sawa. You wanted. So I think sasa naweza wekea Ndindi Nyoro, I've ranted enough. So that at least hata nipumzishe ani Muratha kidogo. I think I've done my disclaimer. I think that one is enough. Sijui kama mmenielewa. So I distance myself with the Ndindi Nyoro thinking. So that is my disclaimer today. So but nitawekea Ndindi Nyoro musikia, maybe murisikia tofauti. Maybe murisikia tofauti. Ndindi Nyoro. Muendelee kumusikiliza tu. Wacha niingize Stone Wito. Yes, Bwana Stone PK, how are you?
I'm good.
Sijui kama unataka najua upendangi hiyo. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Ama utaki hiyo? Habari yako ndugu. Let me not scatter you. Sasa leo kuna video imenifurahisha sana. Nilikuwa nikiona nimeona Roko na movement yake ya pasua. I don't know, he was somewhere in Belarus. Nitakuwekea hiyo video, but hiyo video ndio imenikujia. But maybe to begin your excursion today, can you begin with your initial reaction to Ndindi Nyoro? Go ahead.
Why wouldn't you want me to react to the clip of Roko?
Sijakataa. Sasa unajua sasa ni ile sasa unajua I don't want to preempt you. Sasa unajua nimekuorganize hizo vitu zote, unaweza anzia hilo ya. Nimemuona akiwa na wamama wanaimba pasua.
Salama.
Umeona hiyo clip?
Of course, yes.
Can you react to that because huyu jamaa bwana, kwani Ruto amempea nini? He is becoming so mad.
Unajua siasa ya maneno ya mbele nyingine. Anyway, let me say hi to whoever wale wako kule kwa comment section, those who are viewing and listening. As usual, Stone PK is here, and Jiro, you want? Let me say, Ruku, there is something called politics made in Kenya, and I've always repeated. And then you can cascade that down to politics made locally. Politics made in the region called Mlima, the region called Nyanza, the region called Mundu. I think all those politics are different. In short, siasa, because, and then there is what is generally defined as politics, which if you go to the Oxford book or dictionary, utaona. And my departure has always been that what we call politics in Kenya and in some of our areas is not what it's meant to be. Actually, it's just like the way we changed the issue of hustle. I mean, we now in Kenya we redefine hustle as toiling and working hard, and it's a bless. It's kila mtu nasikia anasema hii ni hustle yangu, but the real meaning of the word hustle or hustler is so bad and negative that you never want to be associated with it. So what am I saying? I'm just saying we in Kenya we tailor-make things to suit ourselves without really thinking deeply into what that is. The hustler name was carved, or it was rebranded by Ruto, and all of you in Mlima, you took that as a very, very strong policy, and that's why kumera mkaenda mkadura Ruto. Kumera tukadura Ruto. So what am I saying? Now what you saw Ruto doing, that is his thing. In Kenya, you are allowed, you are free to become mad. You are free. Jiro, you can design your own understanding of politics on your YouTube channel right now, and you start looking for followers who will think like you. And people will not say you are mad, but intelligent people will just say you have your crazy things. Okay? Because in politics is when like Ruko is going around trying to convince people that there is a narrative he is pushing, and that narrative is for the benefit of a region. Look at how stupid that region can be. That Ruko has a narrative to save a region. Mpaka ninasema kama mtu anaweza cancel kule alitoka au
narrative ya pasua. Nilikuwa naona ati andi wako na sembo pasua ati wanafanya hivi pasua.
You see, let me push you a little bit behind. Ruko's narrative of Mere, Meru, Chuka, and others to divorce from Kikuyus. That is it. Tutoe jina Mlima. Toeni hiyo jina Mlima. Hiyo jina Mlima mnadanganywa nayo. It is the issue of Kikuyus. Hii vita yote hii, let me call it hate actually. Now today I will use the word hate. That hatred has been sold, towards one community called Kikuyu. Okay? It is the hate. It is like when you have a family where you have brothers and sisters, and then somebody comes from wherever corner and decides now to say, or relatives to say, you are relatives, but this one amependelewa kukuliko, and sowing those seeds of discord. It could be true that kuna wale watu wanapendelewa hata kwa family. It is true, but it depends on when you raise that. So for Ruko to raise that thing, those of you may not know, it's not news. Hiyo kitu ile happen kitambo. Mlima or people walijigawanya kitambo kirijo. after they realized others were taking others for a ride, people dismantled whatever the relationship that was being established. It has only been existing for convenience. Just like the way you find in marriage, somebody could be living with a wife or a husband for years and years, and truly speaking, there is an underlying issue which they try to kind of sugarcoat, yani kusurvive tu. Wengine unasikianga wakisema ni kwa sababu ya watoto tu ndio niko hapa, ni kwa sababu tu huyu chalia ananisaidia hivi ndio niko hapa, ni kwa sababu huyu wife ananisaidia hivi ndio niko hapa. That is the relationship that has been between Kikuyus, Merus, and Embus and Beres na Chuka. The Kambas divorce walitokaga kitambo kwa relationship yao na Wakikuyu in terms of development, in terms of courting, and in terms of even political handling. Wakamba walijitoa kitambo, walijitoa siku ile Murimutisi alikuwa alive. And these things happened because the leaders in the Kikuyu time, when we got independence, we had very bad leaders that after people struggling for independence, nataka usikize hii sana juu utasoma mahali, you'll never read it anywhere. Listen to me, don't ask me where I got it from. It will help you. The time we got independence, after people struggled very hard as one, fighting for that which they called their land, their home. When Ameru was fighting, he was fighting for that land, which is home. And Embu the same. And Anandi, Akikuyu, they were fighting for that land where they domicile as their own. What does it follow? So if people came out with their swords to fight for that which they all believed was their home, wengine wakakuwa too clever. What Kibaki was saying, some became more clever than the others, and that is what became the norm for this country called Kenya. Selfishness and greediness. That is historical, and that if for 63 years now it has not been solved, it requires very deep sense and very deep critical, maybe people of very high integrity, people of very high morals, to be able now to reset that injustice. If that is not set, you can go to heaven and come back. You will not have these things people keep talking about. Ask yourself, why do people, everyone who comes in Kenya akiingia kwa siasa anasema analeta wa Kenya pamoja? Zero, you know philosophy. Why would someone keep on saying tunaleta watu pamoja, tunaleta watu pamoja? And then number two, peace. In Kenya we've been talking about coming together and peace. Ask yourself, why? Why do people come with those two terms? Peace. Wapi iko vita? Why are you haunted by peace? Njiro ukikaa hapa na mimi nikikaa hapa na kuangalia hivi naona hatuko na peace mimi na Njiro. Na umenyamaza tu hapo Njiro. Na mimi nimenyamaza na ulinisalimia nikakusalimia. Lakini unakaa una story pekee hapa. Mazi story pekee sasa tukae na amani, tujaribu kuja pamoja. What is that haunts these people who keep on preaching and saying peace and coming together? It is that underlying historical scene. Dhambi ya asili ya Wakenya. The initial leaders walifanya dhambi ya asili ambayo sasa inalipuka na inawakula, na ndio itakuja kuleta mpaka ilipuke kabisa, ndio itakuwa healed. And we are in that process where unajidai wewe ni mwerevu sana kuniliko, because we are walking, we are not supposed to run, but wewe unaibia kidogo, unaanza kukimbia, then because you ran you think mimi ni mjinga kwa sababu wewe ulianza kukimbia nikakataa kukimbia. That Njiro, you can take it to any bank. That is what we call the historical injustices that are so inherent, and if it is not addressed, We will keep on saying you want to unite Kenya, you want peace in Kenya. I mean, which is it is hula baloo. All right. Now, so when Iroko comes with that, he may have had a wind of this kind of thing, and because it is a very sensitive thing, you can throw it carelessly out there, and you evoke some emotions and all that. That is what he's trying to do. For me, as of now, that narrative, it is irrelevant, actually. Roko should know that. It is irrelevant because he's bringing it to solicit for his job and to protect his job and show his godfather, Kasongo, that he has a following, and lie to Kasongo that the people now will pursue going to Kasongo. So for me, when he brings it at this moment, for his selfish thing, that is garbage. But if I would bring that narrative today, I would bring it in terms of empowerment. That if some regions feel like injustice has been done, then they should be devolved. And thanks to devolution, devolve them even further so that the national resources can be devolved to those specific areas. For example, when we talk of counties, if people feel they want their own county, you should not say no. Why would you say no? Why would you say no? If many people say, for example, and I want to use Mbere as an example, if they say they want their own county, why would you say no? That they must remain under the name M County. Why? Why would you? If Taveta said they wanted their own county other than being called Taita, and they got it, what is wrong with them? They are Kenyans. And by you getting your own county or jurisdiction, doesn't mean you have multiplied in number. That which ulikuwa unanigawia nikiwa naitwa Embu County, unigawie sasa nikiwa naitwa Mbere. Lamu, 150,000 people county. So for me, I would now go for a different pursuer. Instead of saying pursuer, I would say let's now make sure that all those that feel are disillusioned in leadership and in the resources being distributed, which is now the right thing and the right politics, because politics is about how resources are supposed to be shared. That now I would visit the true definition of politics, that now we agitate for any community that feels imewachwa. Turkana, for example, who feel marginalized. Somalis in the north, who feel marginalized. It's the time now we engage openly. Not kuanza kuuliza, mnasema mlimarginaliziwa, mlikuwa wapi, mlifanya nini? Ile ridiculing wa Kenya huwa tunafanya. That is what will lead us into a very serious position. Well, I have taken a little bit longer because this Ruko thing is a very
now.
Yes.
Now, Story PK, even as we say some people are marginalized, we have been saying from time memorial, actually, that is the county in mingi. So why would other people want to have counties? And we have actually been saying we want counties to reduce from 47 to something like 10 or 8.
Why? Who are you? Why? Why do you want to reduce them? That's stupid.
We want to reduce those counties because they are nonsensical.
No.
There is overrepresentation. There is misuse of resources.
No.
They don't make sense. There are too many counties in Kenya.
Zero. I would disqualify you 100% here. Number one, the fact that counties, leaders in the counties have mismanaged resources does not disqualify counties being there. Okay? That is, you don't say because huyu mtu hakuchunga hii nyumba ichomwe. That's a very reverse way of thinking.
I'm saying we have too many counties.
What's wrong with them being many?
Because they are overspending the coffers. We do not have enough money to take care of those counties. We don't have enough money.
Let me ask you, Njiro.
Can you imagine Kenya having 200 governors?
Let me teach you something. Now I'm not explaining. I want to teach you. What if you have 20 governors and 2 governors? What's the problem? What's the difference?
The difference is astronomical. When you have too many governors, Let me show
You
you
have no
something.
answer. You have no answer.
No, I have an answer. I want to show you something. It's not
Tell
that
me
I don't
what.
have. Nataka kuonesha na I like showing with example. Kuna gavana nataka kukuonesha hapa uniambie like if we have like 200 of that.
Jiro, nimekuambia usinionyeshe mismanagement. Because mismanagement is the people. It's not the county that is a problem. Let's not waste airtime with that. The fact in Jiro, when Governor wa Embu unakula pesa does not stop me from running my county well. So there's nothing you are showing me that. Nimekuwa kwa devolution since since it started.
So do you think adding counties will solve some of the problems which we have in Kenya?
Listen to me, Njiro. Listen to me, and you have become a typical Kenyan who ran away from the real solution. Unarukia. Now, today, if you say, okay, say you have 20, you have 10, whatever you call them. Like some people propose regions. Let's engage. Don't look for those other examples because me can convince another people.
Okay. Well, Sema, I will be looking for it. That's okay. But I have to look for that. Kuna kitu nataka kukuonesha very serious. Go ahead.
Concentrate. I don't.
I'm concentrating. Sina kusikiliza. Go ahead.
Give me the alternative on not having 47 counties. Give me an alternative.
What I'm trying to say is like every county needs its own government of management. You see, we have been having an interaction point where we do not know where the county government and the national government interact, where to some extent we have been having like intersharing of resources and duplication of resources. So a country like Kenya, which is actually resources deprived, everybody wants to have a county. It doesn't make sense, Bwana Stony PK, to the extent that even people who are less than 200,000 would want to have a county. It doesn't make sense. So counties have to be dictated by resources, number of representation. Is it making sense? Economic impetus. There is a lot which comes into it. We cannot just be saying that because they cannot agree with this one, let's hive them. I think that there could be another way of still representing those people, even if they are not agreeing in terms of administration. There should be, what we should be talking about, other than saying we want to create counties, we should be talking of other ways of bringing in agreement and resources distribution. But I don't think over creating counties will add any value in Kenya. At a time whereby we are saying Kenyans are overrepresented. Many people have agreed that Kenya should have a maximum of 10 governors, not like the 47 we have, which is to the extreme level. Now we are now saying we want Embu to have 2 or 3 counties. Then we want Taita Taveta to have another 2 or 3 counties. Now we are now talking of Kenya having close to 150 governors, and every governor is an institution of corruption. So every governor wants security.
Jiro, that's very shallow. That's very shallow thinking for all those who are thinking that way. Very shallow. Because people are thinking the names, the governor and all this. That is very shallow, and that was not the intention. Because if I ask you, even if you reduce them to 10, what will you be? What is the mode of service delivery? What is it that how will you service those whatever you want to call them? What will you call them? Tell me. If I told you to work on that and give you a module, you are quoting, people are saying, oh, there are too many governors, it is devolving corruption. Those are dead kind of excuses. Deal with the corruption. Deal with the leadership. Do these people will they want to have representation? You will have representation. You are having a member of county assemblies. Those are representatives. They used to be councillors or MCAs, and they used to be councillors. So now, no wonder if you ask people to even give you a module, for example, Njiro, and I challenge you to go look for that. they give you a module that will be better than the devolved one. They don't have. Nobody has. They are saying we go back to the 8 provinces. So what will you call the head of that province? Utamuita nani? This is, I mean, in Kenyans, we are so learned. Yes, and here you were when you say you want eight counties, all right? You want.
Can I show you? Let me show you something. Let me show you something. If this is what you want. Let me show you again. What does that one tell you? What do you get from that?
I don't get anything from that. Tell me what you want. Well, you miss John Kitu. I see nothing there. I see how Kenyans, typical Kenyans behave. That's how you will behave if I make you a leader, because you think you are God.
Oh. So can you imagine now? Can you imagine now having 200 guys behaving that way?
Zero, start when you're shallow thinking. I don't want to go that shallow. I'm above that. Because for me, no, you are putting me in a very, very shallow kind of thought. For me,
so tell me which governor in Kenya who does not behave that way.
Let me finish in Jiro. Let me finish. And I want to educate you here that we have Kenyans of integrity, which you don't know. We have Kenyans of integrity if they are given a chance. We have Kenyans that don't care about umemuita governor anatembea na hizo mambo kubwa kubwa. We have examples of Kivita Kibwana Njiro unaishi dunia gani. For you to beg to scrap something because you think people will be corrupt, that is ignorant. That is very low level of thinking. Zero. That is very shallow. That sasa utakanzo hakutakuwa na CEO kwa sababu ma CEO Njiro alikuwa CEO na alikuwa anaenda na helicopter. Come on. What we do, we fire you and hire a reasonable CEO because the company has to be managed. So Kenya already now, people have known 15 years down the line, these governors, it has gone on record that majority of them are thieves. They are living in opulence. That does not deny Mwananchi the services. That Mwananchi can now change because what Akina Sifuna exposed is what has empowered Mwananchi. So for me, this doesn't amuse me, and it doesn't inform me at how I should go against Mwananchi getting services. We have people who are humble, who know that seat is a service seat. You are buying into it. This is childish. And because you are governor, hata unaenda na gari na escort, escortiwa na magari tatu na bendera na siren. See, that's cartoon. Hiyo ni upumbavu. So that cannot make me to deny Mwananchi from having a county mahali MCA wake atakuwa anaenda badala ya kwenda Nairobi. Zero.
No, ile kitu that, but do nauliza sasa, what will prevent those additional governors you want, that governor of Mbeere and another governor of Taita not behaving this way? Sasa, you have no control of this.
So you are given up. You are given up on Kenya.
No, it's not about. It's not a matter of giving up on Kenya. It is better to have 8 people behaving this way than have 200 people behaving this way. Which one is better?
I don't know what school of thought that is.
No, there is management in reduction.
I don't know that.
No. There is management in reduction. Like for example, unasema badala ya hapa because like, let me ask.
Wacha tuargue hii. Mimi unani drop mbali sana. Hii hata ningekuwa ni class ningeskip.
So give me a reason why Kenya needs additional governors. Explain to me.
I've said it. Devolved services, and we have credible people to do that. Period.
So can our budget support that? Kenya's
Of
budget.
course, Njiru. People are stealing. Come on. Do you live in utopia? Do you live in utopia, Njiru? This country has enough money to support anything we want to do. Njiru, unaonekana shallow sana kwa siasa ya Kenya.
So no, how comes like countries like China, they have only 3,000.
It's up to them. That's their system. They have a different social system.
America has 546 elected members.
It is up to them. Njiru, how do you nyumba yako na wife wako na watoto mnaishiaje kama kwa Stone PK?
No, you see, there must be an economic cost benefit analysis when you are introducing a system. When you're introducing a system, like we cannot just say that. Let me ask you a question.
Before you ask me, the economic benefit before revolution has been done by, I think, 65 professors of economics. I think 65 or 35. And it has been proved to be one of the best.
But not in extravagance mode. It is best, but not in extravagance mode.
Extravagance, it's the people. It's the leaders that get into those seats. The fact that choo ni safi, ikienda na mtu akunie juu, itanuka. You will not go.
Salamu.
You clean the choo. You clean the choo, Njiru. You are an engineer above this. Ukikuta choo imekuniliwa huku juu unabomoa. No. You clean and make sure people who go there are taught how to go to the loo. So my governors, 15 years wa Kenya wamejua, na thanks to the Sifuna and his team, for the first time ameanika watu openly. So, and that's why you find Martha, you find these people and Dindi today, and among others, wanasema Kenyans na wanapiga nduru, tafadhali chagua in people of integrity and all this from MCA going up. That is the beginning of a new transition, tafadhali. Let's not go to this cheap thing. Karibu Chief.
Salamu Stone PK, Salamu Njeru. I used to be of the opinion that we should not have 74 governors. But then I realized that it's not the system that's the problem. It is not. It is the people. It is the people that we choose.
Funza engineer. You can be an engineer in one area and a pauper in one area. Funza huyo jamaa.
Hata wakiweka 100 governors, it does not matter. Weka 100, it's okay. The problem is the implementation of this constitution was not done properly. It was originally supposed to be 10. Yes, I agree. But then those negotiations, and the negotiations came to the fact that we've got so many tribes in Kenya. And having so many tribes, everybody wants to have control of their own community or their own local area. So you cannot tell me, like, let me give you a very prime example. How long will it take for a Maasai, a Kikuyu, a Turkana, a Pokot to be governor of Rift Valley? Rift Valley is dominated by Kalenjins. So by the time any of those communities become governor of the whole of Rift Valley, it will be almost forever. Nyanza. Let's give an example of Nyanza. How long will it take?
You know the reason why?
No, wait. Bure kabisa. Continue. Okay.
So the reason why nakwambia, do you know that even in the US, there are some states which have produced the president 13 times, na zingine they have not even produced a single president. For instance, Virginia has produced 13 presidents.
So how is that going to help my point?
Goja kidogo, I have to tell you, there is nothing like a equal distribution of leadership. There are those places which will always be privileged to produce leadership than others. States like I think Minnesota, North Dakota, South Dakota, they have never produced a president, and they are okay. Hawaii, maybe it was with Obama who was born there. So you cannot be saying leadership comes with the quality, and the quality does not choose where it comes from.
At the end of the day,
upon the population, the populace, to give the best wherever it comes from. If there is a
You're
serious
overriding my
man
point.
from Ogiek should be able to become a leader. I've told you, look at the Virginia dynasty. Virginia has produced 13 US presidents. Why? It's a very small state. Why? Go ahead.
You're mixing up tribes.
I'm not mixing.
and
I'm
No,
I'm
wait.
showing you from more developed democracies.
Okay,
Wacha sisi
sawa.
tuongee
America,
tunaanzia
America,
kwenye
America,
developed
America, America,
democracies
America,
sahi.
America. We're talking about Africa here. In America, ni wazungu, Latin Americans, na wote ni wanaitwa kama America. Si ati ni the locals are there are Americans. They are not tribal like us. Ukienda Embu, utapata Wambere, na utapata wa Embu. Ukienda Meru, utapata wa Meru. Ukienda Kisii, utapata wa Kisii. Ukienda Nyamira, utapata wa most of the time. That is the thing. We are built of many tribes compared to this US thing you're talking about. You think the person from Virginia is different from the person from Idaho? What? Bado ni wazungu. Majority of them bado ni wazungu. So you cannot tell me somebody from Idaho atakaa hivi aseme, oh, my tribe has been let go, alafu Idaho people feel jealous. No. For me, I'm just telling you, Kisses, the way it was designed, Kisses want the opportunity to rule their own county. Although we're intermarrying and things will change dynamically, whatever it is, but at this point in time, the opportunity of people, it was basically, it's a small mini government for the community because it was built for Kenya. It was built for a country that has many tribes. You cannot compare Kenya and the US. You can't. So that is why this system, here 47 counties, is right for us, but we have bad leadership. That's the difference. If the leaders were okay, each county is supposed to be making its own economic growth. They don't even need money from the national government. The kind of economic, hii kitu yenye tulikuwa tunaongea juu ya BBI na hizi vitu zote, it was just presented wrong. We anatengeneza gold. Gold inauzwa nje. Taxes zinaingia kwa county. County inalipa mshahara ya county employees. Inajenga mabarabara, inajenga kila kitu. You don't need national government. But what happens in Kenya, you find the Samburu governor anakula pesa, anajenga manyumba, akiletwa Senate, anacomplain, karibu anapigana na masenators. That is the problem, Jeru. Well, you see, it is time. Sometimes, Jeru, I would like you to stop looking at Western politics and compare it to African politics. We're different. We're still, by the way, in terms of modern politics and modern governments, we are infants, we're young, very young. US is also very young, but at least them, they're teenagers. The older communities are the Japanese, the Chinese, those ones have been there for a long time, the Indians. So how wamezoea, wamejua, wamekuwa na kings, wamekuwa na... As my grandfather used to tell me, before the Mzungu came, my Kenya was from here to as far as I can see. That means it was around his community. That was it. Wale wanakuja kutrade na hao walikuwa wageni tu. But Mzungu akakuja akatutengenezea boundaries and then told us, one tribe is going to rule us. So to distort that idea of one tribe ruling us, we built county governments so that it's fair. You have to differentiate between the people who are ruling us and the system. The system is fine. This constitution is perfect, okay? By the way. The legislation is supposed to be strong enough to put checks on the bloody executive. The executive should be strong enough to put checks on the legislation. The legislation should have enough checks to put check on the judiciary. They're supposed to be independent. If you read that constitution properly, you'd hear a lot of words called independence, independent bodies. IABC is independent, IPOA is independent, EACC is independent, but then when Uhuru came and took over, bado tuliendelea kama hiyo constitution ilikuwa kama ya Uhuru ya Moi, ile ya one man says all, one man decides everything, one man goes into the pocket of the nation and takes money. The problem is not the system. The problem is our leaders. And this is where you can come to say the point that Stone PK is saying, in our next election cycle, pick good leaders. Pick servant leaders. This is now you're beginning to understand why sometimes the party politics is a bit garbage. Naambia tu votia tu wedi takataka need your spoon fend candidates by Rigathi Gachagua. You came here, you started shouting about the Nyoro. Oh, I guess TCP, I guess no. The Nyoro should have gone independent. Plain and simple. Irungu should have gone independent. You don't have to join any party. But already, yes, we have suspicion about the Nyoro and all that stuff. So, me, nilikuja kuongea juu ya kitu ingine, but that thing about our constitution is something that is kind of messing my head up. Because this constitution it took time for experts to write it down. It's not even Raila who wrote these things down. It was a literal expert who went around the world, went around Africa, wakachagua zile good stuff, katuwekea hapo. They studied our behaviors and realized to remove corruption, we need to do this. We are formed of 47, more than 47 tribes were there. Let us bring something of equality here. That is why I'm also against the BBI. There's a few goodies in BBI that you could have added every year as a referendum, like one shilling, one vote. That's a good one. Another referendum is expanding populous areas. You know, Central, for example, you guys need more constituencies. It is good. Go back to the parliamentary system. Yeah. Those are the sort of things that are doing. But ile kitu ya kusema kwamba patia msali ya kiti hapo kwa sababu hivi, patia sijui mwe ametoka Western, patia kiti uko kwa national government. The focus on national government is actually garbage. County governments should be strong enough to play it on their own. Migori should now be talking to Chinese or people in London, talking about the gold they have. Embu should be talking about the cobalt they have there. Waongee na makampuni huko US za kutengeneza macomputers. Wakuje, we should be seeing a lot of movement from there. Kwale, waongee na watu huko. There's also some minerals there. That is the problem. The problem is good governance. It's plain and simple. We can scream and shout and change the constitution and sijui toa counties nini, put headache. You know, the opposite of what is going to happen. You're going to create powerful people, very powerful people who are going to destroy these provinces, counties. At least it's localized. It has spread. It has spread. If you think about who a governor is a mini president. Who is president of your area? That is why he demands respect in Wasingishu and makes decisions. That's why there's a county assembly there. It's for equality. National government is for tusaidia kama watu wa Turkana. We decide what we're going to do with that oil as people of Turkana without the national government interfering. But usually the MPs go because Ruto and Uhuru have decided to change the rules, or the oil is going to be decided by national government. That thing should have never happened. Those are minerals for people of Turkana. You can share with the national government, lakini ni yenu. Thank you.
Sawa, Stone PK, you can go ahead. Stone? Are we having you?
Yeah, I think we Kip and I have explained. I would only maybe I should try to explain something little about when you hear the story that Kenya is broke, Kenya is that, Kenya is this. The issue is, why is it broke? The fact that Kenya is broke under Uhuru and Ruto doesn't mean it will be broke under Gachagua, Martha, or any of those who are aspiring to be president. You know, the fact that there is a shop that was owned by Nyiro, then he mismanaged it, doesn't mean that shop cannot do well if it's given to any other person. The same thing with the companies. You have bad management, good management, and all that. Same thing with our country, Kenya. The reason why Kenya is broke, it is obvious. It is said many times, but looks like some of our people here who come to our show or who are part of our listeners, again, looks like they may not be very kind of acquainted with what is happening. Because number one, the reason why Kenya is broke is because of overborrowing. It's overborrowing. Okay? Overborrowing. And we have other leaders that are vying, want to come and save Kenya out of that. We are told our country has a problem because of odious debt. Debt. You know, so it is not that the country is a perpetual broke entity. It's because we have leaders that are of no integrity, selfish, and thieves, and the business people like Ruto. Yeah. So we cannot now say generally that this country is broke, right? This country can run. It can even devolve further, whatever, because so long as once it devolves, then the devolved units are also helped to be able to generate. For example, what the Azimio Manifesto was saying was one manufacturing entity per county. That would mean 47 manufacturing industries in each of the 47 counties. Then each county produces and adds value to what is in their area. Okay, so basically, then we are talking of good governance. That if we get good leaders, people or the counties or the units of development will be able to grow. When we stop having leaders that are going to hold to budget for China mandazi a million kumi, going to buy Christmas tree wakijaribu kukopi samnini, not knowing that even in those economy akina first world akina America, those trees people changa, residents wanachanga kidogo. It's not that they go digging money from their coffers and spilling it over, and then there's a chance for people to do all that. Okay, so basically what I'm trying to say is Kenya needs to only first and foremost get rid of make sure that the leaders that come in now, mwananchi is so much aware to be able to vet them. Lakini as long as mwananchi atakuwa anasema huyu jamaa amekuja na gari kubwa ndio ni mdosi. Because in Kenya we glorify people by what they dress, how they drive and all that. Yet anakuja hapo na gari nyeusi, anakuja amelanda hapo na helicopter, akitoka na kuachia vumbi na shilingi 50 ama shilingi 100. That's it. The day that our population will be empowered in such a way that they will know hawa watu tunaita waheshimiwa ndio wanatakiwa sisi watuheshimu, then we will begin to have accountable leaders. Because in Kenya ukisema unaenda kuuliza kura wanaulizanga ana pesa. Even here on this platform I had people saying Sifuna hana pesa, sijui huyu ana pesa, sijui ana pesa. It is us who are corrupt and rotten. So corrupt, rotten citizenry produces corrupt, rotten leadership. Yeah, because we assess our leaders by how much the opulent they show to us. Tunavaa kiatu ya milioni 3 na mnaanza kumsifu, and na huyo ndio mnaita leader. Then on the other hand, again you start complaining, oh, corruption is too much, blah 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 blah. Then on the other hand, again you start saying, oh, you cannot have so many counties because, come on, you decide what you want to have. Back to you. Haya, ndilo ni mapema sana kuanza siasa, kuanza kupotea. You have to run.
No, sijapotea. I was listening to you. Sawa. I can see Roba is here. So Roba, go ahead. Ingia.
I don't know where to start from.
Yeah, there is a lot to start with. You can react to Didi Nyoro.
No, I want to react to Stone BK. Stone BK,
Okay.
when you say, oh, the problem with Kenya is borrowing, too much borrowing. It's borrowing, and at the same time, it's corruption. I mean, I just wanted to make sure that you can borrow money sometimes, you make use of it as a country to achieve something. But Kenya is borrowing, and at the same time, they borrow to steal the same money they are borrowed from the same set from the Kenyan people. I just wanted to make sure that. So, Nyiro, a few months ago, I came here. Or was it last year? I gave you my ticket for 2027. Nikalimwa Nyiro, one of them, Stone PK, RX. So I told you, and I meant just open, and I meant to be somebody to tell me the truth. Oh, it's going to happen. We see it. I don't know, but yes, I told you. It's going to be a Sivuna Didi Nyoro ticket. Mlima sana. Mlima mpaka I gave in. But I still see that one happening. So let's go back to yesterday's events. Yesterday, Sunday. To me, it proves my point. What I've been saying. I've been saying, and I will keep on saying. Huyu jamaa amefikia mwisho. So he's trying to test the waters on the rural. But I'm apart from what the way people have reacted, and there are a lot of things going on, he has lost it. I think it's over for him. There's no way out on this. He's done. All he has to do is going to surrender. But the only thing now left is maybe he wants to start a civil war. I don't know what he wants. Maybe he wants to start a war in our country. That's what I'm saying. Because this conman, I mean, this is where it gets interesting. The so-called institutions we have been talking about, for all this time, they don't work. They don't. If the institutions we are talking about, it works, then why is it that it's favoring some people? Was it not a few weeks ago when that member of parliament was arrested for what he said, alleged what he said? But when this conman called Peter Karuma from Homa Bay, he said what he said, nothing has been done. I'm telling you, William Samoei Ruto is a dictator. Is somebody people have died because of him. Somebody should, the remaining few months, we have to find a way we can make our country work. Because I think this man is mentally sick. I don't know how he knew very well that this one is going to happen. How do you just like inside people? You are a president, then you want people to fight. So he wants us to go the Rwanda way. You know what we say no, and we should even take him out of. He should be taken out of office, regardless of whether someone shoots him or someone kills him. Why? Who cares? Because he has killed a lot of people. He's telling people to want to fight. His government, the so-called pro-this government, they are giving weapons to people. So him, he wants alive, his kids to be alive, but he wants some other families to want to die. Why can't he die first? Why can't he be eliminated? He's the source of all these problems. And now when the police want to do their own thing, they want to secure the country, you know what they do? He's against it. He's a dictator. This man he's just turning the clock on us. He thinks we can go to the 80s, maybe whatever, I don't know, the 90s. That's what he wants us to go. This guy was not prepared to be a president. He was not prepared. He was. This man, in fact, he is going to be the worst president ever, who was only there 4 years in power. Then after that, he never ran for a re-election. So that's what is going to happen. And now with the Nyoro coming in, it's a ticket in Nyoro for the next 2027. President Sifuna and the Vice President Nyoro. Let me leave it there. I want to hear. So keep if you are there. I saw your message, but I need to know more about it before I can react.
Yeah. No, I just want to react to that story about. This is why I complain about this guy. This guy has been pushing hard to be president. Nani? Rigathi Gachagua. His lawyer has been caught red-handed with money. So I want to know I want to know more about that story. Kwa sababu inaonekana wameread kwa Dorcas. So I don't know if anybody knows more about that thing because imekanyagiliwa.
Which story?
ESCC arrest judge and Rigathi linked lawyer red-handed in bribery scandal linked to Supreme Court impeachment case. Nilikutumia Stone.
Sijaangalia.
I want to know more because it was sent by.
We need more information on this one here before we. I would not be shocked if there's something like that going on, and at the same time maybe a setup. What else cannot go wrong in our country, especially
The person who posted it on Twitter was somebody called Tony.
Let's wait and let's not speculate. Just wait until we get more information, so we shed more light on it. Before that, let us not maybe we try to just like we want to see what the main media and the other people are saying, because we want to know anything about it. But at the same time, why do you guys think like? Did you see the roads in Oma Bay, guys? Did you see me? Yeah, I was shocked. So Gladys Wanga, she was doing before was she buys. Hey, remember this so-called the best governor in Kenya performing the best governor? How? What they measure? What kind of measurement they do to say that he was the best performing governor in Kenya? You remember that one? How? In Oma Bay. How? This how corruption is killing our country. And by the way, in Nigeria, we don't have a lot of counties. Our country, the way it's set up, very nice for development, but the problem we don't have enough. I think for me, it's checks and balances, and we are lacking institutions which can do prosecution, because at this point, the problem is corruption and lack of seriousness in the county level. The counties are okay. Well, where we are okay. We should develop from there. Where we want to reduce it, we don't. It's better to have what we have right now, but we need checks and balances. We need more people. We need development, but not like what we see from Homa Bay. That was disgusting, embarrassing, ridiculous on their part of it. I was shocked. Oh my goodness. Hey, yeah. So you guys, let me just leave you there and I hear what you want to say. If the show continues, I might be on camera in a few minutes. So let me leave it there.
Yeah, I saw that posting. Yeah, I think April. I do not know much details about it. It is something which I have to look through. I hope the people who posted that story, they are credible. That's all what I would say. But I didn't understand the whole story. We are even discussing it in the back room to know what is it. So, but you are saying like at Inikama, is it an investigation or what is it? Maybe you can make me understand it a little bit.
No, I don't know. It's very vague. That's the thing. I thought somebody knew about it. Leona told me even attack you.
Okay.
I'm more in the
if that is the case, maybe somebody will come out and explain it more.
No, it's like what Robas said. I've not seen anything
we know the sources we get from all the sources we get information.
Peter sent me something.
I'm not seeing anything of that nature. So this one let us keep it cool.
Peter sent me something that ESCC dismisses reports of arresting of. Oh, so ESCC has dismissed that story.
Yeah, I told you. I told you because I went all my sources. There was nothing there. Then I said, okay, I'll talk to Kip and I just tell him this. Let's not talk about this one here because this is fake.
The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has dismissed
by the
social
way,
media claims.
Hey, Kip, why can't they go to Homa Bay and arrest that woman right now? Arrest her. Why?
The person who should be arrested first because it was clear, he clearly said it in the law, is Kaluma. Kaluma's statements were very clear. It was in plain sight. He says that anybody who says two-term nyonga then in hotels, and it was acted on. So that's the man who should be arrested first because there's clear evidence.
They charge him murder. He should be charged for murder. The police who died and the person who died. They should charge him for that.
I was actually perusing around TikTok today and I was very disappointed in some of the pundits on it, and it was many ongoing sana. So Nyanza is quite divided by the Ruto has poisoned Homa Bay by sana very badly. It's like the county is half. You see, that's the problem with Kenyans, and it's actually Ruto's formula. Atakuja park, he'll park in one county and park and poison you, atamwaga pesa hapo afanye kila kitu. That is why, remember when Wanga was panicking and she did woo, it was that was the thing.
Na ile story ya zoning, kwani Ruto aliwaachia because did they solve the zoning thing? No, I thought they were also having some differences in zoning.
Because of Mlima, he has to achilia. He has to leave it with them. It's better not to compete. It's better not to compete with them And then, God forbid, and I repeat this several times, he steals the election, he can buy them out completely, no deal.
No, no, never
What?
say that, bro. Never say that, bro. Never say that. Never say that. There's no way. There's no way, bro. There's no way. Just done that one there. Done that one.
Robert.
There is no one to happen. It's too much for him.
Yeah.
He is not one to happen. Because
To
right
say
now,
to
okay, same true, but this you have been repeating this one here. This is the second time you have just saying you have been coming.
it's not the second time, it's every time. It's every time.
Yeah, let us not go there. The guy
I
has
have to
reached
be
dead end. He
yeah.
has reached dead end. I mean, if you can.
Si watu bana. Unaogopa uoga. Unakuwa na uoga ya nini? Huh?
But what I was saying was, for me, what I'm seeing here is like this guy, in fact, after he has been chased out of Mount Kenya, a place where he was doing the same things like he wanted to be. How do you be a president and yet you are the one who's just like he knew all these things it's going on? That's the problem with parliament. See, because our parliament and we have a lot of useless members of parliament. This guy is getting away with everything. This guy could have been impeached long time ago to get out of office. Instead of Gachagua, he was the one who was supposed to be impeached. But he thinks he's clever. You know, he has been called we have become a kapanya. So his hope was about dividing opposition. I don't see it happening. His hope was about Ruo Nyansa. The Ruo Nyansa is talking about, guys, it's one backfire on that ticket of these two young men. It's over. It's over for him. It's over. It was over for him. And if these guys they come and support him, there's no way. There's no way. Kenya, we have won a different. Huyu anatufanyia vitu kama watu wa samani, vitu ya samani ile vitu ya Moi, and he comes now, he can do this. Mimi ndio fundi wa politics, mimi ndio fundi. Unajua the thing is in his head, atafikiri ataiba, but he will be shocked. He will be shocked. Even the so-called Mr. Conman, that's you are there. There's nothing you can do about this. It's gone. It's gone. You think he's going to steal millions of people to make it up?
Robert, did you hear Sifuna's speech where he was the guest of honor at the Law Society of Kenya? I think it was a conference. Did you hear his speech? He was the chief guest. Did you listen to his speech?
Live.
Now, maybe you go back and listen to what he said, the keynote speech. Yeah, when he talked about the 2027 elections on that platform, the legal fraternity, all watching and listening. Then you'll be able to get the picture. I won't tell you what he said. You find your time and listen to him. When you get the clip, you can fast mpaka mahali ana address, because he addressed it so passionately, and he did not mince his words.
What do you want me to
No, you go listen to it so that you get it in the right whatever. I don't want to interpret it for you. I'm giving you a heads up.
What are you trying to tell me? I'm trying to understand what's your point on that.
No, I'm saying I've just referred to you. Kama nimekupatia kitabu kasome, usiniulize inaandikwa nini. Then after that,
no, I told you I watched live the whole thing.
Yeah, you'll watch and then we will meet and you'll ask me why did you want me to listen to that speech?
Stone BK umetuambia vitu nyingi before. Some of them they become you know your philosophy. I like your philosophy, but there are some things where you come here, you just like I mean.
Sasa hiyo imetoka wapi? Hiyo hangover imetoka wapi, Roba?
No, nakwambia niambie, what's the point? Why?
Roba, unakuwa kweli Mkenya halisi. That's how Kenyans behave. Unaambia mtu hivi, anaanza kusema unajua wewe sio mpike, unakuwa sasa hiyo sijui imetoka wapi. You guys, hey, man.
No, I'm trying to get a point. I want to hear.
Why? I've just nikikwambia nyanya yangu anaitwa nimekwambia my grandmother anaitwa Mary Atieno. Unaanza kuniuliza, kwa nini anaitwa Mary Atieno? Unataka nifanye? Nimekwambia jina tu. So me, I've just told you there was a speech, keynote address that should send you something. That it was a keynote address that one of the candidates yes. And whenever you hear somebody having a keynote address, ni muhimu, you know, sisi wa Kenya we are lazy thinkers. Amepotea. Our problem is that we are lazy. We lazy in thinking. Me included. We don't want to crack our head. And then when we are beaten, boom, we start saying, "Oh my God, imekuaje hapa?" Hata keep bado huko. So unaambiwa hii shimo iko na nyoka hapo, unasema nyoka gani? Mpaka unaingiza kidole. Kiumo ni unatoka kupiga nduru. Keep, mimi nitasimamia hapo. Although Nyiro wanted me to comment about Ndindi Nyoro. Because Nyiro amefungua isho na moto mingi sana.
Kama kawaida.
Sasa amutaki mioto, sasa mlikuwa mnataka nini shwari?
Wacha tukuenjoy ndio show you live. Wacha nilikuwa na drive na kimbia home. Nataka kufika haraka ndio niingie kwa show kabla ni Nyiro akiwa kwa hiyo topic, but nikapata jam. Nilikuwa na watu kwa gari, sasa sikutaka watu wasikie siasa zetu.
Alishika moto bana, alishika moto for 2 hours, tulipatiwa lecture bana.
Alikuwa ameshika nasi
hiyo ndani ndio ya kualeta bana. Ani unasema siko hapa, niko wapi?
Sasa kufika
nikaanza kupace back and forth bana. Nilikuwa namuona akipace hivi akaona
Nyiro anapoesha nare ananitupia nini kiruku. Na mimi sina haja na ruku. Sasa nikawesti energy yangu.
Sasa ruka kwa nani? Maybe pia ni Stone PK.
Aliniharibia mabrain zangu, nilikuwa nimepanga kuja kumjoin kwa hiyo nini, hiyo maneno ya Ndindi Nyoro, akaziparigilia maji na ruku, who is irrelevant, you know.
Sasa si umemalizana na Roko, ama unataka nikuwekea pia vile Kashagu alisema leo ucheke kidogo?
Kachagua sikuweza, I was too busy, but I listened to Ndindi Nyoro.
Wacha nikuwekee kidogo, ngoja
nisikiza Ndindi Nyoro very well, and I even was taking notes, by the way.
Okay, kabla uingie na notes, ngoja kidogo ureact pia kwa hii. Nataka ureact kwanza pamoja, because this one was a bit ilikuwa mweche.
Jesus. Si Aisha ameongea
kidogo.
Mambo hii ya ma girlfriends ndio iliharibu serikali yetu. Sasa huyu mtu kuliko aweke watu ya kazi anaweka girlfriend. Jesus. Si Aisha ameongea. Mimi hata sikutaka nitoke na hiyo maneno. Nilikuwa tu naongea juu. Sasa si amesema mambo hii ya ma girlfriends ndio iliharibu serikali yetu.
Sawa, Stone PK endelea sasa.
Ulikuwa nataka nikupe ingine akachagua tena. Unajua?
Go ahead.
Again, that was not necessary. I'm sorry to say that. At that moment, it is good, but I don't think it was necessary at that moment. Which moment am I talking about? It is when we are trying to harvest. I thought in this show, there was a day, hiyo siku Aisha defect, I think, if I can remember well, when people are, there were, of course, there were, some were happy that I may join, I remember Nani was here, Julia. So some were happy, ameingia opposition. But of course, selfish people wanted angeingia DCP. DCP members wanted that. Maybe PLP wanted that. Of course, kind of which is expected, and I think it's healthy. What is not healthy is trying to go unbalanced criticism. For example, when kanaitwaje jamaa tulikuwa tunakata hata kama rejectua Kiambu, anaitwaje huyu aliingia juzi, Kang'ombe. The way you see Kang'ombe, sijui alifanya dhambi zake zilikuwa aje. I never followed him so much, but I called two of my relatives in his constituency. One of them is a very senior person kwa gava hapo, ndiye alikuwa ananielezea huyo mtu anachukiwa to the bone. Then you wonder, kwani alipasa aje, alichaguliwa aje? Hao watu wengine hao watu wa nani, watu wa UDA, kumbe wengine hawakuchaguliwa, and we were not told that. I mean, we didn't pick up that. Yeah, because this guy or these two guys tell me that guy, even after hata alipopronouncewa ndio nini wa UDA and all that, kulikuwa kuna hiyo constituency yake ilimunika. He was not the candidate of choice. Anyway, what am I saying? I think when we have all these people coming in, and I like when Gachagua said an team ya vet, it's okay to vet people, yeah. Because again, you cannot just close doors completely. People reason differently. There are those who say, okay, you come, but you have now to be under this guy. You have to be watched. Yani unakaribishwa, lakini people keep you under watch. Usije ukakuwa wewe ni kamoli tena kamekuja kutuuza. So the vetting thing, it's good. It's a good thing. But what I think is not well, it's when now they come and or they are already on our side, and then we start ridiculing them and kind of those social shaming and all that. Yeah. So that clip, that ningesema Gachagua aliteleza pia. Gachagua by the way is an artist. Is an artist. Na I think he's a king of mchongo wano. Inaitwa mchongo wano ama nini? Korebora na Kimbere. Si mchongo wano. Hii ingine inaitwaje kunyonyonga. Yani ile kuridicule is super. I think in Kenya is among the top guys who can undress you mpaka ubaki unaenda kutafuta kamba ujinyonge ama simo uingie. He's very good at that. But unfortunately that naweza sema ni kuteleza si vizuri when you have bagged an opposition that is gonna bring you, because Aisha kweli usemwe, she has heavy following there, as much as people outside her area who don't matter kama ni mmoja wao, because alipotoka Azimio alituumiza sana and we felt very very bad. She has her following, and she has what Kenyans try to run away from. She has her ethnic following, which is critical in Kenya. Hiyo haitaisha, hiyo itachukua miaka mingi sana. That you contest in a place, like you go to those sides of Mpeketoni, your name is Njoroge Njuguna, you will be utakuwa overwhelmingly supported because of the population there. You go to kule kunaitwa Shimba Hills, okay, your name is Makao Mwenza, you will also be very well supported because of the ethnic background you are having. You go to this area of Bombolulu huku Mwembetari huku nani Mtwa nani inaitwaje hapa area za Mombasa hapa karibu na ferry huku Nyali huku hiyo Nyali constituency especially msimame inaitwa Otieno Lo, you'll get overwhelming support somehow. That kind of a thing. Mpeketoni and all. You know, so those are facts that we cannot ignore, and they are actually players in our politics. Kisauni, thank you, Lord. Yeah, Kisauni. Thank you, Lord. Decent one. So, and again, for me, I look at things so differently, because if those are the indicators and those are the trends, I cannot fight them. For me, if I could get a position of leadership, I would try to exhibit anything above that as a leader, because that's where you begin. For example, you are elected as an MP, you should behave like the way, let's say, the way Babu Owino does, you know, such that hakuna mama atasema nini sikupewa hii basari junisi mjaka. You go to that constituency, unakuta kama ni basari, hakuna mama ana complain ati hii huyu nani jirani yangu alipewa jieni mama Atieno na mimi ni mama Njuguna sikupewa, you know. And there are several others who have done their jobs fairly well. So I'm imagining, like, for example, if every span of 5 years we are able to elevate, and this is now the electorate, we elevate out of the 290, we begin by elevating 30%, for example, or 40% if we can push that one, of people of that level of integrity. Then in the next, you really don't know, because you have no maybe time to dig out the background and all that. Okay, then we by now in 5, 10 years, in 2 terms, we would be able to kind of get some very good straightforward lawmakers. Yeah, so that would be my approach. Now, when we have we appreciate that, and then when you get into that position, you don't follow that when you are doing whatever you are doing, whatever oversight, whatever distribution of programs and projects you are doing. They should be seen to be done like you are giving an approach of Kenyan. You are serving Kenyan community in whatever constituency that would be. Then we will have a journey. Unfortunately, 60 plus years, that journey, we've really been making 3 steps ahead, and then we make 6 backward. And then we make, now by the time we are making 6 forward, we are at where we had started. It becomes a very serious problem. And therefore, where we have reached now, that's why we need a surgeon. A surgeon puts you on the surgery table because it's a matter of life and death. And he decides, if I save your life, well and good. If you die, too bad. I did my best. That is what we are supposed to do for Kenya as of now. It should be tuingize surgeon, okay? Huyu patient apasuliwe kichwa, hiyo mishipa iangaliwe, itengenezwe, akisurvive, well and good. Akikufa aende. Indigenous reason ananiambia, maybe I didn't. Jiru wendi ungeniambia, Stone PK, Gachagua was not referring to Aisha, but to her revelation that Ruto appointed. Oh, okay. Oh, 2 years to the defense. Oh, according to Duale's confession to Aisha and Juma. Jiru unaona wewe na wewe una to misguide. Okay, thank you.
No, mimi ndio kusikiliza video vizuri wewe Stone PK. Gachagua was referencing to Aisha Jumwa revelations, who had said that alikuwa ameambiwa na Duale hapo kasichana kanaitwa Tuya ambako kalipewa kazi ya Duale, because you know Duale used to be the Minister of Defense. So sasa Duale akamwambia, unaona hata huyu mtu ni mjinga, ameanzia kupea magirlfriend kazi.
Sasa wewe mbona hukuniambia hivyo? Mpaka comment section ndio correct.
So Ruto was no, I thought, but the video tumecheza na amesema mama huku.
Oh, that's wrong. Should have corrected immediately. Sorry for that. I didn't think sikushika hapo. Thank you, Indigenous. I withdraw that statement. I didn't know the girlfriend relationship ya Duale na hao wengine. Anyway, that is in Ruto's government. But thank you for that. Yeah. So basically, then I can retract anything I've said about not appreciating defectors. we should. But I said it's good also to listen to them, because as many as defectors we are having, even Nanisi ni defector, all of them, Ndindi Nyoro, si hao ni defectors, hata Kachagua, si wote ni defectors, ama ni hao ni nani Njiru? Yeah. Yeah.
Stony PK, let me put for you something, and then you connect with what happened today. I don't know.
Nimekuuliza swali as you play that. Nimekuuliza hao wote si ni defectors. Akina Kachagua, Ndindi Nyoro, si wote ni defectors. Wamekuja pande yetu.
Yeah, defectors coming at a different time at the different missions.
Thank you. Yeah, so natuwawekee basi hiyo. Lakini sasa wana tuna vetu wengine walitunyonga wala wakati.
Lakini defector anakuja saa hii. Huyo namuogopa sana. Defector wa saa hii.
Mimi unajua mimi ningefunga mlango kwa wengine kama Yesu. Si tutafungiwa mlango wale watachelewa, ama nyinyi watu mnapiga.
Kama Sabet, unajua no, defector wa saa hii anaweza kuwa ametumwa because Kasongo, unajua defector wa saa hii Kasongo maybe Kasongo anaweza kuwa amemtuma after kusense danger. Defector wa saa hii lazima you need to hold them with a big spoon. Sijui kama Stone unanielewa hapo?
Na nikiongea juu ya Njiru, mimi juu ya nani, juu ya Nyoro, nitaongea kitu moja. Mimi ninakuanga na 9 cents, wacha 6.
Wacha nikuwekee hii. Unajua hii Gachagua alisema hii maneno kitambo, I think 2 or 3 months ago. Can you listen to this to PK?
Hata hapa Murang'a amemwambia vijana wengine hapa watengeneza kahwirubaro, watu wajifiche hapo, wanajifanya hawataki Kasongo, lakini ni watu ya Kasongo na ni wheelbarrow ya Kasongo. Mtakubali watu ya Murang'a? Hata hapa Murang'a amemwambia vijana wengine hapa watengeneza kahwirubaro, watu wajifiche hapo, wanajifanya hawataki Kasongo, lakini ni watu ya Kasongo na ni wheelbarrow ya Kasongo. Mtakubali watu ya Murang'a?
Now, can you react to that? That was like 2 months ago.
I tell you something, Njiru. You know why you didn't realize I'm dilly-dallying with Ndindi Nyoro maneno.
Yes, go ahead.
You know why I'm dilly-dallying?
Go ahead.
I have serious mixed feelings. Ushawahi sikia tumbo inakaa kuuma na ikuumi, yani unashindwa what's happening.
Sema the status of your health. Tuambie unafikiria nini kuhusu sasa. Now tuambie sasa tuona kama if we are in congruence. So umeniambia nimerant hapa masaa 2. You told me I spoke here for 2 hours sasa.
I didn't say ranting.
Kama nilisema ujinga, wewe sema nilisema ujinga.
No, today you are not ranting, but you are, yani ulikuwa ulianalyze, unauliza, inaitwaje, you are digging out, unauliza why this that. No ranting. No, the other day ndio ulikuwa una rant. Leo ulikuwa unasema kuna option ulikuwa unapeana. What if, for example, if you are the one, you know what you would have done, which is
yeah, because Stone PK, and thank you for bringing that. Nilikuwa nikijiuliza, like I'm asking a question, because right now we are in a time of Weoge, the one we call Weoge. We have political parties in Mount Kenya. There is DCP, there is PLP, there is NAC. Let's say we have like 10 political parties. Why that People's Party of Kenya? Why that People's Party of Kenya at this particular time?
I will add another question. And why when juzi tumepigana hapa sana in quotes, when I was of this stand, and I still do, when people are pushing, oh, Sifuna, party. On this platform, you believe in parties so much. I think it's only me and Nani Kip who divert a little bit, who feel like party is not a priority. But majority of people here, you believe in party. Believe in party. You believe party. Now, for Sifuna, you guys were saying, lazima party. Gen Z, party. Haya, Ndindi Nyoro amekuja na party Tena sasa inakuwa hapana bwana, wacheni bwana. Sasa anakuja party na Mlima iko party. Juzi mmepiga Matiang'i, mkoyone wangu huyu ya on my right, anaendesha Mercedes kubwa huyu Alex. Ananipiga anasema Matiang'i anakuja anadandia party zingine na he should have Haya, tunasema mimi nilikuwa of the feeling that why can't you get into a party that is existing, and which I still believe. If I was to, like now, if I was to join a party, I'll go to a party. I don't believe that lazima uanze party yako ile wewe unaitwa chairman. Now Didi amekuja ameanza yake sasa, nayo hiyo sasa imekuwa ni vita from our chairman Mr. Chief Moderator Nyiro. Hata angekuwa karibu na wewe kwanza ungempiga makofi mingi sana, unamuuliza wewe mjinga, hii mapati yote iko hapa kwetu, auoni unaenda kuleta people's party. Yeah, so what am I saying?
You know bwana kidogo stonification, the reason why nasema hivyo, you know, when people are doubting you, you have to be very careful.
Exactly.
You know, Didi Nyoro akona kakamba. He is not like a conscious man. Unajua stonification, kama watu wako doubt na wewe, don't give them reason to doubt you more. Unaelewa? Go ahead.
Wacha niendelee. Sasa ana rafiki yako anasema defector Didi akaona dust. Well, I don't know you ni unajua Mlima watu wanasemaka mwanada hura walishoka hiyo naja aura walishoka hiyo na mshi mtoto anapigango akiingizwa nyumbani. So I don't know what Mlima will do with Didi. But you have put a very good point. When people have some doubt in you, you don't give them a point of waseme unaona, kwanza hiyo kiafrika hiyo inakumalizanga pusha. When people started saying Matiang'i Matiang'i ni mzuri, alafu akakuja akaingia na Jubilee, watu wakasema aje, lakini yaani watu wakachoka hapa kwa mgongo. So what are we talking about? Didi Nyoro, people. And when we say people, it is people. It is Kenyans who are the voters. Even when you do a survey, there is that doubt that comes out so clean. People say, yes, you have performed so well in this particular area. Fantastic. Nobody doubts that. And even today, it was the pillar. It was the basis of his speech, and it is the basis of his and here I support him. For me, I don't talk of manifestos, and I don't talk of plan. I talk of solutions. My package of solutions, fixing this is how I want to fix this issue. So I give you problem 1 and how I'll fix it. Problem 2, how I'll fix it. That is my approach into solving people-centered issues. Now, he did very well. Because number 1, he has some very good technical guys who have packaged him for what he delivered. All right. Now, remember, performing so well, Kiharu, people also still have the doubt. Remember, people say he had over-directed resources to Kiharu. Then some of us who still believe it was directed to the right way, that it was directed to help the children of not Kiharu but Kenya. All right. But the distractors, they are saying, lakini alideny constituencies ingine. So there is a discussion that has been going on. All right. Now, then there is this very serious cancer here. I don't know whether it's a cancer or what it is. That he had been and has been and maybe still is a partner of Ruto. That he tried to shed it away. Ilikata. Hata imekata bado. Okay? So he has to deal with that. Partner? Yes. He doesn't want to touch about that partnership. But I don't know what could have happened the last 2 months, because today in his speech, amekata hiyo kikwetu tunasema kata kamba. It is like something very serious has happened between him and Ruto. Because today he was very, very whatever. Although he kept on apologizing for what he says. Yeah, you know, that is one of his very bad weakness. That, you know, you are hitting a point, then you are apologizing. You somebody murdered your mother, You're saying, I know you murdered my mother. With all due respect, please, we are going to take you to court. Then you contradict yourself with what you are saying. So, nini ya Ndindi ndio nitoke nani Robano Alex waingie. It is good, but with a lot of limitation. You see, Gachagua had predicted something. Remember, this young pastor who was in Njiru, I mean in Ndindi's function, has been masquerading. This pastor has been going all over, talking in very funny way. He's a pastor, but he's campaigning. He's a pastor. He's saying this and this, and he was not clear. Just like the way Ndidi has not been clear in most of his press conferences. He's just been addressing the crowd and that throwing things there, intellectual things there, intellectual discussions, analysis, and all that. All right. That has been his niche, and that's how he chose to do it. This pastor who has been hiding, today is when it came to light that Kumbe ako kwa hiyo kambi. Then probably this is what now that clip you've shown of DCP chair Nani Gachagua, it answers that question. What he said was answered today. So what is happening in Mlima? Wacha nisimamia. Bado nina dozi ya Ndindi.
Okay, sawa Stone PK. I agree with that one. Wacha kwanza Roba, you relax kidogo. Wacha kwanza tukaribishe Budi so that Budi can give his initial reaction to what happened today, Didi Nyoro, and what is his overall check on that. So Bwana Budi, kwanza karibu sana. Siasa bado Kenya inaendelea kujishape. Some fence sitters have decided to move from the fence na wakatafuta kiti ya kukaria. React.
Wacha Roba ongee kwanza, because I am still digesting what Stone is saying, because I just didn't. I think Stone is ranting too. Let me digest his ranting before I come. I don't want to rant.
Wow.
English. What to correct him? Maybe on this show we are misusing the word ranting. Maybe when you raise your voice up kwa hii show, people call it ranting. I'm not ranting. I was analyzing something. Did I rant, Roba? Did I rant? If I was ranting, I think I'm sorry.
No, for Roba maybe you are not, but for me you are ranting. We define ranting differently.
Okay. Or me, I use the English Learner Dictionary. That's the one I used in Oxford. Sorry. All right.
Actually, Bwana Budi, Roba had given his first round of thinking. So,
why just like Alex has just given me a chance to speak?
Okay,
you don't want to hear. You know what?
Don't make Roba rant. Don't make Roba rant. Relax.
Okay, sawa. Naona leo umeamua kupea Roba glucose bana. Na venye
I'm no longer a goon. The goons in my pay now. So I'm above that, because Alex has called me a goon.
Kumbe nyinyi mnatuenjoyingi hapa, but inside the curtain mnapendana. Ni mnatuenjoy hapa, ni kama nyinyi si mandugu, lakini mnapendana.
Yeah, so it's okay in Giro. It's totally PK. I think okay, Alex, I know you just came in. Thank you for showing up today. Giro, Stone BK. Let me just start. I gave something before, and let me, normally, sometimes, it's when somebody like, the reason why I put my camera on is just like, you also see my face, because sometimes when you're behind camera, you can say what you want to say. But I want people to just hear that what I'm saying, that's me, it comes, the way it comes from my mouth. I said it before. I don't want to call myself that I know what's going to happen. No. But Alex and Stone PK, when you guys, I told you, I'm not saying, okay, let me correct myself. I'm not saying that it's going to happen. But remember what I said it before about this ticket of Sifuna Nyoro. And I gave you about him white citizen when he gave that clip of economic, where and he has been tearing Ruto Town on economic. But some of you guys just you teared me down, and I kind of gave in. And because of what happened during that time of when they came for the finance bill, where he never showed up, I was kind of buying the fact that, oh, these guys might be right. Maybe this guy is with this conman called Ruto. But for what the events of what happened in the course of a few hours ago, I have a feeling, and to see the people who were there on that event, and the same guy in Jill to answer your question, to say that the guy predicted this one before, but the same guy is telling you he has been working with Ligadi. He has talked to him. He has talked to Munya. Okay, he has talked to Matiangi. He has talked to Sifuna. So he has talked to all these guys. So in Jiru, our channel calls ourselves democracy. I don't see why you are so kind of uncomfortable because somebody has started a party somewhere, because it's Nyoro that, oh, he's coming here to, no, you cannot impose one part to the people of Mount Kenya. They're there. Let him come with the party, Munya and everything. And in fact, that's what he said before. That's what Nyoro. He said he welcomes that. So let us not, just like we are here, we go to self-democracy, then we are pit about somebody forming a party. Because Nyoro himself, he told us one thing. When you don't have your own, you you face what he faced. So Nyoro felt like he wanted somewhere fresh. But I'm telling you, behind the scenes, guys, let me tell you something. I get some of this information. This part you are seeing here, Nyoro, but I know it has been coming, but I didn't want to say it like some of these things. So watch out. Watch out about this ticket I've been saying all this time. Watch out. And to tell you the truth, for me, I was not surprised.
Are you trying to tell us that you are predicting Sifuna Nyoro ticket?
Where have you been? Where have you been? When I said this one,
no, you said it, but you cannot. So now, can you bring Gachagua to that equation as well? Sasa ndio nataka sasa, hebu niingizie Gachagua kwa hiyo equation as well.
No, so what's yeah. Hey, Njiru, how do you know that the party was formed here, this is part of Mwananchi party? How do you, maybe that's another option, you say. We don't know. We don't know who are behind all this. But I know who are behind it. So the way I'm bringing Gachagua in is this. Nyoro, because of he feels like for him, he feels like he's above, he should be the kingmaker of the mountain. If you don't see, even if he feels like he can play the politics. And he didn't want to come in because he feels like he has a very good chance of maybe being a running mate of somebody. And check that point. Take what I'm saying right now. Because he feels like he might be a running mate of somebody, because people have told him or people have advised him, it was whoever behind him advising him which way the best way he can come up so that he doesn't look tainted like the way when you know the word ukabila. So at this point, just watch yourself. Work a Wanka in front of you, work a Peter Karume in front of you about Gachagua. Gachagua ni nini? Yeye ni mudwa mkabila. Na kila wenye associate. Unaona? Kama wana associate sisi hatupendi watu ambao wana association wa kabila. Sasa Nyoro now is wanting to wash that one out. Even if he comes in, it becomes somebody's running mate. You cannot call him Mukabira. unless now you start another story. So basically, what I'm telling you is this: at the end of the day, what the other people are looking is the Mount Kenya. Can Nyoro call Mount Kenya being a running mate? Oh yes, and that's why maybe it's very wise to go and consult Gachagua. They are not enemies; they are good friends. And I know behind the scenes, Gachagua might be pushing this. Guys, watch out! I'm telling you, watch out. But
mimi niko na maswali mingi sana. No, bwana
Yeah.
Roba, huwezi niacha hivyo. No,
Yes.
unajua huwezi anzia kuweka vitu alafu niache hivyo. I have to ask questions. Hii lazima
yeah, you can ask me anytime. I'm not like the person who like I want to talk, then you ask me.
Unanichanganya na itabidi wacha nikuulize swali kwanza.
Yes.
So you are saying maybe, let me use that maybe, if Gachagua could be in it, then tell me why number one, why would Gachagua then support him in a different party? That is one thing which I would want you to help me understand that. Then number two, nataka pia uniambie if Didi Nyoro wanted to come out without the nagging issues which have been brought through Gachagua, like Gachagua is tribal na vitu zingine. Now you want to present himself as a person who can have that national outlook, which maybe you feel Gachagua does not have, and that is why he needs his own political party. There is one question still which I feel, why is Didi Nyoro not able to recant himself as a Ruto associate in the business? And some time back, 2 years or 3 years ago, immediately after Ruto became a president, Ruto said he was mentoring Didi Nyoro. Unless kama hukusikia, Ruto said that actually he is mentoring Didi Nyoro.
I get your point.
A leader.
I get your point.
American. Has he recanted that mentorship?
Hiyo ilikuwa a couple years ago in Nyoro and this huyu anaitwa huyu Matunda. Huyu Matunda wa Kikuyu. Si alisema what and he mentors them. Let me answer your question. Nyiro, what's the difference between Nyoro and Didi Nyoro at this point? They were both UDA. So now you can say you like Nyoro. So Didi Nyoro should not sound here because he looks like he's the one who's like somebody who's not telling the truth. Somebody should not even be there. Somebody who's like trying. No. Wote walikuwa ile pande. They were on the other side of Kasongo. So we should, if you accept one, accept both of them. If you don't want all of them, that's fine. But let us not be a situation where you are thinking, so Gachagua alikuja, was impeached, alitoka. So Didi Nyoro cannot also come and start his own thing and come here and tell us he doesn't associate with Kasongo. But a politician is a politician. Behind the scenes, who knows? And that's what I'm telling you. It's politics. So at this point, let's not take it personal. Because if we do so, some of us, we might commit suicide from what Papa did. I'm telling you. We are somewhere there. I can tell you, I agree with you that what you are seeing in Oma Bay, before I will put your question just aside, something very important. Whatever you are seeing in Oma Bay and some parts of Nyanza, it's because of some direct tickets ambao were given by Baba. And that was a mistake. And because there was no competition, and that's why what was Diralia Maskio, there are no roads on that part of the country. And that's as a result of some of the mistakes which were made from the ODM when they were going to pay direct tickets. So let me just put that one aside. Coming to Gachagua and Nyoro. So the thing is, he has not been sent by Kasongo. You look at his conference, who were there. Look at his conference, what he said. Look at his conference, where he's coming from. So at this point, I'm telling you, Nobody's clean. I can tell you that. But if that man is going to be given the opportunity to be a running mate, it's an option. Maybe Gacha also would support that behind the scenes, and then they tell us that he's going to be the running mate. You think he'll be accepted? He'll be accepted. And I'm one person who have come here as myself and said, the guy, when he talks about economic things, like some of us, we want the economy to be the centered economy. That's what we want. We want to talk about the economy of our country. We are tired of other things. We want to talk about the economy. It makes sense. It makes sense. He has the experience. He has said it. The only thing is, there are some question marks which we should also ask ourselves. Hey, hii mambo ya Kenya Power, na vitu ngine ambayo got some shares which he bought, very wise, he bought it, he made money out of it. Is there anything corruption where we can say this money is corrupt? We cannot, I don't see anything there which can do that. But the fact that maybe he had associated with huyu conman, and because maybe ataka kuoa huyu msichana wake, see what happened. Sasa somebody kutoka Tanzania amekuja amechukua. It's okay. Let us move on. Let's give him a chance. He's coming. He's coming with some package like Nyoro, like anybody else who was on the other side of Ruto. But let us welcome, and most people, somebody who can make his own party, let him give him the opportunity. He can sell it, you never know. No. He can sell it, and people will buy on it. But at this point, I have a very strong feeling that you are seeing the next president and first president of Kenya come 2027. That is my opinion. And don't forget, William
So let me ask you a question.
Conman Samoei Ruto would not run for president.
That one is an argument.
Yes.
You almost bring me closer to thinking. You are very sober on that explanation. So I also want to ask you now, then, when it comes to members of parliament, when we are voting for members of parliament, so Nyoro can be a candidate, as we say. Then, but ikikuja sasa pale, we now want to have members of parliament, and now we have DCP and hii chama sasa inaitwa PLP. And by the way, hii PLP nimesikia ni kama ilifunguliwa na Moses Kuria. Pia hapo, I also want you to relate for me Moses Kuria na hii chama. What is it about it? We need to clear out that. So, are we now going to say that now DCP watafute their own members of parliament, then hii chama ya huyu jamaa pia watafute their own members of parliament?
Of course, even UDA they can put there. Let the people decide the best guy who can. Hii mambo ya kufensi, hii mambo bwana, tulikuja hapa tukasema when it comes to parliament, it's not a party, it's who is going to do the job. And sasa tuende kupigia vyama kwa sababu is a conman ambaye ametoka chama cha UDA. Now, mpigie kura. No. Somebody can be Jubilee, somebody can be TCP, but if somebody who can perform, somebody you can trust and everything, it doesn't matter what party comes from. Now, hii mambo ya kusema sasa, hii mambo ya Mount Kenya, TCP, rule over, that's where we go wrong. And that's why our democracy is not working the way it's supposed to be. Let us have different people, different parties, different settings, kwa sababu they are the people choose, the will of the people. Not hii mambo ya umapei imetufunza that because of one-sided, ODM, mlichionea. Hakuna barabara huko. Hakuna barabara. But places where you cannot compare places where we have all these things like it's open, bro. It's open primaries to win. Okay, if you can win with the ruling party or you can win with other parties, somebody will come and perform. I'll give you one example. David Ochieng, where he comes from. Can you compare his constituency with the constituency where some constituencies know Homa Bay? That guy, he has his own part, but he won as an individual in ODM zone. Ambayo ilikuwa inaitwa ODM zone, Nana. But because you know why people gave him that? He performed. And our people have moved from hii mambo ya kusema ati so and so amesema tupige kura hivi, so and so amesema ati kwa sababu chama. No, ni kupigia kura the person who can do the job. The way they do it in Kisii and in Nyamira. I'm telling you, you can utaweka chama. No, individual, an individual. So for me, it's performance. That's
Then,
why it's
how do
open.
you prevent UDA scavagism? Because kuna wakati mwingine mnaweza kuwa na machama mingi sana, and then UDA as the main of as the other opposition party wapitia hapo katikati yenu. So how do you neutralize over competition within the same people with the same presidential candidate?
Or Garau told us something, brother. Or Garau, they said our citizens can choose people accordingly. Money cannot buy them. So at this point, even UDA, they have a very good candidate in Nyeri, in the one constituency, ambayo watu wanaamini, take him because you know him. Unaona? Sisi tumekubaliana mambo ya president huko juu. Tumekubaliana Kasonga has to go.
Wow. Roba is becoming very liberal.
Hata niulize hapo before amalize.
Hata Nairobi. Hata Nairobi, weka everybody.
Hapo hata niulize swali.
The best candidate wins.
Hapo hata niulize swali tu kidogo. You don't have to answer. Did the MP win Olkarau or it was DCP that won Olkarau?
It's the MP.
It's not the MP. It's a DCP that won. It is DCP that won that election.
Alex.
Even no, listen. Hold on. Hata Stone PK alituuliza hapa siku moja. Let's go and take the historical account of an individual called ABCD. Gachagua mwenyewe alikuwa ametuambia we will never have the kinds of ABCD. Then I think I had to take a hard hit to go and look at the history of the MP. Who is he? ABCD. And I was kind of shocked. So in the end of the day, we need to be very honest. Did DCP win in Olkarau or it was a track record of a person?
You just answered your own question. There was Chubiri. There was Jamachas. I don't know. Jamal.
Why say that the Olkarau taught us that it's not about the party, it's the individual?
Yes, they voted for an individual.
No, it was a party. They voted for.
Okay. Olkarau, you can make your own conclusion.
It's not my own conclusion. Because we cannot lie about Olkarau. It is DCP that won, not the person.
No, they won. But
if we want to interrogate the person here, to be honest, all of us,
so are you saying,
from a merit point of view, we will agree that he was not qualified.
Okay. Are you saying that the person who is right now the current MP, who's from TCP, is not qualified to be a member of parliament? He had tried before. People knew about him. Yeah? So we can say that. So what I'm saying is, what do Fundisa, they can choose either way. Come on, they choose part, that's fine. But what I know, and others, you know very, very well where we come from. What more specifically, the people, they just go with the person. They go with the person. So, and I'm telling you, uliona hii mambo ya kupeana direct ticket, you mean what we are seeing now some parts of the country, and that's even some part of northeastern.
Robert, in the mountain, even if you are Jesus Christ and you are UDA, you will not be chosen. Watch you won't go up. In the mountain, even if you are Jesus Christ and you come, you are the Son of God, and you come in UDA,
Alex,
they are not going to choose.
What I'm saying is, no. What I'm saying is, Alex,
you are saying the people will choose people.
Exactly.
It is not true. It is not.
Alex,
Stop lying to yourself.
What I'm saying is, there's no zoning. That's what I'm saying. Open it when you want to washinde. That's what I'm saying. What's wrong with that? There's no zoning. Hado mapei you could no zoning. Unana. At the mountains, there's no zoning. Yeah? Sasa kama if you are from whatever UDA, whatever it is, I say let the people choose. That's a problem because to the end, why do you think that the current members, the current the current bunge tuko nayo? Why is it that is incapable? Yeah, why is it that they don't know who they are? They're the worst. They are the most useless parliament ever to be chosen there because of wanakuja na kupitia vyama. If we could have chosen people, open-minded individuals, some of this conman would not be in power right now. Yeah, but because tunaenda atunakuja, hey, anything tuko UDA tunatetea, hakuna mtu even who can question this conman. What are you doing with the security of our country from his own party? And that's why we go wrong. No. So it's good to open it, we balance it, let the best candidate win. That's why we call our channel here democracy. That's democracy. That either somebody independent wins or somebody TCP or Dina Mwananchi kama wako na chama. It doesn't matter. But so you guys are promoting zoning. But me, I'm against zoning. Let the people choose. That's all I wanted to say. But I'm not saying that because of UDA, somebody, if it's UDA good candidate, member of parliament, you trust him, you know him, what MPA, that's fine. Hakuna kitu ataenda kufanya. None. Because there's, but let us choose. People here, we have been saying what was Wazuri. Now we are against what we have been preaching.
You know, I'm getting confused. Let me ask you, at this particular time whereby we have ring-fenced Kasongo as a thief, a murderer, a very bad person, mtu ambaye anakuja na UDA, will you trust his decision-making quotient?
No.
At this particular time, hata kama huyo mtu ni mzuri aje vile tunasema, can you trust
because it's bad never delivered. I will not trust them because they never delivered. No. But that one doesn't mean you cannot allow them. We punish
they
them.
can divide, but how will people go and vote for them? And already
exactly. If somebody was
unajua ile kitu imenichanganya ni vile umesema hata kama ni mtu wa UDA is a good person achaguliwe, nikashindwa mtu wa UDA at this particular time atakuwa mzuri aje?
I'll give you an example. Let's say
hebu niambie mtu wa UDA ambaye anaweza kuwa mzuri saa hii.
UDA the way they are, I have no idea who at this point in the UDA makes sense. All of them. That's why I told you the current parliament, I will not choose nobody. Lakini if there's somebody from outside, a new person ambaye mnajua, you know, anakuja pengine chama ngine memkataa na nini, anakuja UDA kama you know is a person, you can choose him. But that one doesn't mean you cannot punish what they have done. At this point, the end bodies in parliament, personally, I don't see anybody that can vote for in terms of members of parliament. The Senate, there are some people who make sense, but our Kojin is very few people who are might just like who make sense because all of them they're corrupt. None. They are not doing their job. So what I mean at this point, open. There's no zoning. Let people come. Either you are Kikuja Chamangina Nini come. Then from there, you choose. We should give them that opportunity. We choose. Come on the UDA, apana. I'm not going to listen to you kwa sababu you were given power. This is what you did. Unless explain yourself. Come on the DCP. Hey, this is what we want. Come on the Leader Mwananchi. This one. So let us not be like to be a chama kura. That's what we did last time, and we end up having Governor of Nairobi to have this conman who's there. If the right person could have chosen, like people were the person who were qualified, we could not have some of these things. That's what I'm just saying. Let's open it. Let the people choose. Hata hii governor ya Nairobi, weka kila mtu aende huko, kila mtu, the best candidate wins. That's the way I see it, and so that people will not come and blame. Oh, mulituwekea ba compromise candidate. Let us get out of there. Hakuna compromise. Tuende huko. The best candidate wins. Nimeachia hapo. Stone PK, you're Alex. Alex, is your time, bro. Come in. Alex, is your time.
I don't know if I should respond to you because my response will not be very nice. So let me just not even do that because there is more to us than to people who are sijui alipoproven tonight wamelala, sisi tuko tu hapa tunapiga story zetu. Didi Nyoro is Sabina Shege of 2022. The establishment of the Kikuyu politics, the Mount Kenya Foundation, and the rest of the people that are very uncomfortable with Rigathi Gachagua are trying every
I'm not getting Alex. Are you guys hearing Alex?
I think you can hear me.
Oh, now, yeah, you've come back now. Right.
Yeah, so let me start again. Dindi Nyoro is a classical epitome of 2022-21 Sabina Shege that was being promoted by Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta to become the deputy president of who? So is an establishment sponsored or a career politician sponsored candidate that are really uncomfortable with the politics of Rigathi Gachagua. They are trying everything possible to make sure that Rigathi does not do what no Kikuyu kingpin has done before. Paul, I think there's some phone calls coming here disrupting me, including if you look from 1992, we had Matiba, Mwai Kibaki, and wengine tukapata Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta akakuwa na Kibaki, and we have always have a sort of division within that politics. But now Rigathi Gachagua ni kama anataka kuchukua like no any other wave has been in the mountain, and actually it's rattling even the mountain in the east, because even within the politicians themselves, they are very afraid because many careers are going to be put to death. Careers that people never thought, including performed, people who have really performed. So this is just a knee-jerk reaction from people with money to placate and lie that we have alternatives. This is a simple fight for Rigathi Gachagua. Whether it's good or not, that's not for me to judge. But there are people sponsoring this guy and lying to him. Had he come as an independent to seek his seat, maybe watu wake wangemwonea huruma. Maybe. But now that he has come to think that he can be an alternative to Rigathi Gachagua, I think his politics is dead. Hii manene ya kusema he can become a vice president. He can't become even a member of parliament. Take it to the bank. You and I, let's not even go to that argument. The kind of fence-sitting, including the finance bill that he has spoken so much, how he connived and never even voted for it, tells you the kind of person that he is. Even when people were ready kusamea huyu jamaa and spoken so much mpaka tunamsifu hapa. Amekataa kabisa to align himself to the politics of the mountain and help the mountain deal with Kasongo. His aspect is to work like people like Moses Kuria, the Waititos. People want to take advantage at a critical hour when, you know, Kasongo ought to have been dealt with a very long time ago.
We may not like Gachagua. I detested him for a very long time. However, on the political front, he has stood firm without sitting on the fence for such a long time. This boy called Ndindi Nyoro, watu walimwamini in terms of his economic rebattles, but the disappointment came the day he never showed up on the issue of the finance bill voting. Robert, there is nothing you can convince people that it was just a mistake. He knows how this finance bill was going to be helping him, more especially. The guy has an appetite and greed for stocks. Without a doubt, he thinks about money more than his people. People think he loves his people, but he loves money more than his people. Now, the question is not about Ndindi Nyoro. The question is, there's a section of the people in the mountain that even me, if I was a politician, I can see my career dying. Why? Because hata kama Rigathi Gachagua saa ingine anadanganya, anasema ukikuja ukiingia atakupea ticket. Hata huyu mtu wa Murang'a hatapewa ticket na Rigathi Gachagua. Rigathi Gachagua may decide not to give. You know, Rigathi Gachagua shocked me the other day when he actually told Muturi and the rest of the people, lakini kiti ya ugavana niko na watu yangu. And you know, that actually pushes these people to the fence that, look, how many people are going to go out of politics? And I think that has brought like-minded people who want to continue with their politics together. You know, the enemies of your enemies are your friends. So what's happening is a coalition of people who want to save their politics. Now, they are looking for a home. The reality is, you know, and this is where I wanted to talk to Stone PK about the issue of a party. When you look at Ndindi Nyoro, it's not the issue of a party that we are complaining that he's coming through a party. Why should we complain now that he's coming with a party? It has never been that. The issue that we have had with Ndindi Nyoro, all the people of the mountain and the people of the Republic of Kenya, it's beyond the party. His proximity to Kasongo. Now, on several things, he almost was given an opportunity by Kenya to sanitize him, because anyway, we acknowledge he has worked hard. We have acknowledged he's a performer. We have acknowledged he might be a progressive leader. But even when we needed him most, he was sitting on the fence. And the purpose of doing that, okay, go ahead.
Also, what I'm hearing, so maybe I don't know what he has in mind. The party is not, he wants to use that part as a vehicle to do a lot of things. Either he can go and run with it, either to go back as a member of parliament, but there's some other opportunities. So he wanted it. So what he's trying to see, first of all, he wanted to spread himself from this element. You know, he wanted to build his own thing. And I agree with you. What this guy has done, there are some things which I could have advised him to do something else. But also, put on his mind, he thinks he has the money, he can build something of himself, even if it means like he can use that part for his own vehicle to achieve something, one or two people, at least he can start from somewhere. So, but also look at the big picture. What about if he joins Linda Mwananchi with that party, which he looks most like he's going to, that's why he's going with? Then is Linda Mwananchi going to be on the part of Nyoro? So there's some things which is lingering there. So that's something. Or is this one also Does Nyoro know anything about this one here? We will know as this comes, sir. We will know what does he has in mind. But
Si
at least,
ungewacha nimalize kwanza, honestly.
okay,
Ungewacha tu
yeah, go ahead.
nimalize.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Uh,
ungewacha tu nimalize. So, I think even if he had pure intentions that, look, Gachagua is not going to give me, Gachagua may not give me a nomination to contest my seat, and the people actually know that they may not get along, I guess, in the 48 laws of power, the person that writes the 48 laws of power also supplements a book that is called The Art of Seduction, which actually is better than the 48 laws of power. Okay? And I wish if I was him to have stayed steady and realize that when it gets hot, in that book it says, when it gets hot, before it melts, you have an opportunity to decide. Are you going to be gaseous? Are you going to be solid? Or are you going to be liquid? The problem that he has done, he has taken a decision that does not sit well currently with the ground. And that is what I wanted now to do what? Deal with. During the campaigns in Olkarau, the fringe parties that actually the person Ruto was using as an alternative to embarrass and embarrass DCP, because all they've been saying is DCP is not a party, DCP ABCD. You could see people say, what, does it even have one member of parliament? Has it been tested? They voted DCP because, first of all, they wanted to make a voice that we have our party and this is our vehicle. Okay, whether it was the right thing or the wrong thing, that is up to them. But Kasongo is fighting back using proxies. Now, whether directly or not, who does it benefit? That party? Even if we were to take all the other factors out, if that party comes and become predominant, and it will never, who does it benefit? Does it benefit the mountain? Does it benefit the people, or does it benefit Ruto's re-election? The answer is it benefits Ruto's re-election more than taking Ruto out. And that's my point of view. And it is sad that he has made that decision. But that is his decision. But I think how Ruto handled the whole issue and how he has been handling the whole issue of the people that stood very firm with him against all odds in 2022, by even taking all of them out of the committees and actually refusing to budge, did not sit well with, me and you never voted for Ruto. The pain, the labor pains people have been having, these are the ones we have been having over the years. Now they are the ones who are having them. The pains that we have been having over the years that people never had, they're having for the first time, is you will not tell them about Ndindi Nyoro. For the first time, there are people in the mountain who have experienced what me and you have experienced since 2007. You need to know that. It is a new experience to them. That anything that you call Ndindi Nyoro, who is sitting on the fence, is not going to sit very well with them. And it reminds them of Moses Kuria, reminds them of such kind of characters. And unfortunately, now you bring even a more worse situation, afadhali useme anaenda kukimbia nayo na OMP. Now, when you make it as if that he's building himself as a presidential candidate, you make it even worse for him. If you don't know, you make it very worse for him. So, for me, I think the mountain has to stand with Gachagua. Not because we love Gachagua, because of this stone picker. Now, this is your answer. The reason why we are responding without clarity, and sometimes it doesn't make sense to you, is this. Why do we embrace this and sometimes we refuse this? Kasongo, in his politics, which is not a politics of ideology, of philosophy, or of principle, anatukoroga mpaka if we are not careful, we might embrace a principle, kumbe it is duped to be our downfall. And therefore, we are sitting pretty guarding ourselves. Even what seemed to be working politically from our side, and we know it should be the standard of politics, we must suspiciously interrogate it. Because the person that we are campaigning against is so conniving that he has changed the rules, and he keeps on changing the rules in the middle of the game, that we also have to change the rules every time we deal with him. It's not that we are not principled. It is because principle has been compromised. We can't stand here to say we are principle when the principle as a principle is no longer principle in itself. We can't be fools to run on principle. Look at in this country, when Trump decided not to abide with anything that we ever thought about American politics. And the journalists were joking with it. They thought at some point, including Marco Rubio, including the senator of Texas, everybody thought that Trump is just going to be a fading mist. And he defied every principle of debate, every principle of campaign, every principle of politics. And people like Hillary Clinton stuck by it. And what we learned from it, you must treat politics on your main challenger's point of view, not on principle. And now Ruto has become one of the most unreliable debaters or political opponent or so on and so forth. So what you do, you must change the game in the middle. You must change the rules every time. You cannot sit on the fence and wait and say, why did you say this last time? Why are you saying this time? No, we must go with the flow to win at every opportunity, at anything that we can do. Anything that we can do, including going to anarchy. Because what you saw in Omaha Bay, as Matiang'i said, are the last stages of us actually embracing an anarchy. People having pangas, rungus, going to, you see all these kind. Then how can you be civil in this kind of politics? You can't. What is the DCI doing? It's doing nothing. What is the police doing? Joining them. So should we sit on the fence and saying, because last time we said we are going to be peace abiding, so we will just sit there and allow it. We will use panya routes. So our opponent has made this difficult stone PK for us to be principled the way you want us to say. Principle can only be principle if it is a common denominator. And from the start to the end, we will keep on monkey branching. If you know what monkey branching is, dating another woman before you finish this relationship, so that if that one works better, you are still in love here, so that you don't get a period of what? Heartbreak. We will monkey branch politically until we get to power. Not on principle. We will cheat on a political platform. Why? Because we are dealing with an opponent who is a serial cheater at every angle. Look at Kindiki. He doesn't even know if he's a deputy or not. Look at Gladys Wanga committing. Look at nothing works. TCI doesn't work. Parliament doesn't work. High Court doesn't work. IBC doesn't work. So you expect us to hold on to principles, don't PK, and the rule of the law? We will monkey branch stone PK. That is the only alternative we have. Thank you.
So, can I ask a question, Alex, if you don't mind?
Yes, Roba, go ahead. Ask.
Alex, I hear what you are saying. I hear what you are talking about. The guy we are dealing with is a conman. I agree with you. But for me, I don't see it this way of saying, oh, that you are ile wakati imepitwa bwana. Mimi mnaogopa huyu panya ambaye amefikishwa mwisho wake. Yeye ameenda mwisho. He thinks, this guy he had a plan, but the plan has everything has kind of everything has backfired. Let's be sincere on this. And if you see it properly, when you look at politics in 2027, at this point when we are here away from the elections, you can see where this thing is going. I'm telling you, when we keep on saying, oh, we are dealing with this guy, yes, understandable. But naye amefikia mwisho. He is a freaking human being who was thinking that he can maneuver Kenyans, but he has just come to find out that he's being overrun right now. He's being overrun. And what they did in Homa Bay was one way that people are running away from them. This is what I want to tell you, Alex. If you see people running away from the current government, people are running away from him, people have realized hii hapa hakuna kitu. I don't know. I don't know what you are thinking. Maybe you think that Nyoro has been sent by Kasongo to come, maybe to come and interrupt the opposition. It came clearly. He has been engaging the opposition. He has also said, I've joined the opposition. And that's what he has joined. So he has joined. But that one doesn't mean he's going to be the spokesman. Still Gachagua is the spokesman of the opposition as far as I'm me. Because he's the only one who can tell me what's going on. Otherwise, if I was running in Karonso, by the time you work in the morning, utapata Kasongo ameshinda kura. If Karonso was, thank to Gachagua. Gachagua, thank you. Thank you. We want to thank you, Gachagua, Nyoro. Otherwise, he has teared down.
The biggest problem Congo has, how do I divide the mountain? That is his biggest problem. He got through Kindiki, he would. He has used every possible, including 11 billion for Olkarau. It has failed. He will continue using every necessary means, and we have to be alert. Roba, take it to the bank.
Thank you. Thank you. But this one here, this one with the Nyoro is coming by himself. This guy, he started mobbing him he's the one who was at the Helland, Mafuta and Fitungine. And in fact, Alex, you just said it properly here. He was the one the front line and he was shining until the moment when he was supposed to go and for that bill, which he said he was not in the country. Okay, we get it.
How do you go out of the country when you know this was your time to shine, my friend? How do you sleep at the bridge of crossing the Red Sea?
So okay, Alex. So if you could afford this finance bill,
remember, Robert, the question was, are you sick? No. But the reason you went out of the country vis-a-vis staying to shoot down that finance bill, which actually passed, because some people decided to stay out. Do you know how that finance bill passed? Do you know how we were laughed at? What was the purpose of him talking all that time along? Do you know how easily and how shamefully that finance bill... Njiru, put that clip in parliament and we see how that finance bill passed. Because we forget that. We are not talking on principle. We are not talking on topical issues on why we must not allow that person to be even an MP. Look at that voting pattern that day on how Wetangula behaved himself in that parliament. Put that clip and see
Then
why.
Alex, go ahead, ambia Orengo atoke huko, ambia watu walikuwa kwa hebu kutana watoke huko kwa sababu huyu he voted for that one. That's if you want to say that, just say that. At this point,
Orengo voted for the finance bill.
no, you are saying Didi Nyoro because it seems like you have a problem with him. What I'm
Yeah,
saying,
personally, I have a problem with Dini Nyoro personally. That one I will not lie to you. Because I believed him. We followed him during the finance bill. He said why
thank you.
that
I
finance
said
bill
that one,
was
Alex,
so
I'm
bad.
with you. Thank you. Even me on the finance bill, he read a lot of people down. But his economic message is what we have been saying here.
You cannot have an economic message that you're supposed to shoot down. Then you can even run away, my friend.
1 vote would make a difference?
Oh, yes.
Alex, now, sorry to say this. You see, where Oba is with the Dindi Nyoro is where Nyiro is with the Gachagua, and probably yourself. So, if, with all these facts, you claiming to be, as Dindi Nyoro, an economist, discussing economical issues, economic disasters, but you turn away from an economic bill. Surely, you goof, you get an F. Can we allow Alex, because he's been here and Jiro is not for that? If you don't mind, we can listen.
I mind. You say if I don't mind, but I mind.
You mind having him? Okay, then talk and then he comes. if you mind, continue talking. Eric
No, I mind. You said if you don't mind. I just said I mind. So are you feeling bad and you gave me an option?
X for the is using X for the dictionary. Is using X for
Okay. Okay, let me just do what you wanted me to do, my friend. For the sake of our friendship and Omoko. Omoko, let me not make you tonight not eat my sister's food.
No, I can never stop eating because of another man. Even her brother has not done me from anything.
Stone BK Mokoyo on it.
Eric, do you want to contribute? I don't know whether you do.
Oh, yes. Okay, maybe about Didi Nyoro, it's a good thing, but the people of most of the mountain, I think, they had predicted this thing, and it had some negative, I would say some negative, which word? I don't know if I use negative connotation, because many people had predicted that he has a party, and I think he can win with that party with a lesser vote than the one he got, because from 2013, if you check in Kiharo, all the MP have been getting more than 60,000 votes. So I think he's going to win with a 50-something vote, and maybe 2-3 MCA. But I think it's a bad political strategy, if you ask me. And I think Kangata know how to make some good moves compared to Didi Nyoro. I saw Orengo said something about the politician, I think talks about it's easier for them to talk about the problem, but it's hard for them to talk about how to fix. But I think I would also add and say it's even much harder to do it. Didi Nyoro, during the finance bill, the way he did, he talked how to fix, but he didn't do it. So personally, I think I don't see like his future being that bright. I don't see. It's not that luminous. I think he could have done some certain moves that all the timing. I would say the timing was a problem. If he could have maybe like started this party before Gachagua started the DCP, I think that could have been like better than starting it now. For now, I think he's going to win with 50-something thousand votes. But you see, before he won with over 60. If you look even Kangata in 2013, he won with over 60,000 votes. So I think at the end, personally, I think it wasn't the right thing for him to have that party. For me.
Thank you, Eric. Eric, that is a good input. Sometimes you can tell very leveled analysis. Yeah, maybe I would also comment, but let's have Dikim so that we have there. Dikim, you want to come in?
Thank you, PK, for the opportunity. I think I've been following very keenly on the proceedings, and I've also been observing the politics of our country. When you look at them, they're extremely tribal. And when you say tribal, it's when you look at what is happening, you can see for parties like Jubilee, because of, let's say, because of Matiangi, right now, Kisii, you cannot vie with any other party. Jubilee is the party to beat in Kisii because they are following their leader there. When you come to the mountain, same thing with let's say DCP, and now with the Nyoro coming in, I'm gonna say like Eric, I think he just made a tactical mistake. Because you know, Kenya is a big country, and sometimes when you try to think that you know everything, it will come back and haunt you. He's a very good guy. He came here, we hosted him, we love him. I love his presentation, everything looks okay. But you know, you can't just win like that. Just because you are smart and you can present does not mean that you have any votes. Most of you guys here, we used to follow Baba keenly. You are almost like, you know, we followed him very well and believed in him and everything. But also the politics on the ground has shown us you really have to listen to what the people on the ground are saying. We had a lot of hope with Nyoro, but unfortunately, he's going against the tide. He's going against the wave. And he made some very bad mistakes, a few, you know, in where he was needed, he was missing. When you are waiting for him to put the vote not to impeach Gachagua, he was missing. Even though he was his best friend and he was, you know, in many occurrences, he was hiding him when Gachagua was being looked for by the Jubilee government back in the day. Finance bill. I think he voted for the finance bill, actually, 2024. This finance bill that was there, he was missing in action. Like he's the guy that fought to the nail. Like he was really fighting, and we all had hopes that he would finally go there and put the last nail on that coffin. The guy was missing, and that is where he lost his footing. And for all good reasons, with all the things that he has been doing, I think it's going to be a very, very uphill battle for him, even to win that seat in Kiharu. Not that because he's a bad guy, it is because he's not listening to what the people on the ground are saying. And people don't like following losers. Like when they perceive that you're not going to win, they will not vote for you. We had people like, back in the day, people like Raphael Tuju, we had Peter Kenneth. We had very good guys in the past. They thought they were very smart, and today they are nowhere to be seen. And unfortunately, our guy, as good as he is, if he doesn't wake up very quickly, this is going to be another wasted opportunity. Not because he's a bad guy, not because he doesn't have the the capacity and everything else. And I believe he can, even become the president. But it's very unfortunate that this time round he has failed the test again. And I don't know what he's going to do. He launched the party at a big hotel in Nairobi. If I were him, I would have done it maybe in Kiharo with his residents there, because we are extremely tribal. He needs to go back to his base. For most of us who are,
Kim, let me ask you a question.
Goja kidogo, you had your time. For most of us who, hapana, acha nimalize point yangu. For those of the people who are out there, overseas and everywhere else, we look at the politics of our country different, but the people on the ground look at them differently. And that is why you see, back in the day when URP and, and TNA and everything came with Jubilee, everybody followed. UDA, everybody followed. And today we have Linda Mwananchi, everybody is following from that side, and DCP, everybody is following. It's not gonna, where we are heading, we are not going to change that quickly. And with Gachagua on the line, he's really fought it, and I can see a head-on collusion on the way, because I don't see even Gachagua and the DCP people allowing Didi Nyoro even to take footing. And I'm seeing a very tough battle ahead. So I'm just thinking Didi Nyoro had a chance to, to grow and to prove his point, only that now he has decided to start cutting the Mugumo tree with a razor. Go ahead, Roba. I'm done. Thank you.
Kim, let me ask you one question before Roba comes in. So in a by-election in Olkarao, who do you think, if let's assume there was this PPK, who do you think would have been like with the
winner?
Like no. I mean, like, Didi Nyoro could have given let me use the banner of like PPK to use this party to run. If you observed him.
I think what I'm seeing, let's take a base of Jubilee. Jubilee had, I think, 180 votes. That seat was previously, the Jubilee had that seat previously. So you'd have thought they would have gone with Jubilee by default, but they chose not to go with Jubilee. So
sorry,
if this,
I didn't understand my question.
I'm saying if Didi Nyoro came with this party, he probably would have gotten maybe 80 votes, or maybe 50.
Who could he have given to run, like the candidate for by-election, Karao? Who do you think he could have given?
That one I'm not very sure with the guys that he would have gone with, because right now, but what I know is that he would have performed very dismally.
Yeah, he could have given Waiganjo. You know Waiganjo?
Oh, maybe Waiganjo, yes. And maybe Waiganjo would have gotten maybe another 100, because we have already known what these guys are. Unfortunately, with all due respect, I hosted him here, Didi Nyoro, but unfortunately, I think, with all due respect, people see him as another wheelbarrow. And I kid you not, it's going to be very bad and very rough for him. People from outside the mountain might see him as a hero, but I think it's going to be terrible.
On top. I want to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Question is, when you say that he cannot win even a parliamentary seat if he uses the party he runs today, that's not a true statement. He will win. He will win.
Yeah.
He will win.
I said he might not. I did not say he will lose. I said he might not win. That's what I said.
You say that.
For me, I think he's going to win.
Exactly.
But the kind of win is going to win.
Is a win regardless of what.
No,
let us not discredit somebody.
Hold on. I'm the one who said that. And this is why I said it. If he's going to go Horden coalition and start fighting Gachagua, he will not win. Let's agree on that. He has to be so conniving in a way that he doesn't show that he's going against Gachagua. And it's going to be difficult for him to be docile while campaigning. And the campaign machinery that Gachagua has. Gachagua will not allow that seat just to go to Ndindi Nyoro like that, because he's a rising star. In politics, you don't allow a rising star to rise beyond when you know is a future problem. Don't we agree like that? So do you think Gachagua is going to sit there pretty and allow him just to mushroom like that? It is
Can I say
going
something?
also to be a fight of his
He's,
life. And he needs
he,
to have a strategy.
Alex,
I have no doubt he's going to win. But
Alex,
before he won with 68,000, 63,000 in 2017. In 2022, he won with 68,000. In 2027, he's going to win, but with 40s or 50,000.
Can I say something as well?
Alex, before you say something. So, also to make it something we don't know, unknown. How do you know it's not being sponsored by God Baby can use his patron as a governor? How do you know? You don't know, maybe.
But there are references that Alex is putting. There are indicators. You look the past, the trend.
No, what I'm saying is, it's just like it's sometimes here. That's not together, but there are some things, guys. There are some things here we don't know. A lot of things here. A lot of things, but the guys
we know a lot of things about Gachagua. What Gachagua and his machinery. We know that already.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, how do you know it's not being sponsored by Gachagua himself? How do you know?
That we don't know.
Are you not listening to Alex? How do you support a rising star that will dim your light?
Yeah, so
what are you getting?
Okay. Gachagua saying he's mentoring some young people from the mountain. I'm telling you from what I know.
Nyoro was not one of them.
You guys, the problem is you guys have come here. Whenever I say something, night, and you know what? Sometimes
it's because you are saying something that doesn't make sense.
No, what can make a point? No. What can make a point, please? Utakuja Roba. Let me put a point. Maybe I'm the tiebreaker here. Let me explain something about how Kiharu seat is going to turn to be. Be assured that now that Nyoro has said he is a member of that P something, hiyo chama yake hata sijapata jina. So DCP,
can you get the name? You are moderator. It is People's Party of Kenya. Sindio, Alex?
Ndio, it's a Moses Kuria's party.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is Moses Kuria's party.
Okay. Hiyo tulipata. So let me explain something here. DCP will have a candidate in Kiharu by default. The fact that because he is in another party. So what does that one introduce? That one introduces a growing campaign at that time. And because DCP will have somebody, what Budi is saying will not work like where he will pass through the midline. The fact that there will be a competitor within the DCP, he will be forced to be in a tug of war, because you have to come out victorious, and the only way to win is you have to do the battle.
You just say he will attack Gachagua.
Yeah, of course he will have to. That's how he will be able to get out of it.
That's it, because Robert doesn't see what we are seeing. He will have to attack Gachagua.
And once he attacks Gachagua,
the problem is, if I see what you are saying, will be wrong. Even though there are some things here. What I'm telling you guys, what I'm saying, you are not getting my point.
Okay.
Do you know who's sponsoring him, where he is?
Yeah, some of us know, and I'm sure Alex knows, because Alex has a lot of.
And all of you are wrong.
We know. Oh, we will tell you, Robert.
Yeah, you are wrong.
We will tell you who is the sponsor of this guy. When I get my chance, I'll give you the picture. Jiro, sorry.
Okay. So ndio nataka sasa kuelezea ile kitu iko. Just as one person here said, Nyoro has made a strategic mistake. Let me tell you the history of Mlima Kenya, and I want Stony Pike ukikuja kuongea, you give us that history of Mlima Kenya. For the rising star, kama vile Budi amesema, when you are a rising star, when you are somebody who thinks you can become a president, Mlima Kenya, you have always to be on the side of the majority throughout the history. There is no one who has been on the side of minority and because unajua Mlima Kenya inajua kukanyanga sana. I'm sorry to say this. Mlima Kenya wanakukanyanga wanakumaliza as long as you are not on the side of the majority. So Ndindi Nyoro has just put himself on the path of extermination. Na ni kumalizwa atamalizwa, by the way. It is unfortunate to say this, but atamalizwa because he doesn't have clarity in Mlima Kenya, and Mlima Kenya not having clarity is a big thing, because you are portrayed as a person, you are portrayed as a person who will betray people, and people are not able to get, because like if I ask a question, why is Ndindi Nyoro, even though unajua nasikia tu like many people here wakisema ati Ndindi Nyoro he said ameongea na kina Gachagua na watu wengine, he can speak with them because maybe akina Gachagua they don't, but I have said something here. Umeona jana Gachagua amekubali Kagombe hata kwa kanisa, when that guy was like alikuwa anafanya kama anainamililia, lakini kuenda pale kwa watu, sijui kama Mbudi uliona, kuenda pale kwa watu walikataa, even with Gachagua accepting that guy to be with him, but pale ikabidi mpaka Gachagua aseme hapa tunatafuta mbunge. Sijui kama Mbudi ulisikia Gachagua akisema hivyo.
Alirejectiwa vibaya sana.
He was rejected until Gachagua had to make a very serious U-turn, because Gachagua aliona sasa hapa anacheza na maji moto, inaweza mchoma. So and this is what Ndindi Nyoro is not understanding. You cannot joke with a hot shower when you are naked. Hiyo maji itakuchoma vibaya sana. So what I mean here is that I'm not saying that Ndindi Nyoro needed to have joined DCP. That's not what I'm saying. Nimesema hapa Stony PK, when people are doubting you, and mark my words, if it was another person, you can make your party, especially kama wewe ni mtu ambaye people know like kwa nini watu wadauntingi Madhakarwa, na Madhakarwa tu anaanzishanga mapate ene yawe. Stony PK, you know that Madhakarwa tu anaenda anaanzisha party, anawachana na yeye anakuja na ingine, but people have allowed Madhakarwa to be who she is. But we have a problem of Ndindi Nyoro because of his former associations, which actually up to now, even if he has been attacking Ruto, Ndindi Nyoro has not defined, and it is a factor, Bwana Mbudi now. Ndindi Nyoro has not defined kama ameachana na Ruto economically. I'm not talking of a rhetorically wanaweza kuwa ameachana, but they have been investors together. He has not explained that. Ndindi Nyoro, one time Ruto said he is mentoring Ndindi Nyoro. Ndindi Nyoro has not recanted if that mentorship is going on or not. Unless Budu kuna kitu ilinipita somewhere. As far as I'm concerned, Ndindi Nyoro is still being mentored by Ruto. Because Ndindi Nyoro hajaitokezea hadharani kunielezea ya kwamba Ruto stopped the mentorship of him. Another time, Shalini Ruto was even crying, akisema she is feeling so lonely because at Ndindi Nyoro used to visit them. Ama Ndindi Nyoro has been one of the person ambaye amekuwa akimuongelesha na siku hizi ni kama amuongeleshi. I don't know, there is something which Shalini Ruto was saying. What I'm trying to say is this. Right now, Mlima Kenya hautaki confusion. Na watu wataki kufikia. Unajua kuna vitu, unajua Ndindi Nyoro is an extreme thinker. Ni watu wanafikiria sana at a time of danger. So Ndindi Nyoro anataka watu waanzie overthink. Sijui nini, we can choose between these parties and these parties and these parties. The problem is this. Ndindi Nyoro, hii chama yake, hata nimesikia hata ni ya Moses Kuria, by the way. Many people have dug out that information. He is still not explaining to us why could he not then start a new party fresh, chama ambayo si ya mtu. No, and moreover, wacha kusema ati politicians are not enemies. Right now politicians are enemies. Ile mambo wametuletea hapa, wametuletea mambo mbaya sana. History, and that's why we are destroying politics, where we say politics is not an enemy. According to me, when you are dealing with somebody like Kasongo, politics are, okay, if we are saying politics is not an enemy, enda basi pale useme huyu Kasongo tunapigana na yeye ni rafiki yetu, hata hatuna shida na yeye. You tell me how people will react if we are saying politics is not an enemy. You have to distance yourself kabisa na huyo Kasongo. So this idea where we are saying that it is, kwa nini saa hii uwezi enda pahali useme nimetumwa salamu na Kasongo? Kwa nini saa hii hata why can't you go somewhere right now na useme by the way nimetumwa salamu na Kasongo? So what I'm trying to say here is that I can tell you definitively here, naona animurada tu unaandika hapa, but I can tell you Ndindi Nyoro is a former MP right now. Ndindi Nyoro cannot win. He has set himself on a war he cannot win. It is so unfortunate. I thought he is a very clever man, but we have seen performers in Mount Kenya and they make these stupid strategic mistakes. There was Peter Kenneth, and you know, there was Peter Kenneth who and the extreme ego. Bwana Budi, unajua ego ya Peter Kenneth, where like tunaweza make
that was my classmate, usimuingilie sana bwana, wewe wacha.
Nimewacha hata sisemi tena. So Ndindi Nyoro not Ndindi Nyoro, this MP of Katanga rated highly. Hata Ndindi Nyoro hawezi fika level ya Peter Kenneth bwana on rating. Ni vile mnasahau Peter Kenneth was a performer at all. Peter Kenneth was a performer at all. He was rated highly. He was even done an assistant minister of planning during Kenyatta time, a rising star, hadi akaanzia kuona sasa atakuwa president. Again, strategic mistake. Yeye sasa anzisha chama yake, sijui ilikuwa inaitwa something K something, ndiye huyo is in the pit of oblivion. And sasa Peter Kenneth imekuwa tu anatokezeanga 3 months to election. Anatokezeanga imefika Peter Kenneth alisha hivyo. Let me tell you, Ndindi Nyoro should learn something from Peter Kenneth. He is not as special as Peter Kenneth. Na sifikiri ati Peter Kenneth anakataliwa juu Peter Kenneth ni mzungu mkikuyu. Asifikirie ni hivyo. The same people who used to choose to elect him as an MP, they are the same people who rejected him overwhelmingly.
We have the examples of Orengos, of Anyang' Nyong in 2002 who decided to go to Social Democratic Party. They went to oblivion. They came back resuscitation when the ground accepted them on the condition of the ground. Not that they were bad people. By all means, Anyang' Nyong has never been a bad legislator. You know that. Take it to the bank. Na hakuna haja ya kupembeleza mtu 15 minutes kumwambia why Ndindi Nyoro will lose his seat. If they want to believe it, why they believe it? Why were you taking 15 minutes to convince somebody that the ground will not allow that? Honestly, history has shown us you can be as good as whatever, but the ground at some point will not allow you. We have seen it everywhere. From Western, we have seen it. Even this guy who used to be the shadow minister for finance, kutoka kule Northeastern, he was as good as any other, one of the most effective members of parliament at that particular time. What happened to him? Oblivion for a while. Why? Because there are times politics of the moment dictates. Now, I want Eric to be very honest and ambie nani. Did the current member of parliament win the election or DCP won? Stop face walking here. DCP won, not the member of parliament. It was do and die. UDA gone, DCP on. That was the election.
Actually,
it was not about individuals.
Budi, I agree with you. It was DCP because DCP hata wangeweka mtu mwingine hapo ndiye angeshida. So it was not the quality of the candidate. It was a cruel test of DCP wanting to embed itself and pronounce itself national.
Actually, it's Stone PK who questioned the quality of the candidature. And I went to look for it and I laughed. Because Stone PK questioned it and I was like, why is stop? And that is when I believed DCP won. And if we are not careful, this issue that we are doing without being honest, I'm being Ndindi Nyoro the truth. Irungu Kangata tried for 1 week. He almost went to oblivion. The good thing is that almost does not count. In 2 weeks, he was where? Wamunyoro. He sits pretty well, but not 100%. We don't know Kama. Wamunyoro still is going to do the thing he said he's going to do in Meru and Embu. We don't even know.
Aya, ni sawa. Maybe Stone PK kama unataka kureact sasa to what we are saying. And I think we should also refer to the history as well. You know, Ndindi Nyoro hawezi kuwa ati amekuwa mwerevu kuliko history. I want somebody,
Nilikuwa nakuuliza kama this the key. Unaona venye the way Baba used to be dominant in all ODM regions. If Baba pointed at you, you became. Sindio? Whatever seat alisema, you became. You won automatic.
Yeah.
So right now in Mlima, we've never had anything like that. The only person who almost had that opportunity was Uhuru, but Uhuru is very, ako too mellow. He's very mellow. Lakini Gachagua, his eyes are on the ball. And the reason why he said even in Meru and wherever he's going to have a candidate, because he wants to stamp his authority in the whole region. To a point whereby kuna siku itafika, atakuwa sasa akicommand the whole region. Right now, he doesn't have it quite yet. He did that in Olkarau. And right now, I think most of the people, some of the parties, watu hawaongei sai. So, but he has to do it even harder going forward. So, Gachagua, the way he wants it to be is that he's going to be the party to reckon with in the, going forward. But the way watu wengi wanasema hapa, nilikuwa nasikia watu wakisema let's go for the candidate. Wacha nikwambie, without good leadership at the top, hata ukuwe ni candidate gani. See, we had a lot of independent people. Today they are useless. Our politics are very dirty right now. Right now we only have Kasongo commanding everywhere and everybody else is misbehaving. You remember when when Uhuru was the president and the DP was President Ruto. Remember when there were bomb blasts all over the place? There were, like the vehicles were never safe. Nowhere was malls were not safe. They introduced a very heavy mechanism of checking people when they were getting inside of the vehicles. When you are getting inside of the public places, there was a mechanism to deter that. And somehow we have been safe for a very long time. Right now we have the goons. Homabay was like a battle zone. And the whole government, the president, everybody is almost like very happy about it. I mean, nobody cares. Nobody gives a damn. That is the kind of a country you can have when you have leadership that lacks. Especially the presidency, because that is an express, is a threat to the economy of our country, to the very survival of our own people. You can imagine if we can continue like this for the next another 5 years, man, we are all going to be finished. And that is why we need to do whatever we can to change the leadership at the top and to make sure that once we have changed that and set up good mechanism, now our country can begin the process of recovering from all the wastefulness that we've had it in the past. Lakini ukipata will dealers at the top, forget it. Kila mtu akikuja, everybody just want to get their own money and take them to Dubai and whatever. So I'm thinking, hata kama, even if we want to choose the people, we would like to do that because that is the right thing to do. But we are not there yet. And that is why we are saying even Nyoro is not a bad guy. Only that his time has not come. Now he has also made a lot of bad mistakes going forward. Because the way forward, kama saizi, everybody likes Martha Karua. But between majority of the people, even though we like her, we already know her becoming the presidency probably is something that will not even happen. Because of she's a good person and everything else, but her time, maybe was the last time when he was with Baba. But we have to change the leadership. We have to change the leadership at the top so that we can implement all these good ideas you guys have. But venye Kenya imekaa sahi, lazima kwanza tuinyakue Traore style so that now we can guide it to the right place. But the status quo, it's taking us to the ditch over and over again. I don't know if Gachagua will take us there. I'm not sure. But I'm hoping that everybody comes together, we can get a leader who will allow democracy to take place. So that things that have been seen in Homabay and in many other places in the country shall never be seen, ever again. kushika mawe unarushia gari, that is so primitive. You know, even watu wa Stone Age never used to do that, and we are doing it in the modern 2026 in Kenya. Unbelievable, you know, and it's business as usual, and nobody is concerned. The police is not concerned. The PS in charge or the ministers in charge, the president, nobody is concerned about it, because that's how they want things to be done. They want to subdue people to power, and those days are gone. This is democracy, you know. So we have to do whatever we have to do to get proper leadership in the country, so that now we can have Peter PK and everybody else guiding this ship towards success, the country that we have all been looking for. Lakini saa hii serikali yetu iko na hata sijui kama ni nani wako nayo saa hizi. They are driving us all crazy. Haya, I give it up. PK.
Let me say something. I think we are overrating in Nyoro at a time that obviously, you know, our politics is not something that is predictable. Every day, the person who ends up responding on some of these critical issues that obviously we would have been in a very, you know, precarious position had Gachagua not been in this vacuum that he feels. And people forget that Ruto is going to confuse us more and more come 2027. And he will give Gachagua the opportunity to shine more and more. Didi Nyoro will only shine for a day. 2 days from now, we'll not be talking about him. Gachagua has put himself in a position whereby he will tackle the national issues, he will tackle the Mlima issues no matter what, and he has perfected that art, and he has won the trust of the people. We cannot argue about that. If I was in the position to actually give the mountain direction, from the very beginning, I asked them, are you ready for this? Because I understood he's abrasive, and he also has dictatorial tendencies, especially to push for his own ideas and agenda. And we did talk about that here and ask, in as much as politics can be national, at some point, these are human beings. They have also personal interest. And when it comes to the personal interest of any leadership, you are not just going to say Ndindi Nyoro is a good person, he's going to take over Kiaru, and you leave it like that. You must fight those people who will seem to be finishing this in a subtle way. And one of those people that, if given an opportunity, that can put this in a matter of days, can be Ndindi Nyoro. So, and that is why the fierce battle for it's going to be finished before it starts. Gachagua is a politician, and he understands how to be proactive without sitting on the fence. Na unamaliza hawa watu. Angalia sahi in the East Mountain. Alimaliza Munya, alimaliza everybody. By the time watu kama Muturi are coming up, they were dead before they realized they were dead. Now, when they come for these press conferences, Gachagua just laughed. That's all I can say.
Can I say something? So here's a problem. So you guys, Alex, I disagree with you, man. I think you need to. This guy, he came forward asking questions. Why was Gachagua hit out? Why was the other people hit out? This guy is just like, first of all, he has not come to tell you he's going to put people to fight. I'm telling you, from me, my own opinion. He started this thing because he wants to be part of the conversation when it comes maybe in the national level politics. He's not coming here to fight Gachagua, to fight what. He came there. First of all, he was addressing Gachagua and he was asking questions on behalf. Yeah, and even told us he has talked to him. So Aris, I can put you, you know, you are just like, oh, they are fighting one another. No. These guys, they know what they are doing. No. So that does not like take it personal, like Gachagua is going to crush him. Crush him for what? He has not said what he's going to do. He has not said he's going to put the people there. He has not said there. I'm telling you, this is something which, from what I'm hearing, it's by just like it's a being creative so that it can be a part of the conversation, maybe on a national ticket. It's not nothing else. That he's going to fight for other things here, down here, like whatever, competing with members of parliament or what. Did you see? Is the secretary of the party? It doesn't have a secretary. Who's the? I mean, he called himself. He was the only one to even have the caras of the party. No, this is all. This sort of makeups of somebody to have a conversation somewhere, being advised to this and that, so that maybe you might get this kind of seat. That's not like they are fighting.
And that's venye tu umesema. That's why we can tell he has no idea what he is doing. Kama hana secretary, hana nini, and that's why we have to finish him before he destroys our colony. Unajua lazima aisha kwanza, arudi huko nyuma, akipata adabu sasa ndio akuje sasa tutamkubali.
Yeah, so you are Mekuja. You want to be part of the conversation going forward, maybe. So the one thing I think he has told us, maybe he's not want to have any county or any kind of politics. So he wants to be a national level. Urana. The only thing is we have to keep an eye on what comes from his mouth. He sees somebody been supposed to come and advise the opposition. Maybe he has been, that's something also I cannot tell you, I cannot come here and say, oh, we know, no. But he has come, he has said, he has joined the opposition, take. He has come and said, and defending the Gati, defending the Ntuli, defending what? Take. He has come here criticizing, hating Kasongo, take. Now, that's what we want to hear. Anything beyond that, is, to tell the truth, between now and the next one, I'm telling you, guys, I'm telling you, this guy has a very good chance of becoming a running mate. Let me finish there.
Jiro, are you still moderating? I need to say something. Jiro.
Hata Jero akilala pekee endelea.
Okay, thanks, Dikim. Dikim, I'll begin with what umeinject hapa. Dikum umesema that when you see danger, you better deal with it at the earliest point. And I keep on saying, I think sometimes we need to think a little bit deeper. And as I said, Kenyans, politically, we are lazy. It's not me saying, it's been said everywhere, even by professors in Kenya, that we are lazy in terms of politics. Economically, we try to work hard, but when it comes to into politics, politically, we get lazy, such that, for example, of showing how lazy we are, Son PK starts a party. This party, we do not even sit to think and structure it, and why we are starting it, what we need to achieve. We don't think about that. Tunaregister, tunaanza kusema you go launching a party. Why? Because when you are beginning, you need to have objectives. For example, unless you tell me Ndidi Nyoro's objective is 2032, Robert, I will agree with you. Nangoje nimalize respond. If anybody comes in and tell me that we have 3 stages of political rising, there is where you create awareness by kuja unasema wazee mtasimama. Hiyo create. Umeacha watu wakisema Stonpikia amesema. Then level unaacha watu waongee kwanza. Unajua Stonpikia alisema anasimama president. Then you come and measure hiyo create imefika wapi. Then you come level 2. You want to raise what you created. You raise the awareness. Then after raising the awareness again, Raising is where now you start holding those press conferences everywhere. Like he said, he's now going to start going all over the country. Try now to say what he wants. And he cannot go over the country without saying he wants to be the president. And about kija kuongea utatuambia what will he be going throughout the country talking about. Atakuwa anaenda akiambia watu nini. Now, after going around to raise your awareness, then you start campaigning. Unaenda around, then the final one towards now when it is declared, you go now to campaign. Now I am, and this is what I'm gonna do. So there are 3 levels. Now, this guy has to tell us whether he's targeting 2032. So now ametupa spanner. Ameambia watu mazee niko na hii chama, and this is what I intend to do. He read all that, and he said it's not a manifesto. That I like, because for me, I hate the word manifesto. Okay, he said this is what I have, and this is how we should fix. He gave those proposals of how to fix durably the problems that we have. A good thing. Ndio nilikwambia alikuwa na ka panel kalimwandikia hizo vitu vizuri. One of the guys in the UN, I know him. Anyway, so he has to tell us, because if he's talking about 2032, then hapo iko shida. He must, if it's 2032, Robert, take it to the bank, is a Trojan horse. And do not undermine Kasongo. Guys, those who are here and those who are on the panel, tafadhali ndugu zangu. I know Robert unasema I've been saying this, I say this, and I hope I'm not ranting, because according to my brother Alex, is that when you allow, inakuwa ni ranting. I think it's when you allow the emotional and but for me, I might be loud, but I'm not ranting. I'm just saying, unless if he's talking about 2027, then there is something very, very sinister about him. Now, here I hear us saying, even on comment section, oh, he has stopped, he has stopped. In Kenyan politics, I can stand anywhere and say, hata nimetumwa na Robani wasalimie, and Roba, you have not sent me. Will you come to the press and say, no, sikutuma Stone PK mimi? Have you ever heard anything like that happening? No. Politically, Kenyan politics is where you go. I come to Kisii, I have to insult other names. Oh, I was with Alex na liwasalimia sana. Nilikuwa hata na mheshimiwa Roba, hata amenituma salamu, hata akinipatia 20,000 ni watolee. And that time, Roba, we've not talked, we've done nothing, but you cannot say, no, I did not send PK. So what Nani did Nyoro was quoting today, hizo zilikuwa tu ni hapa, I didn't know ni stories za inaitwaje ile tu
jaba.
Yeah, ile yani zinaitwa pandits mtaani, tunazitanga pandits, kuchocha tu, Now, let me come to the attendance. I want you to go back to the clip and analyze the attendees of this function. This function is fake, and I'm saying this on record. By the way, it's a terrible one, and I think Gachagua will release a statement on this, because one thing I like about Gachagua is Mwiba ikimdunga anyamazi. I think he's gonna talk about it. This is calibration of some clique somewhere, and that clique you are asking Roba who is sponsoring is Ruto. Kuna mtu mwingine amedesign hii kitu, is Ruto. Na mtajua mtu akiwa president is almost a god in a country. He can do anything. Is Ruto ameshikana na wagondi wengine on a very high level. Ile hapa kwa hii studio hapa hakuna kitu tuna analyze, but hii kitu iko so crafted. I asked you, look at that capacitor who's been going around the country. I mean in Nairobi, not the country. How can I get a CW? Ni nani huyo? I mean, look at even those other guys. Unfortunately, akina Orengo were dragged in, of course, probably, and I think
to legitimize.
Yes.
They were brought to legitimize.
Yes, but they are not aware. You know, you can be goofed. Orengo, those dignitaries, even some guys wale walikuwa wanapigana.
Si unaletwa kuosha mavi. Si unajua unaweza letwa kuosha mavi.
Yes, Lamjui, unaona, because it's a party that is being launched and this kind of a thing. I saw 1, 2, 3, 4 people, and I could tell these guys, they are not aware of what is going. Because, and this, utakuja kucheza hii clip tena Njiro, vile tumezungumza, mimi vile nimezungumza. Nikija kuprove you wrong, sawa. But I can tell you this was a craft thing, yeah, Ruto, to discard, or rather to scatter the force. The force around Mlima is indomitable. And there is no sitting president that would sit to see this thing happen. I'm telling you, if I was Ruto, I would never wait to see this tsunami hit me this way. So, Robert, that is politics 101. If I'm Ruto, I would never sit pretty nikiona Mlima ikija na hiyo force. I would do the things that you are seeing happening in
Mlima ni kama Stone PK.
Yes.
Kuachwa na girlfriend mumekuwa na yeye na mapenzi ya miaka 5.
Ati alafu nasema Mungu atakupatia mwingine.
Alafu huyo dem unamuona wakiwa na roba. I'm giving an example. Sitakuja roba Mungu.
Stone PK kuna kitu kingine niliona hapo huyu jamaa akifanya.
Yes.
You know he is into stocks, like a big deal. And I like that about him anyways. Lakini unaona akiongea mambo ya energy nini hizo stocks ukienda saizi kwa KenGen amenunua vibaya sana.
Yeah.
Ukienda huko kwa ukienda kwa hizo za banking amenunua mingi sana sahi, anataka ku offload. So everybody will flock there tomorrow. Hizo stocks zitaenda juu. Utaona jamaa ameponyoka pole ametengeneza billions zake. Hapo tu.
Yeah. You know, alafu anasema you don't want a business. And Robert, for your information, this guy has never mentioned the Ruto anywhere in his criticism. Awezi. You can play all the anasema huko juu. Hao wanafanya. For me, my grandmother used to tell me that's the most stupid thing when you are talking about nini. You don't go insulting. Hao walisema, wakaita, wakanifanya. My granny used to ask me, hao ni nani unaita? It should be huyu na huyu. Ndindi talks about they did this, they are doing this, that. I mean, honestly, for me, as Stone PK, I would never be duped. And I've been very firm on this. I do not recommend anywhere that Kenya needs a Dindi Nyoro on that place. He's not assertive, number one. He's neither here nor here because he's tainted. Because if you are assertive, it means you are clean. Dindi Nyoro, there is nowhere where he has an assertion. Akaambiwa constituency yake anatengeza na pesa, amedivert the finance committee nini, anaiba, anachukua huku, anaforce huku. He never recanted that. Ako too mellow. He's another watermelon, by the way. Then you come to read to us the economy of the country, which every class, mtu attend economic class anywhere, first years, even college people, we know. You don't need to come and lecture us about this. Tunajua hata nani alikuwa anatuambia huyu nani Safina guy. He's been there talking and lecturing people. You are lecturing us things that we know. So nothing new, nothing makes him special. Of course, you are in class, you do your masters, you do all that yours. But kwa wananchi, unakuja kutuelezea, kutupatia lectures. Like today's speech, of course, the only part I liked was mention the problem and how he envisages for it to be solved. That anybody can do. Of course, using your module at the constituency level, that now you escalate it up. The way you have handled education, you escalate up, you show where you can get money to do X, Y, Z, health and all that. By the way, that he explained quite well. All right. But when it comes to these other things where he's talking about business, partnership, analala chini, anaingia chini ya maji.
And he has never explained his association with the Kasongo.
Yeah.
He has never, and Bwana Stone PK, that is a very big undoing. Let me tell you one thing, Stone PK in this live, as we react to this. Unaona Ndindi Nyoro, he cannot survive the test of time, and he cannot survive grueling politics where people. And by the way, let me tell you, Bwana Roba,
you want to tell me? Just open your camera. I want to see your face because you're first of all, girlfriend, me girlfriend, yeah, Stone PK one. Stone BK bwana. So just Stone BK is married to from Ugo Kisikwe to Mokoyo, ne? So you're seriously in Jiru. Open your camera. I want to see you because you know, yes, yeah. Jiru just thinks that we are taking power from Gachagua side. He wants that. I mean, just come on. Our channel is called democracy. Let's welcome everybody. So
mimi sijakataa democracy. Mimi najaribu kukuelezea ukweli, but you don't want to hear me.
Okay, just go ahead. I don't.
No.
You know, we don't want somebody to come and destroy the cause we are going. You see, I'm not a fanatic of Nyiro. You are coming in. Personally, I'm not. Okay, I would have said I was a fanatic follower of Raila. That
I was too. I was.
Yeah, that I will accept because I was not seeing anybody else. Sincerely speaking, it was Raila and Raila and Raila, and even my village knows. Up to today, now they are waiting for me to go and remove those things and ban because my home was the headquarters for the constituency, you know. So that I agree. But now, after what happened, after that betrayal, I'm very careful. You know, I think most of us go through that, whereby you think so and so cannot betray me. Now I believe, because if Baba could do what he did to us, then I said, oh. So now I look at you come, you know, I look at you and I start looking. What is it you're hiding behind you here? That's why even Gachagua mimi akija kwanza siwezi kusahau pande hii yake. Even if I was to contest in his party, and I would tell you openly, I would tell you, I don't trust you at all, and that's not an insult. I'm careful with you as my party chairman because you are hivi with this guy who is finishing us. Mulikuwa hivi kama gam na glue na nini. So I don't think hiyo gam imeisha, and I'm not convinced that ndio umeokoka umekuja pandei that you have totally changed. So that's why I'm the way I am. You know.
Okay, guys. Let me ask a question. Okay, I can see where you are headed to, but also let's put some facts. We don't know more or what he has in mind. That's something else we have to agree on. We need more information on this.
No, but right now, if we don't know what he has in mind, it is too late. Nyoro. He's talking of Nyoro.
No, we know. For us, for experienced people, I can tell. No. Engineer usicheze.
No, sio tunacheza. Yani naona unachangamkia swali hata kama haijaulizwa vizuri.
He could even let me finish, but that's fine. Go ahead.
Don't use that we don't. We know exactly. You use the trend, Robert. Unaangalia political journey ya mtu. Saa hii ukiangalia miaka yangu 15, if you look at my history 15 years ago, utaona trajectory. Politically, ukiangalia mtu miaka 6-7, unless you don't know how to analyze, who cannot analyze indeed Nyoro, sincerely. If I hold 3 press conferences, you listen to what I'm talking and you analyze, you should be able to get who and what I am targeting. Ninaenda wapi? Otherwise, if you are not, then you are not a political analyst. But if today you are saying you can't understand Ndidi, then you don't understand Gachagua, you don't understand Martha, you don't understand Alonso.
I think
Ndidi tunamuelewa.
Ngoja kidogo Robert, mimi niingie. Wacha nirukie. Kama umeruhusu Stone arukia, hata mimi wacha nirukie. Robert nirukie. Itabidi nataka kurukia. Sasa Robert, let me tell you something. Unaona Didi? in this hata wewe ukiwa unaongea na yule mtoto wako akianzia kukuelezea vitu, unaonanga saa zingine kuna wakati ukiwa unaongea na mtoto kuna kitu anataka na saa zingine hayuko clear. Najua Stone PK, you have an experience of this. Saa zingine kuna kitu, especially kama mtoto anataka kitu very expensive, saa zingine hawaongeangi sana. Dadile, kitu liniambia umesemaje? Sasa what I'm trying to say, Ndindi Nyoro is an open book. You can understand its trajectory. First of all, let me tell you how you can be able to understand Ndindi Nyoro. Ndindi Nyoro, in psychology, and Stone PK, you need to act this. Unaona, in psychology, these people who play to be very good people, you should fear them. Ukiona huyu jamaa yani yeye akijitoa akitokezea, he is playing like he's a very clean person. Nasema mimi sijui mimi, like the problem which I have with Ndindi Nyoro is that overpresentation of goodness. You overpresentation of goodness. Stone PK, you understand what I mean? Yani ukiangalia Ndindi Nyoro kuna vile yani he presents goodness like yani like somebody who has not been in politics. It's like we don't know his association.
And like it's a newborn. Yani umeleta imezaliwa leo.
And the guy who is talking, he is a former Kagege. See, Ndindi Nyoro is a Kagege.
What does Kagege mean?
Butilika.
Let me ask. What does it mean?
Kagege means Butilika.
Ndindi Nyoro is a former Kagege.
Yes.
Kagege, what does it mean, guys?
Butilika. 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 Jona Martina. Butilika.
I'm kind of lost.
No. Tulia kidogo. Unajua Roba, ile kitu Roba, let me tell you, ile kitu inakupumbaza wewe. Umeangalia press conference mbili za ubeshte, ukaona ni kama ukaanzia kuona huyu jamaa ni kama yezimana. He is like
No. Let me just tell you something. This is where I'm coming from. If you look at the interview he did with Citizen, interview.
Bro, wachana na hizo.
No, what I'm just saying. So remember, okay, my body.
Roba, let me tell you. Wewe nimekuja kuona kidogo utaongea. Roba, nimekuja kuona wewe unaweza kuoniwa vibaya sana. Wewe Roba, wewe nimeona wewe hata kanisa ya Kanyare wewe unaweza ingia wewe.
What?
Wewe, if somebody does not tell you this is Kanyari, alafu na Kanyari akuje tu amevaa tu
I don't know who Kanyari is, but
no, I'm telling you, Roba, mtu asikuambie huyu ni Kanyari, mkutane tu na Kanyari tu kwa roundabout. Huyu jamaa tu ajiintroduce kwambie mimi naitwa so and so brother, hata nakuanga na kanisa pale tunafanya Kanyari. If Kanyari introduces himself to you, wewe utaenda kanisa kwa Kanyari Sunday 3 until ukutane na mtu kama Stone PK, unamwambia bana tulikutana na pastor mwingine mnoma hapo, hata anaperform miracle. Sasa ni yule jamaa anasikia Kanyari. That's the time when you open. So bwana Robert, I'm trying to tell you, if you are using Citizen interviews to judge
no, okay, Stone PK, you guys now, you have to give me time also. I say what I want to say. So okay, the thing is this. Okay, some of us remember Stone PK where we came from when we were this ODM rider. Damn, killer kid ODM. So rider was everything. So we went to the election 2002, and we thought we might win. We won? I don't know. So remember what we said the aftermath. We said, okay, this guy, that's the commander Ruto right now. We said, okay, he's now the president of our country. But we also said, we reminded him, election has consequences. And for us, and if you remember when we were at that channel, the guy you guess you know what I say. For him to win a second re-election or to win another 5 years, economy has been part of it. And we told him that time, that was almost 4 years ago, he has to create jobs. That's the most important thing. The economy has to grow. The economy has to perform for him to survive. Because remember the way he came in with the model of bottom up, then we said just put it to work. Let's see jobs. And we even said it's Stone PK. I know you are somewhere, I don't want to mention where, somewhere in the East. You guys, I know somewhere there. You know, economy is what defines somebody. When somebody can go and get a job, that's the most important, something very, very important. So if he could have done exactly what we say, go create the economy, make people's lives better, change them, a place where young people can go and look for jobs, old people, middle-aged people, regardless of what, then where they can be happy, money in the pocket, money everywhere, where somebody work, put the country back to work. That's what we said. So did he do it? No. And that's why I bring the guy called Nyoro. So yes, if you see is the strength of him, he has been talking about the economy of the country. And we know, when we know Mamba Mafuta, when it came in, the way the, how do you call them? Cash or what was that thing here? The way they're buying fuel, yeah? You know, the way he said it, he had more information. But also the question is, how comes he never told us some of this information before? But then his economic messages was deciding to people until when the finance bill came on, yeah, then the guy failed. It was a no show. And you guys, you know, no show what it means. Like if you are management on a place of work when the guy works for you, no show. You know what it means. So it was not there. So then now, all of a sudden, remember also I said it here. Remember when we were saying, if you are given a choice today, remember that was the topic, what we did a couple of months ago. Who will be your presidential candidate? Yeah. And who is going to be the running mate? Then I came up with this ticket of Sifuna. That was before Sifuna was Sifuna. Yeah. Remember that one in Jiru. That was it. I said, if I had a chance as a voter, as a Kenyan voter, to have a ticket to run the country come 2027. And that's what I say. I'll go with Sifuna Nyoro ticket before even anything or this of Sifuna came out.
Unaweza relax kidogo? Nataka.
Yes.
I want to update you na ubeshte. Nataka usikilize ubeshte kinili. Then
yeah, I know where you are at. Okay. I'll just.
We have discussed this within government. We have taken a position as cabinet. I have taken position as president, and the police know what they must do and what they cannot do. That is the position. You asked me something else. What was that?
Nilikuuliza kuhusiana na uhusiano wako na Ndindi Nyoro.
Ndindi Nyoro is a very fine gentleman. Huyo kijana ni kijana ambaye mimi namkuza kwa siasa. Najua watu huyu, nafikiri mtu fulani hapa amesema, nafikiri ilikuwa Kogi, alimesema ya kwamba Ndindi Nyoro alikuwa chairman na sasa sio chairman. Unajua muda wa chairman wote wa makamati bunge ilifika, old chairman ilifika muda muda wao ikaisha, ikawa tufanye tena.
Ask you a question, Bwana Roba, based on that. Ndindi Nyoro ni kijana mzuri sana na mimi namkuza. So has Ruto stopped kukuza Ndindi Nyoro? According to your own analysis, Ruto ameacha kumkuza ama hiyo kukuzana imefika wapi?
Let's talk of reality, facts. So part of these guys we are talking about here, they were in UDA. And as we know, in Mount Kenya now, UDA is corruption. It always has corrupt corrupts. There's nothing there, UDA, it's gone.
But why did
So
not?
I'm coming to your point. I'm coming to your point.
As you come to there, nataka
Yeah,
kukuelezea.
so
Na uniambie,
that's
na
why.
kwa nini- na kwa
Okay.
nini Ruto hakusema anakuza mtu mwingine yeyote? He categorically said anakuza Ndindi Nyoro.
Yeah, because
Kenya
by
has
then
over 60
the guy was
MPs.
trading his dollar. He was about to become a son-in-law. You know. Okay, let's be serious on this. What I'm saying here is this. For him to say what he said, they were in the same party and they had some things in common. But now it is what it is right now. So for him, Nyoro, that's as we call him, he has just come up with this economic messaging. And we know Ruto from the beginning, he knew this guy, he had this kind of message. They were partners in business, I don't know. Someone told me he has shares in Kenya Power, which we all know. That's fine. Are they business partners? We don't know. Maybe he said it because, hey, they have some things in common. But that one cannot change the fact that somebody said that I'm lost. First about no, I'm not. Yes, I just said it very clearly a few minutes ago. I said, okay, he's welcome to join the opposition. Yes. And for me, I said the reason why I say yes, he has a message nobody has said about how do we build the economy of Kenya. Kenya needs the economy back. Otherwise, we might not have a country as we go forward. And then I said it very clearly. So also we have to monitor, if he comes in, we have to look on him, what comes from his mouth. Because if he's coming as somebody who's come to divide opposition, then we get him out. Yeah, so that's we have to be cautious. I said we have to be cautious. But me, what I'm saying, I'm welcome is the message of the economic message. It's the only person in that the whole parliament, in the whole country, who speaks economic messaging, something personally. I've been saying here, Stone BK, you can be my witness, Jiro. I've been saying I want to see the working economy where young people can go earn money, put their pockets, they don't depend on parents. And we are becoming a poor country because of our economy status. Yeah, anybody who can turn the Kenyan economy around, I'll support them. I don't care which party they belong, which tribe. I don't care that. What I care is the messaging, and if they believe on the messaging. And at this point, let's talk about the economy of a country. Why is Ruto want to lose the direction? The bottom line, he has failed when it comes to the economy. Yeah? And that's why I just say, this guy, even if he comes in, he's not going to be a presidential. It's too late for him. He can be a running mate. That's welcome. He can be somebody who can be in a position in maybe in the cabinet. That one is welcome. But I say it's Stone BK. He has a message we have also to listen to. Let us not see that he was UDA, he was a friend of Ruto. Part of them, Kachago was Nyoro. He was the vice president. Yeah. Guess what? We had all this here. We had what's her name? Kangai. What's her name? The lady wants to be the head for the women represent Nairobi. She was here. She was with us on DM. She was the first one trying to catch up. We didn't even criticize. People see things. Everybody. For me, what I'm saying is the economic message. That means a lot to me. And that's why I want this guy to be part of the team. If he's going to cooperate with us, work with us. But if he comes as a more, then no, we get him out. We get him out. Absolutely. And for everybody to think that me, I'm just saying his message I like. I like the message of economy. We want a working country. Right now, if you look at Rino Mwananchi, you look at opposition and everybody, hakuna mtu anaongelea economy. So if he comes there and he'll be that guy, is going to take us to the next level as long as it doesn't come with this package, maybe it's working for Ruto. Then that one will be very, very, very bad for him. Me, I'm just talking
Robert,
about the messaging. Yeah, what I said.
you're making a very good point, a valid point. However, there's no way, like those people who are going to vie with PPK, it's still like it's going to come out as Didi Nyoro is a mole. I can assure you. There's no way. You're making a good point. Maybe if he came as independent without a party, yeah, I think it would have worked. Or maybe he go and join in the Monanchi. But
No,
for
he
now,
has joined already. He has joined already. I'm
but
telling
he
you
has come
from
with
Eric.
a party.
No,
If you
party.
check what's happening in Mount Kenya, let me tell you what's happening in Mount Kenya. Like his party, people are putting wheelbarrow inside.
No. So what I'm hearing, okay, to tell the truth, I'll tell you, I had somebody who was on that meeting. Somebody from what he's telling me. This guy, he realized he wants to be part of the conversation. He realized he has a potential to be something when it comes to opposition.
What does he want to become in opposition?
No, they are not there. So, I'm telling you, I'm not going to tell you what it is until I don't want to speak. He wants to have something there. He's using that as a vehicle to come to the table. And this is something he has been advised, probably even with Nyoro. I'm telling you guys. That's what I'm telling you. That's why you never saw he has a second. He's not the one to contest, guys. He's not the one like he's on run down and attack a man. No. This is something he's using as an individual. As something he's going to join other people.
Let me add something, please.
Yaani ameanguka ile noma, ndio unasikianga your brightest point would be your most stupid point. You know, stupidity is not it's not an insult or whatever, but it's a weakness, it's a disability actually. You know, because sometimes, most times actually, people don't know when they are stupid or doing stupid things. I can assure you, whatever strategy that Didi Nyoro was trying to build, yani imegoof na hiyo move.
Okay. Guys, let me ask you a question. If one of us, we come here, we talk about all that, yes.
No. We don't come here to just debate, but we talk facts. How would somebody, he thinks he's too, you even put it at he feels he has to be on the table in a certain way. Which way? He's already known. He's a politician. He's a performer. What was it so difficult for him even to go there as Ndindi Nyoro on that table? Kwani hiyo table watu waliambiwa unakuja na nini? The guy has goofed. Kubali, your guy Roba, yani hiyo werevu yake. You know, he thinks he's super. By the way, I was told by one of our professors, never ever go boasting about your academics, intelligence and all that. Because unasema hivi una doctorate, mwingine anakutolea 2. Unasema una 2, mwingine anakutolea ya 3. So that you can never ever, he told us, never ever go boasting about self. He said, don't even talk about your achievements. This guy has posed as if he's the first economist that this country has ever seen. We've watched him. You know, I mean, the same thing with Nani, Wanjigi. Where will Wanjigi ever go? You can't give in Kenyans nonsensical meaning things that we are not going to be able to solve. Instead of you telling us, let's remove Ruto, then we do this, you just say, one, ow. Come on. This guy, you know, he wrote good things, yes, but obvious things. All right? But that is not where we are, Robert. And you are saying people are not talking about how to fix the economy of this country. They have been, all of them, all the principles. They have been saying, you can never fix this economy with Ruto in power. What else do you want to hear about fixing the economy? You think they don't know that immediately, Robert, you become the president, the first thing is to reverse the story, the money they are stealing and all that? You need an economist to come and tell you that?
That's good, Stone PK.
Okay.
Doba, I wanted to make a point. Doba.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, you're making good points, but there's no way this point of Didi Nyoro, having another party, I don't think it's going to work. It's going to bring even more infights and more confusion. So about like his agenda, like those things we have heard them, and or you can tell me something new that you heard for the first time.
No, what I'm saying, so the thing is, Eric, so you never had my point here. I didn't say that. I said very clear from the beginning. Just let me repeat myself. What I said was, he has an economic message which needs to be heard by the Kenyan people. So among the people we have right now, the people who we support as the opposition, I mean, I don't see anybody, none of them, as going really deep on what they want to do about the economy of the country. And yet, the economy has to be the center of everything. And in fact, that's the way I see things. A country with poor economy, without people working, with all this population where there's no jobs, is not a country. Whatever brings anything to do with the economy, you can build the economy. I agree with Stone PK, yes. The economy cannot progress as long as we have this conman still in power. That one might be a problem. I get it. But what I'm saying is, for it to work, we also need people who are like Sifuna. He was very sincere. And you know what he said? I'm not one to tell you about the economy because I'm not an expert on that one. I've read experts in the economy do what? Speak by themselves. And I'm telling you, the expert of economy I can give Sifuna is Tindi Nyoro, if I had my way. But that one doesn't mean that he doesn't have this kind of package and other things. People don't like you. I know that because he has betrayed some other people before. It's my wish. If wishes were horses, okay? So it doesn't mean that this guy that I'm trying to be. No, guys, just what normally when it comes to pesa, unajua mambo ya pesa bwana. Pesa is everything. Unajua, how many of you among myself, we have spent a lot of money, maybe your relatives, sisters, brothers, whatever, a lot of money to educate them, but the same people don't even have jobs. It's embarrassing. We want to open the economy of Kenya. Be it that Didi Nyoro be part of it, I don't care. As long as the economy opens, people have jobs and people are working, people can earn money. That's what I want to hear. We can do it. Mambo mengine at what nina. Okay, that some of let's put some aside. Some of these things, let's just do this way. Our economy is really bad, guys. The economy of that country is really bad. We need to start somewhere. A message like of him, some of the things he has suggested before is a welcome thing. Some of us will welcome. If he comes, he's going to mess up, he's being used, then we don't need his messaging. But he has come, he has told us he's part of the opposition. He has joined the team. And when someone joins the team, be part of the team, bring what you have on the table. And that's what he has done. But now we are crucifying him, that is a more, is what? Is what divide. Some of you, so I see what you are worried about, that you like Nyoro so much that this guy is coming now to mess up what he has built. Me, I don't see it that way. Me, I'm talking about nationwide. You guys are just like talking about Mount Kenya is coming to mess up. I don't care about that. I just care about a national conversation about the economy. We
Okay,
need
Robert.
people to come up and tell us what we have to do. Those people
Robert,
have
let me
money,
make a point.
but most people are suffering. That's where I'm coming from.
Robert, let me make a point.
Yes.
Because there's a time, I think the president of, energy farm in Vietnam told off President Ruto and Musalia Mudavadi. And he said, we must stop giving these good speeches. And he gave a good example about like energy disparity in Kenya and Vietnam. He said Vietnam, I think, has
I think
about
the Japanese. Yeah, you are correct.
no, was Vietnam just such. He gave an example of
Is that the guy
yes.
advising Ruto?
No, not this time. There's a time he gave
okay.
a good example.
This guy who came up with the governor of Kisumu.
No, not that one.
Okay, then you are right on that one.
So yeah, you can just search about
Yes.
I think Vietnam president of energy something, how he told of just search, you'll see it. Even it was in Citizen, and he gave a simple example on how to create jobs. He gave an example of Vietnam has about 100 million people, and it produces about over 70 gigawatt power, and then Kenya has more than 50 million, and it has only 4. So if you are serious about manufacturing, so the president was talking about the future investment, but we don't have the basis of this future. So what I'm saying, and if you look at is this the share or what of Kenya Power? Didi Nyoro is part of the problem, Robert.
Yeah.
He's part of the problem. So when you say you are looking at the future, for me, I would say like from 2013 up to now, there's a problem, and we need to sit down and audit all those projects. They have made the country go broke. The country is so broke. So that was economical part. What I was saying is what Didi Nyoro is saying. For me, it's not new to me. For me, it's not new. I think I have a better agenda than him on how to fix the economy of Kenya. You know?
That's another topic for another day, Eric.
Yeah. I'm trying to say
that we interview you. Oh, we interview you. Make that one. Then from there, we hear what you want to tell us. Anybody, even your message is welcome. I cannot say you have. You do. Everybody has. Everybody can contribute on that. But we need more people to come up. It's economy, bro. It's about money. It's about money. People went to school. People have graduated. Have used money, but in turn, they are getting nothing out of it. And that's not good for a country like Kenya, where we have all these educated people, and yet we are wasting them. We are wasting them. That's not good. I mean, that's the way I see things. I mean, I might be wrong. Yeah, I might be wrong, but when it comes to me, at the end of the day, it's about the economy and the money. And that's the most important a president can do of a country, is to provide good education, which will come later on, means to earn you a job. What about those ones who are taught the same 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, some even 40 years, they don't have a job. And yet they spend all this money to go to school. Yeah, so let's get it right. Our politics ready to come, but they had to be like the first thing as Kenyans is the economy. Wherever is going to build the economy, that's my candidate, regardless where it comes from. Yeah, you guys keep on talking about Kibaki. I'm not a fan of Kibaki, but I recognize what he did. At least he kind of opened the country. I know people just talk about him. I've always said Kibaki is the one who messed up our country. In terms of economy, no. In terms of democracy, and in terms of he lost the election, then he announced himself as a president. That was a dictatorship. But does I take away what he did? No. That's where I'm coming from. Open up the country. Create jobs. Then talk to us about other things. Jobs, jobs, jobs. We want our people to be happy. We want people to earn a living. We want people, when they finish school, They have a place where they go and work. Not like now, people are just like, that's why you see all this goonism. If you tell me what is creating all this goonism, it's just because of idleness. People don't have nothing to do. Yeah, they don't. They have nothing. They're just idle. They're just seated there. If somebody was alikuwa na kasi yake anaanza kupiga kasi, you think he's going to be given now that money to go? So that's why these politicians, they are happy. They were very lucky. They have access to money. They are using that money to make other people just play that politics on them. Like Wanga. Why do you think Wanga? That's the one leader, because he knows Leader Mwananchi, if they have a candidate in Homa Bay, he might lose the election. He's trying to defend it whatever he wants. These are the same people who are being given direct tickets, and that's why you can see Homa Bay is the way it is, the worst of the worst counties in terms of roads. Yeah, if you see those roads were really, really bad, because I can say one of the things I can think Papa, the mistake he made, that mistake of giving direct tickets. People like Wanga. Maybe I don't know about Peter Karumba, whatever his name is, that stupid MP of Babe. I know the guy, but I don't know. I mean, what he did was wrong. You can't just incite people, tell people can't come there and just. He created that kind of environment, and I don't see. I mean, why he should not even be arrested by now. So, is ile moja alisema siasa mbaya, sio nini mbaya, siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya, and that's what's just coming to the country right now. So, Kenyans last time they voted for bottom-up economics. Okay, if this guy could have come in and did what he was supposed to do, probably. At this point, we will be talking of a cross election. But he came in, he decided to say that I'm so smart, I can grab money, I can steal money, and I can use the same money to bribe people, and I get 5 years. It's getting very rough. And I hope the Kenyan people, when it comes to that one, we choose somebody who is talking about the economy of a country. As simple as that. The economy of a country, how to create jobs and other things. We are happy, people are happy. More jobs, less crime. More jobs, no goonism. More jobs, people be happy. Less jobs, crime. And the other way, faster, you can just see, or the other way around. The guys, let me finish there. Nyiro, really, thank you for answering my message. I want to get out, guys. I have to do something here. I have to attend to somebody because I have some family members also to attend to. Even though I was accused of, I don't say what it, so. Okay, thank you, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I don't know, maybe tomorrow a little bit, but towards the end of the week, I might be available to chat with you guys going forward. By that time, we should have a clear picture of where this guy going, what does he want to do, and even Nyoro, what does he have or receiving? We would have that kind of picture, and we can discuss it out. But at the end of the day, you and I should promote what I call it's time for the economy to change in our country. We are tired of all this.
But thank you for that. But as you go, also as a fan of Nyoro, let him know that the situation now in Kenya is not about individual. It's about joining a team. So it's not about him and his brain and all that. He goes individual at Aisha. So he can only be in that pool, which he acknowledges, which is called opposition. Aingie huko, wakae huko, the brain should be there to salvage Kenya. Akiingia hapo na hiyo ujinga yake kujionyesha nikaa yeye ndio super power, at the end ana brain, yeye ndio economist wa kwanza kuingia, and we had people like Tom Mboya, by the way, yeah, who are even smarter than he is. Yeah. Ataishia juu kama ile ilikuwa inaitwa mafia inaitwaje ile baba alikuwa anasema mshuto ya mwewe huko juu. We shall be saying we had somebody called Nyoro. I mean, and it is not good for such a person at that age to diminish in politics. But he seems to is one of those people also who don't have an advisor. He doesn't have a consultative team. And Robert, anytime you want to go anywhere as a leader, you must have some 3 or 4 guys that you sit and you listen to them as they tell you what you might think is bullshit. Yeah. Remember, Moi would be advised by a villager. Yes, I'm telling you, because the villager tells you what the villagers are saying at the village level. That's how unakaa na maprofessor because you are a professor. When will you ever get the jig of it? Unasema wewe ni kama Ruto, very educated, mimi ni PhD, hakuna mtu anaweza niambia kitu. Utaambiwa kitu, it is true. And that's why you do the shit that Ruto is doing.
He has to be a team player. He has to work with the team. He has come here, he said it, and I'm very sure he knows where it's headed to. He knows that if he goes the other side, he's going to be a losing patrol. He knows that. He doesn't want to put himself, he wants to be. I know for real, he thinks that he has a feeling that they want to form the next government. Maybe he has left the KR politics right now. Maybe he has left the whole thing of, he wants to be a national table. If that's the case, he's welcome, but he has to be a player. It's not like someone who comes there to come and maybe to be a spoiler, or maybe it's just a more for somebody else. You know what? I've reached a point where I think people are running away from this Ruto. People are running away. Nobody wants to be near him. And for me, that's a good thing because people realize it's not normal. It's not normal like the way that does things. By now, Uganda watu wangekuwa nakimbilia yeye. The people are running to the people, if you realize, the people who are running to Ruto, yeah, the people from the divided ODM function of it, the inner ground. The inner ground, they are the people who are running there because they are scared of him. They want to survive. Kwa sababu Baba alikufa, they will not get direct tickets. They think by doing so, they might survive maybe the next 2027. But something has to tell them. There is something going to happen, more especially in Ruo Nyanza. Something's going to happen. For us, people like me who are neighbors to places like Ruo, I mean, Ruo's are from myself, where I come from, Ruo's on the other side, Mansai's on the other side. I'm just almost at the border. So I know the way they are thinking. I know the development. We are aware of some of these things, the way they do things, but we know that the direct tickets kind of messed up everything, but it was Papa. We listened to him. He gave them. We listened to everybody. But at this point, hakuna Papa Amanda, na Gladys Wanga, Amanda, ataenda. Na huyu wa Mapei, huyu Karume huyu, ataenda. I'm telling you, there are some people here. The only person who can survive is David Ochieng because he has survived before. Because he was independent, he was does things in his constituency. He got elected twice now because he did something. In fact, imagine with the hero and everything, yet he won.
David Ochieng, my schoolmate as well. So I've gone to school with very good people, Robert.
Yes. Wow.
Yeah.
So David Ochieng was your schoolmate, yeah?
Yeah. I was only a year ahead of him. But we were in most of the clubs together and all those kind of things. And he was quite a guy. You would never have known he would be in politics, by the way, but very sharp. Yeah. Anyway, sorry to cut you short, but
okay, that's fine. So I want to run, guys, a good conversation in Chiru. I think you guys is 7, 8, 9. It's almost 10 where you are. Oh, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's almost 11. So okay, I'm still behind here. I'll talk to you guys later. Let me see what I was doing. So I was trying to get that conversation in Chiru, and let me call it a day.
Sawa. I'm also calling it a day. Njiru, where are you, man?
He's there. Njiru says active. He kind of answered.
Yes, I'm here. Anything for me?
No.
Take over. Robert,
Yeah. Ni sawa. Robert, thank you for blessing our show tonight and that candid discussion. I hope you have gotten out with something. We have also gotten with so ukienda hata kupangana na wakereketo wenzako, you can now mix with what we are saying here. Na unajua najua you are much more oriented to Tanzania. In Tanzania tunasemanga za kuambiwa changanya na za kwako.
How does Tanzania come in here? So mambo ya RX bwana waachana bro.
No, I'm just saying. Unajua sababu wa Tanzania
by the way, I'm one person who I've been following politics. I know so you guys also we have not talked about what happened in Zambia right now. I think it's something what happened there.
Yeah, Zambia nilikuwa nimesikia opposition ilikuwa imeshinda but finally I don't know what happened.
What happened? Yes, you see the guy who's there, the kind of president, he went through that.
Chakwera.
He won because of independence of the IBC, the kind of the IBC in Zambia. So, but remember someone like Chiruba before the way was divided, even the Kaunda, yes, you know all these things here. Then from there, Eric was divided by HH. Yeah.
President,
so I don't know what happened here with the store direction. I'm not going in there to find out.
Zambia incumbent takes early lead.
Yeah, so then I don't know. Ameshinda
has been re-elected for a second term. Zambia President Hichilema has been re-elected.
Yeah, wow. So the opposition wanted to claim it. So he was re-elected.
Let's see the percentage.
Alishinda na 61.4.
So 61.4.
Zambia wamerig. There is another video. They have stolen the election. They have stolen. There's another one.
Total turnout ilikuwa 5 million.
So now, what does it mean? So what does it mean, Tata? Does that election result hold? Robert? So,
I don't know about the Zambian constitution now. The last time they did this one here, you can just say they kind of have an independent, because remember when the current president, I don't know whether he won. You call it HH. His names are very difficult to pronounce. He defeated Edgar. Edgar was the incumbent. So you can see there was that trend. But when he came in, he's kind of, this guy, he came in as a simple guy. Zambia is kind of, he has changed some things. He's an okay, but if 5 million people showed up, I can't drop Zambia. I don't know how many they are. 5 million, that's a very low number. Only 5 million? So, hey.
Those are like 2 counties in Kenya. Hiyo ni kama Nairobi na Kiambu.
Exactly. That's, I don't know.
It doesn't look normal.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. Even the numbers you are giving is correct, because, oh my. So Zambia has been ups and downs sometimes. And let's see where it goes. But I think I expected him to get re-elected. It's not like I'm 7 or this Mama or Tanzania. That was the bad. But at least Zambia there is something. Kasongo is gone. Sisi wa Kenya tuchezi hiyo. I was to hiyo mambo ya uchinga hapo. Kama wanafanya huko. Hii itakuwa mambo mengine hapo. Yeah. Okay, guys. Yeah.
Roba. Let me remind you. Remind you. Nataka Roba aende asikize hiyo speech ya nani. Yeah, Sifuna. I'm just reminding him.
Okay, I'll go listen, because I might have some time. Then I'll get back to you the next time.
Because I want us on this show to try and really echo that. That is the elephant in the nini.
Oh, by the way, you guys, you had Magara here. I was at work when I saw Njiru. I know you're Magara. Magara used to be my former member of parliament, by the way, where I come from. So that was progress. I don't know how you guys get all of him. Maybe we will try to get more people.
Tuliletewa yeye na Innocent. Innocent is the one who got hold of him. Yes.
Okay.
So, and, yeah, we appreciate it. So he was not able to come in our prime time, alikuja in our off time. That's why we were not able to get very much.
Yeah, because I was at work and now something live. Then from there, I'm seeing my former member of parliament, even though he has some technical difficulties, which later on it was. But
yeah, that's what happened. Sawa. Anyway, asante sana Roba. So
okay.
I think Stone PK munaweza react sasa kabla niwaletee video ya Ndindi Nyoro. Unajua kuna watu wajaona Ndindi Nyoro ama niachana?
Unajua unaweza leta alafu tuendelee, but before Roba ameenda ni sawa. You know, why I'm insisting Roba aende. Sijui Njiru kama uliona hiyo video where nani alikuwa Sifuna kwa hiyo nini ya lawyer
electoral commission. Yeah.
Oh, no, it was not was it? It was it? Yeah, but his topic was.
He was talking of election. He was talking of elections, but ilikuwa kwa hiyo mkutano ya lawyers.
Yes, now he deal now thoroughly. I don't know why we are avoiding it. Even media, the main media in avoid your issue, and it's a serious problem. Yeah.
Niweke ama?
No. I'm just saying, maybe we can have it on another day, because that should be what we should be discussing about now. Because kama wata dismantle, because remember, Kalonzo talked about it, but once. Mother talked about it, but once. So there is no confidence, not only in the commission, but also in the system. So tunaenda election aje na tunajua tunashinda Kasongo, alafu system itupatie ushit. Njiru, I want you to be asking that on the show. Where hii ya Zambia, unajua mjafuatilia, mimi nimeifuatilia. That what has happened in Zambia is unbelievable, but itakaa tu Julo itaambua sijui nini, turnout doesn't matter, sijui nini na nini. You cannot have a whole country having 5 million vote votes turnout. Unaona? But the thing is, according to the law, wanaingiza wanasema hata watu watatu wakitana wapige kura, that's it. And you know, that is the kind of chaos or discrepancies that Kasongo is going to rely on. Remember, he is the president. This is what I don't want us to forget. This man is the president with the powers. And when I ask people, what shall we do? Instead of asking us, what shall we do when it happens, why can't we ask ourselves, what should we do to stop it from happening? Zero, I want us to really dwell on that, because we are going to be screwed up. I'm telling you, we will be screwed up. I'm telling this one, I'm very, very. Wewe Njiru, wewe watu wamenyamaza na Kim's kit ni zile zimekalibratiwa, zile zimewekwa fake things and all that. Njiru, hata wewe ndio zile ma Kim's kit zimetumika, akina Mbere, akina Navi imejulikana, zingine zina register watu zikiwa Nyeri na zina register watu wakiwa Mbere. Surely za Olkalau zilishikwa zikiwa na hao watu kwa women groups. So when have they been corrected? Hata mimi nachoka na Kenya, honestly. Nachoka. Tunaenda kuchinjwa tu tukisema we will defend our vote.
Tunafocus tuna mobilization.
Defending our vote is not a theory for an entire country. Hiyo ni tired. It's a weak link. We should not put that at success ya Olkalau ni itakuwa. That, by the way, we should not buy that card. Tuachane na hiyo kudanganywa na nani na kina Gachagua. That defending sijui hiyo inafanyika only kwa one small. It cannot even work in a region. You can't. It cannot even work in where you have like 6-7 constituencies. It won't. As I keep on saying, people are different. Remember this one, they mobilized people from all over. People from all over. People camped there. Kuzuia. So we can't. For me, I don't want us to rely on that. and or pride in it. So, in fact, I want us to engage the principles. Kabisa. Nilisema unless they are wagondi wameambua kile watagawiwa.
Lakini sasa ma principles unajua Stone PK kuwapata inakuanga ngumu. Wewe ndio ulisema unawaandikianga message, so continue messaging them. Some of us we have no capacity to get them.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying tukija hapa, when you hear people like Roba saying ati iwezekani, hiyo narrative ya iwezekani ilifanyika mbele, iwezekani na ilifanyika Malava. You know, sometimes we become very naive that it is not possible. How can you say it's not possible? It's like saying death is not possible when we know it's inevitable. Aya, cheza what you want to play kwanza. Cheza Njiro.
Kuna jamaa alikuwa anajiita Jayden hapa amenichanganya. Sawa. Acha nikuwekee Ndindi Nyoro sasa.
Kuna watu hawakusikiza nini?
Yeah, let's hear what other leaders said in that meeting, just for the posterity.
I just say
Ruto accolated him well, because of course the speech was good.
And my brothers who are in the political class, particularly Senior Councillor Kongo Mwigeni and the Member of Parliament for Undanyi, we have been working together. We have been working together in Linda Mwananchi. I must say, if I had a choice, I'd have asked Mheshimiwa Ndindi Nyoro to keep on talking. Keep on talking. Keep on talking, because of many politicians that I've known in this country, and I know pretty many politicians in this country who are living and those who have passed on, because I've had the privilege of being in most of the parliaments and served with great Kenyan statesmen. And I consider my brother and my younger brother or son, Ndindi Nyoro, to be one of the greatest political minds we have in the country together.
If you're a dad watching this and you don't have life insurance, we need to have an honest conversation here real quick. I get it. You think you're...
Why am I saying this? Sometimes it's easier to talk about what is wrong, but it is more difficult to talk about how to fix it. And I have followed Mheshimiwa Ndindi Nyoro in his political life, because most of the time when I listen to his story and what he has to say is about fixing Kenya, unlike many other politicians. And most of his speeches are not made for funerals, speeches that are made for great events like today. I want to remind you that when ideas are right, then it doesn't matter where the idea is coming from or the age of that person who is bringing those big ideas. In late 19th, I think 18th century, there was a young man called Pitt the Younger. He became a British Prime Minister when he was 23 years old. And most that you see how the British government is run began in the years of Pitt the Younger. And I believe that Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, if he is in the right position, right at the center of this nation's governance, will get a lot of things right. We'll get a lot of things right. And I look forward working with you as Linda Mwananchi. We have been working before But now, as leader of a political party, and me as a party leader of Linda Mwananchi, our work begins now, and I think we are going to sit together to work together. But he has talked about many of the crucial things that are facing our nation. I agree with you, the question of the power deficit. There's a nation to the northern part of Kenya, Ethiopia. Ethiopia is moving a lot faster in manufacturing and even expanding the economy because the power generation is much higher than Kenya. Imagine in Kenya, if you had an electric train and you took a train from Mombasa, the most likely thing is that by the time you get to Voi, there'll be a power cutout and you'll be out there in the wilderness. So I agree with you with a lot of the things that you say. But I believe that Kenya needs a proper foundation, and that foundation is already been laid in the Kenyan Constitution. If you have a leadership that is prepared to abide with the Kenyan Constitution, particularly Article 19, which says at the center of Kenya's democratic system is a Bill of Rights, I think we can make Kenya a better place. And you would not have a Kenya, as put by the party leader of People's Party, that you would have a leader giving the kind of money that I see being given out at State House every other day. Even if you are Elon Musk, you cannot be giving that kind of money without being asked where you have gotten that money. I think Kenyans, we are in a position now without fear to ask President Ruto where he's getting all this money. It is your money. It's not his money. It is our money. And that is why when we talk about state capture, sometimes we talk about cartels of companies owning a nation. But in Kenya, we have a situation where one man has captured the state and captured the country. Even Mobutu never did that. So we must have a sense of national outrage, because we may not, at this rate, have a nation called Kenya by the time we get to the year 2028. And solving the problem does not begin with elections. Solving the problem begins with making Kasongo's life very difficult now, not next year. Ama ni aje? Tuko pamoja? And when you say one term is a single solution, is a silver bullet. Now, finally, because we there are other leaders to speak here. When you're electing a president, and I want to share this from the bottom of my heart, next time you go and elect a president, you are not electing a president for a region. You are not electing a president for a tribe. You are electing a president for the Republic of Kenya. Keep that in mind. And if you keep that in mind, Kenya will be in a better place than we ever have been. I think when we elected President Kibaki, I think the first time when we elected a president directly, that there was some thought about whom we were electing. I think it's when we were electing President Kibaki as the President of the Republic of Kenya. We wanted somebody who can bring lasting and enduring solution to Kenya, not to a region in Kenya. So the big business that we have moving forward, and as we work together as a opposition in trying to bring a solution, even us as political parties and political movements, we must remember that the next time we elect a president, he must be the president of the Republic of Kenya, so that ethnicity and tribalism does not become a constant problem in this country. I pray that together we can walk this journey and make Kenya a great nation for all of us, instead of having a nation that serves the whims and privileges and interests of one person. I can tell you that all what Mheshimiwa Ndindi Nyoro has talked about, and I look at the economy and the social pillars that he has talked about, it is doable. In the manufacturing sector is doable. When a great Frenchman went to England in the 18th century, he said England was a nation of shopkeepers. Within 80 years, England was the biggest manufacturing country and industrial country, the biggest in Europe. I think Kenya, if we can do all that Ndindi Nyoro has offered us, especially the solution that he has put on the table, Kenya can indeed become a manufacturing nation with an economy that is not made for a few. Like J.M. Karigu said, is an economy that had 7 millionaires and 7 poor Kenyans. It is possible to have a Kenya in which we can provide for everybody's need, and that can be done. So I pray, let's walk this journey together, and I know Mheshimiwa Ndindi Nyoro, we are going to work together. I can say that as a matter of fact. So asanteni sana, is a great evening, and you should keep on talking. Thank you.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. First, go to Riverside and open an account. When you're ready to record.
Thank you very much, Senior Governor James Orengo. Sasa mkaniruhusu nitaita Senator wa Nyamira County, Senior Council, Okongo Omogeni. Karibu sana, Senator.
Wageni wa Ndindi Nyoro, watu wa one term, mjambo. Inawezekana ama haiwezekani? Asante sana. Kwanza mimi nachukua fursa hii kwa niaba yangu na kwa niaba ya watu wa Nyamira kutoa hongera zangu Mheshimiwa Ndindi Nyoro kwa ile hatua ambayo amechukua hii leo kuungana wale ambao katika kangamano ya upinzani ambayo wanataka kumuondoa mamlakani kupitia katiba tuliyopata na kupitia ile kura tutapiga mwaka ujao, huyu mtu ambaye anaitwa Mheshimiwa William Ruto. One time yawezekana ama haiwezekani? Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Ndindi, leo ni furaha sana. Mimi ni kati ya wale wa Kenya ambao nilikuwa najaribu kuketi naangalia fikra za Mheshimiwa William Ruto, ile maoni yake kuendesha Kenya mbele, na vile mimi nakufahamu wewe, na nilikuwa nasema wewe na Ruto ni maji na mafuta. Kwa hivyo nafurahi sana leo kwamba umeondoka, na mimi nakuunga mkono katika safari ya kuunda chama cha People's Party of Kenya. Na tunakukaribisha katika ukumbi wa upinzani. Pili, mimi nimefika hapa sio kwa niaba yangu peke yangu, pia nimekuja kama seneta ambaye namwakilisha mheshimiwa ambaye pia katika wale wanaotaka kumuona Mheshimiwa Ruto akiondolewa mamlakani. Nimepewa salamu nikuletee na kiongozi wa chama cha Jubilee Mheshimiwa Dr. Fred Okengo Matiang'i. Na aliniambia nikifika hapa nikupe salamu zake na nikuhakikishie kwamba hii safari ambayo umeanza hivi leo anaungana nawe na mtatembea pamoja. Na kama wakili mimi nakubaliana nawe kwamba ikiwa tunataka kukomboa taifa letu la Kenya, mpaka tufikirie vile tunashughulikia wale ambao wanapewa nyadhifa za uongozi, lakini wanachukua nafasi hiyo kuwa mali ya Kenya. Na sisi tutakuwa taifa la kwanza. Mheshimiwa Orengo anajua hii nchi ambayo umetaja ya South Korea imemfunga rais wakisha toka mamlakani. Ukisoma historia ishawafunga rais wa zamani wakishatoka mamlakani. Ukitembea kule Brazil washafunga rais akitoka kule mamlakani. Mimi najua katiba ya Kenya kipengele 240 inasema kwamba rais ule aliyeko ofisini kwa sasa hivi Mheshimiwa William Ruto, yeye ndio mwenyekiti wa National Security Council. Na inasema pale kwa katiba kwamba yeye ndiye ana supervise all the police entities. Sasa tukiona jana, wiki iliyopita na siku zingine kwamba maaskari kule Keumbu, Mheshimiwa Orengo, askari wenyewe ndio walikuwa wanasimamia wahuni wakipiga wale watu waliokuwa wakija Kisii kutoka ile timu ya Linda Mwananchi. Sasa mimi nauliza Ruto, una supervise nini wewe? Una supervise nini? Kwa sababu yeye ndio chairman, katiba inasema yeye ndio chairman. Kusupervise inamaanisha usimamie. Sasa yeye anasimamia polisi kuwa wahuni wakuja kupiga wanasiasa wengine. Kwa hivyo nakubaliana na wewe Mheshimiwa Ndindi Nyoro kwamba acha tufungue chapter mpya katika siasa ya Kenya. Nimefurahia kwamba umezungumza maneno ambayo yanatafuta kuleta suluhisho kwa yale matatizo ambao Wakenya wanayapitia. Mimi sasa hivi nina pastor rafiki yangu ambaye ameenda kule ng'ambo India kwa matibabu, na tuko katika ile group ya WhatsApp kumchangia ili aweze kupata matibabu kule India. Nafurahi kwamba ikiwa sisi tutaungana pamoja, tutafuta suluhisho kuwasaidia Wakenya ambao wanatafuta matibabu waweze kutibiwa katika nchi yao, itakuwa jambo la maana sana katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo karibu tuendelee mazungumzo, tuungane pamoja. Wanasema umoja ni nguvu. Kwa hivyo tukiwa pamoja, one term will be real. Asanteni sana.
We promise a 10-fold refund if it doesn't work. Traditional dentures can cause jawbone loss and alter your facial contours over time, but these dentures completely avoid these problems. They fit in 1 second and are suitable for everyone. Whether you have all your teeth, some are missing, or you're edentulous, no adhesives, no...
Asante sana Senior Counsel. Kuna mawakili wawili hapa mashuhuri. So ukifanya jambo hapa, mawakili wako hapa. Hata usipolipa bill wataona ni azi. Sasa wacha niite kaka yangu, my brother from Taita Taveta, Mheshimiwa Dan Mwasako.
Good evening. Party leader, People's Party, Senior Counsel, James Agri Orengo, Senior Counsel Umogeni na waliko wote. Mimi nitakuwa na maneno machache. Kwanza nichukue nafasi kumpongeza kakangu, ndugu yangu Ndindi Nyoro. Unajua kama watu wa Kenya nimengoja sana tangazo hili. Ni wangapi wamengoja tangazo hili sana? Tumengoja sana. Wakenya nina uhakika wanaotazama leo, nafikiri leo basi watakuwa na furaha. Mheshimiwa Ndindi Nyoro, I want to congratulate you for the bold move you've taken. If you guys remember, there's a gentleman called Mahatma Gandhi. Many years ago, spoke about 7 social sins. Mojawapo ya dhambi za jamii alizoongea ni siasa bila kufuata kanuni. Others say politics without principles. Kenya yetu hii, kile ambacho kimetuumiza sana ni viongozi kuuliza viti, lakini moyo wao wanaangalia manufaa yao. They ask what will benefit me and not what is right for the people. That is where our tragedy as a country has been. Mheshimiwa Ndindi Nyoro, I have an advantage and opportunity to work with you. We have many friends in Parliament, but they chose to invite me to this function. He's been my chair in the Budget Committee. I've served with him until this current government hounded him out of office. We could not believe, because some of us saw a leader in him as the chair of budget committee in parliament. I was elected in parliament with him the first term. So second term, so I've had other chairs before him. So I've served the budget committee for the last 9 years. Ndindi, we still remember the things he fought for as a chair budget committee. Ndindi, we still remember the things he fought for. I want to say here and now that sometimes people talk about employment of teachers. It is this gentleman who is seated here today who fought for the budget of employing teachers in this country, this guy. So yes, people talk about, yes, credit goes to other offices, but I want to say here and now that Ndindi Nyoro played a big role for employment of teachers and many other things we did. I remember how you vividly spoke about against securitization. Ndindi, the things he spoke here today, he's not starting to speak to them about them today. You have spoken about them in parliament, you've spoken about them in committees, and I know that deep inside your heart, you mean what you say. By the way, Mahatma Gandhi, Mahatma was not his original name. He was given that name by the people of India because of his soul. Mahatma basically means great soul. So you can imagine, because of his character, people gave him a name. I look forward, one day in this country, we'll have a leader, a president, that people will change his name so that then we can have elected a leader who we can define his character. A character of integrity, character of service, character of accountability. My brother, we are both alumni of Kenyatta University. You did economics like myself. But this gentleman, I went ahead to do 2 masters in economics. He went ahead to do short courses in Harvard and other universities abroad. My brother, last year when he was finishing his 2 masters in economics, I was doing masters at Stratum of Public Policy. And we used to compare notes. There are many things that we've shared with Ndindi Nyoro. And I want to submit this evening that Kenya, if you thought Kenya does not have leaders who can make a difference, leaders who will change this country, look no further. We have one in this room, Ndindi Nyoro. Let me finish by bringing greetings of my party leader. When I was coming here, I informed my party leader that I'll be here. I've been elected twice as a member of parliament and a Wiper Patriotic Front. So I received greetings from my party leader, His Excellency, Dr. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Please receive the greetings of Dr. Kalonzo Musyoka. And he's the one who told me that you consult.
Terriers are 2-7. Right now, they're undefeated because they've got Zaxby's chicken fingers and a whole lot of sauce.
Big dogs gotta eat.
Yeah, they do. Who's got the sauce?
Mama Pastor Dorcas amekaribisha nyinyi. Mumekula vizuri? Si boma mnajua tabu zamani. Hata kama hatuna chochote chakula kwa hii boma iko. Tena mama nilioa mkarimu. Si mchoyo. Ni mwari ya mwahuna. Umekaribishwa vizuri. Basi watu ya nyumbani, ninajua mmekuwa mkilalamika ya kwamba tangu niingie hapa karibu siku 50, mnaona magari nakuja kutoka Kericho, kutoka Bomet, kutoka Narok, kutoka Kajiado, kutoka Kiambu, kutoka Meru, Embu, mkaanza kuulizana, mbona kiongozi wetu anaita watu na hajaongea na watu ya nyumbani? Si ndio? Na nikaambiwa vile mnasema. Wala waniambia, nikaambia bana, mwambie watu ya nyumbani basi kisikiza wageni kwanza, wanilete maneno yote, ile maneno wataniambia nikuje niambie watu ya nyumbani. Si ndio mmekuja? Ndio nimwambie ile nimeambiwa. Si ndio mtanisaidia? Si watu ya kutegemea ni watu ya nyumbani. East or west? East or west? Hata Kasongo aliponifukuza ofisi, sinirudi hapa nyumbani. Na mkanikaribisha. Mkasema hata ukifukuzwa, hata ukiaibishwa, wewe ni mtoto we. Siku nilikaribisha nyumbani. Sasa hii wa Nyoro jina yake iko juu au hapana iko juu? Na mimi nataka kwanza, kabla sijasema mawili matatu, wale viongozi wako hapa, ile list ilitukiwa. Hii ndio maneno. Na ndio yenye kusema. Na ndio yenye kuamua. Si ndio? Kwa hivyo mimi naongea na madhara yenye nyinyi mkiamua maneno imekui. Siko namna hiyo. Kwa hiyo viongozi wale mmefika, nasema asante. Mimi naheshimika sana. Kwa miaka mingi nimeita nyinyi, mumefika hapa. Kabla hata sijasema chochote, wacha mimi nitoe shukurani kwa niaba ya familia ya Gachagua. Nyinyi viongozi wa Madhira mumefanya hii boma ya Gachagua kuheshimika. Mulisaidia ndugu yangu marehemu Derito Gachagua mwaka wa 2002 akakuwa mjumbe wa Madhira. Nataka niseme asante. Nyinyi wenyewe mwaka wa 2013 nikakuja tukafanya kazi na nyinyi. Si tulifanya kampeni na nyinyi? Tukasukuma Derito Gachagua, mkampatia 58,000 votes kutoka hapa Madhira. Akakuwa gavana wa Nyeri. Nataka niseme asante. Mimi ndugu yangu alipoaga, mkaniuliza ya kwamba hilo pengo nishikilie, na mkaniambia nisiende kusimama gavana, mngetaka kwanza nianzie Madhira. Hapa 2017 mkanisaidia nikapata 54,000 votes. Nataka niseme asante. Hapo mbeleni, kabla nirudi niendelee na kazi nilifanya, Kasongo akanitafuta.
Parents, get your kids durable, machine washable Skechers Glide Step sneakers.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next investor webinar, where you can drill deeper into our 9 to 13% annual interest rate bond offerings and see how our company has become an emerging leader in the oil and gas industry. In 2024, Phoenix Energy rose to become the 11th most prolific oil and gas operator in the Williston Basin, one of America's top producing regions. We are now right alongside industry giants like ConocoPhillips and EOG, and plan to continue rising in the rankings. Our daily production rates have risen as high as 18,000 barrels of oil per day. We've sold more than 4 million barrels, and we're just getting started. We hope to see you at our brief webinar. In less than 1 hour, you will learn more about our 9 to 13% annual interest rate bond offerings and the U.S. oil and gas sector. These Regulation D 506E bond offerings are open to accredited investors. Our team will guide you through the details of how to get started. Sign up for the webinar and start your journey with Phoenix Energy today.
Akasema niwachane na Madhira, akakuja Karatina. Akaomba nyinyi ruhusa, si ndio? Akasema hii Rigathi ni mtu mzuri, ni kiongozi yako na maono, ni mtu amejitolea kusaidia Kenya, ni mtu mwerevu, na mimi naona hii safari ndio nikuwe rais, unisaidie akuwe running mate yangu. Si alisema pale Karatina? Akaomba ruhusa. Mukakubali. Tukamsaidia akakuwa rais. Si ndio? Hapo tukifika mbele ametupiga teke. Ametusaliti. Ametuangaisha. Ametutukana. Lakini hiyo ni sawa. Si ndio? Sisi tunamwambia ni sawa? Sawa. Lakini hata kabla sijasema mawili, wacha kwanza nijue vile mnakaa hapa. Najua labda mlibadilika bila mimi kujua. Unajua mimi bado unaona nyinyi siku mingi. Unajua tangu nilifukuzwa niliona aibu hata kuongea na nyinyi. Kwa sababu mliniuliza, hii Ruto unamjua vizuri? Nikamwambia ninajua yeye. Si mliniuliza? Mkaniuliza hii Ruto unamjua vizuri? Nikasema ndio. So ametuaibisha, ametudhalau, ametuonesha madharau mbele ya dunia nzima. Nikaona haya kukutana na nyinyi. Na wale donisi ya modro maikora koke. De no kijana tutoke alie. Ni yedo donisi onesi adira. Nilikuwa na aibu. Hata mimi nilishindwa hata kusimama Karatina kwa soko. Kwa kuaibika nitaambia kina mama nini? Kwa sababu mliniuliza, huyu Ruto si aliua watu wetu Rift Valley? Mkaniuliza si alichoma watoto kanisa ya Kiambaa? Na wewe unamwamini wewe Rigathi? Nikamwambia hii mtu ameokoka. Na ametubu dhambi zake. Si ndio nilimwambia? Na anaenda kanisa kila Jumapili. Na Biblia ile kuu. Biblia anasoma yote bila kuangalia. Sasa mimi nikamwambia nimekaa na huyu Ruto, mimi naona ameokoka,
tumsamehe, tumchague akuwe rais wa Kenya. Sasa mimi nimekuwa nikiona haya kuonana na nyinyi kwa sababu nashindwa nitasema nini. Kwa sababu kabisa, kwa sababu nitamwambia huyu Ruto hakutaka mimi nikuwe deputy president. Na angewacha mimi nikae Mathira, tungekuwa tumeendelea vizuri. Si kazi nilifanya? Kama vile hakuwa na haja na mimi, angeniwachia watu ya Mathira niendelee na kazi nilikuwa nafanya. Tangu niende kazi ilisimama, haijasimama. Isipokuwa ile kazi nilianzisha hapa. Nimeona hii kijana akijidai ati Ruto kuna kazi amefanya. Hata Ruto alikuwa hapa State Lodge anadanganya watu atayari jenga hii barabara. Ni muongo si muongo? Hii barabara kutoka Maroa, Gatung'ang'a, Shieni, Hirega, Kiamariga, kwa Mukaburu, kwa Wamboi, Irori. Sio barabara nilipewa na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta mwaka 2021. Ikaanza nikiwa mjumbe. Sasa huyu kijana ya Ruto kuna kazi amefanya hapa? Kazi nilianzisha ya Slaughterhouse. Barabara kutoka Slaughterhouse kwenda Ragati, kwenda Karura, kwenda Gaikoyo, kwenda Kihore mpaka Kabiroine. Ilisimama haijasimama? Kazi nilipanga from Unjiru kwenda mpaka Ragati, imesimama haijasimama? Sasa kazi ingine nimefanya ya barabara ya kutoka pale Kanyama kwenda Gandu. Si mimi nilipanga? Barabara kutoka pale ukipita Kangosho hapo.
Movies, they move us like nothing else. They make our jaws drop, our pulses pound, and our imagination run wild. Over thousands of tiny 3-color LEDs, red, green, and blue, each independently controlled by Sony's proprietary RGB Backlight Master Drive Pro. And with the largest color volume in Sony Bravia history, the ultimate cinematic experience is here.
Twirla is an innovative patch designed with her in mind. Its proprietary Skin Fusion patch features 5 distinct layers developed to help maximize adhesion and control drug administration. A woven backing allows the patch to contour to a woman's body. Multiple adhesion layers help keep the patch in place. Permeation enhancers help enable the hormones to pass through the skin and into the bloodstream. And humectants in the patch help to limit skin irritation. Twirla is proven to stay in place. In the pivotal clinical trial, 95% of 55,900 patches adhered over the course of a 1-year study. Based on a phase 1 study of 78 subjects who wore a Twirla patch on the lower abdomen for 7 days, 98% of patches maintained at least 75% surface adhesion every day during the wear period. Water exposure may increase full detachment rates. Patients should avoid prolonged water exposure and check the patch daily and after bathing or swimming. Patients should never cut or alter the patch. Instruct patients to apply Twirla to clean, dry, intact skin and rotate application sites weekly. For more important details on how to apply the patch, please refer to the full prescribing information. Twirla is indicated for use in women of reproductive potential with a BMI less than 30 kilograms per meter squared for whom a combined hormonal contraceptive is appropriate. Limitations of use. Consider the reduced effectiveness of Twirla in women with a BMI of 25 to less than 30 before prescribing Twirla. Twirla is contraindicated.
Mwanda kwenda Daroini mpaka Dimaine, si mimi nilipanga? Maji nilipanga ya kusaidia watu ya Ruguru, watu ya Kirimuko, ilikwama haijakwama? Iko kazi Kasongo amefanya hapa? Kazi Kasongo amefanyia watu ya Mathira tu ni kazi moja. Kufukuza Rigiji kwa kiti. Iko kazi nyingine amefanyia watu ya Mathira? Hiyo ndio kazi pekee yake amefanya. Kwa hivyo mimi niseme watu wangu, mimi niko na shukrani kwa nyinyi kama viongozi. Kwa ile mumesimama na mimi. Hata nilipopata matatizo, hamkuwa na haja na kiti yangu, mlikuwa na haja na mimi kama Rigathi Gachagua. Na ndio nisikia pale Masishi captain nikiambia Kasongo, nikamwambia ulinitoa kwa kiti, lakini kunitoa kwa hii roho ya hii watu haiwezekani. Unajua huyu Kimani Ichung'wa ambaye ameoa hapa Itiati, hapa Kiamusheru, si ndio? Si ndio ametoa bibi? Alimwambia Kasongo ati Wakikuyu hawana haja na kiti, hawana haja na mtu, wako na haja na kiti. Ati huyu Rigiji akifukuzwa wiki mbili, hata matanga hatapewa nafasi ya kuongea. Sasa ni mwaka mbili, Rigiji anavuma havumi? Si ndio mwenye kusema Kenya? Si ndio anaongelelewa na kila mtu, kuanzia president mpaka assistant chief? So mimi nasema nyinyi kama hamngekuwa watu wazuri, kama mlikuwa na haja na kiti yangu ya deputy president, mngeniwacha. Lakini hata nilipotolewa mumesimama na mimi na maombi. Nataka niseme asante. Nataka watu ya nyumbani niseme asante. Mimi najivunia ya kwamba ninapendwa nyumbani. Pia mumenipatia amani. Nimekuwa na wageni hapa siku 50, hamunjakanyanga hapa kwa geti. Mumeniheshimu, nasema mali sana na wageni. Sikiza wageni. Na ndio nikasema nikimaliza kusikiza wageni niite nyinyi sasa tuongee. Si ndio? Kwa hivyo mimi nataka nitoe shukurani kabisa 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 watu ya nyumbani, na niseme sasa nimekuja kuambia nyinyi serikali ya 6 ndio mimi napanga nikiwa hapa Nyoro. Na nimuhakikishie, na mnanijua, si mnanijua mimi napanga na itapatikana, na hii jamaa ataenda nyumbani one way. Mimi nataka niseme, nataka kuambia nyinyi, na niko na uhakika tutafanya mkutano ingine moja hapa wa Nyoro kabla ya kwenda uchaguzi. Mkutano ya baada ya uchaguzi tutafanyia hapa Sagana State Lodge nikiwa rais wa 6 ya Jamhuri ya Kenya. Madera hoi! Madera hoi! Hii siasa nimeipanga na imepangika. Huyu Kasongo tumemfinya, analia kama panya imeshikwa na mtego, na hana pahali ya kupitia. Mlima imeenda haijaenda, Mlima imeenda haijaenda. Hiyo lokalao ilikuwa ni kijonjo. Wewe Kasongo goja Madera, goja Madera. Lokalao ni kionjo, goja hapo Madera utaona. Siasa ya Mlima Kenya ile kali zaidi ni ya Madera, na Madera ikiamua, Nyeri imeamua, Mlima imeamua. Mimi niseme huyu Kasongo kwa sababu ni mzuri, niambie nyinyi watu ya nyumbani.
Dude, guess how much it cost me to make sure my family gets $1 million if something ever happens to me? You'll never guess.
I don't know. It's got to be like $200 a month.
Nope. $37 a month to protect my family. It only took me 10 minutes to get coverage. It was 100% online, and I didn't even need to take a medical exam.
That could help cover our living expenses. That could help put my kids through college if something happens to me.
Yeah, man. Ethos.com. It's super easy, and you can get coverage in just minutes.
Alikuwa nataka Rigathi Gachagua akiwa running mate amsaidie kuwa rais, lakini hakutaka Rigathi akuwe deputy president kwa sababu alitaka mtu mjinga, mtu pumbafu, mtu hana akili, mtu ya yesa, mtu ambaye hawezi uliza swali yeyote, mtu ambaye atamkubalia apore Kenya kama amenyamaza. Na alikuwa ameniona, lakini akajificha, akaficha makucha. Siku uliona mng'ang'ano pale at 17 hours, ilikuwa ni sinema. Alikuwa ameamua ni mimi, lakini alikuwa anataka kuniangaisha ati ndio nikuwe nikimwabudu, ati alinisaidia. Yeye mwenyewe aliita huyu Soprano, akapatia yeye pesa kabla mambo ya running mate, akamwambia patia hii wabunge wote waseme ni wewe, na ni yeye. Sasa mimi sikuwa na habari, mimi naendelea kumtafutia kura. alikuwa amekataliwa na kila mtu. Mimi nasunguka na bebeleza wa Kikuyu na msema wachana na Uhuru, wacha tukae na huyu. Mimi niko busy nikimsaidia. Yeye ananipangia huko nyuma. So lakini alikuwa ameamua ni mimi. Hiyo ilikuwa tu ni sinema sarakasi. Anapatia Kindiki pesa, patia wabunge. Sasa mwisho akaambia Kindiki na Ichung'wa. Sasa ndio tumekuja kujua. Nyinyi hii mtu sitaki. Lakini ndio tufike tunahitaji yeye. Kwa sababu yeye ako na umaarufu ya kuongea na watu. Ako na ulimi ya kuongea na watu. Ako na bidii ya kuzunguka. Wacha tunyamaze tumpatie. Tukishamuingiza nitapanga vile tutamtoa. Hii si maneno imefanyika ati juzi. Ilipangwa hata kabla ya uchaguzi. Kwa sababu alitaka mtu nongwe. Mtu ambaye hakuna kitu anaweza sema. Mtu ambaye ataambiwa fanya hii, fanya hii, fanya hii. Sasa ndio aniangaishe, akaambia hii Kindiki, wewe nitakupatia docket ya interior. Kazi yako sasa ni kutengeneza maripoti ya uongo kuhusu Yuri Giji. Wewe Ichung'wa nitakupatia leader of majority. Uhakikishe wabunge wote wako na wewe, uwatoe kwa Rigiji. So mimi nimepangiwa pale, sina habari. Kindiki naita mikutano ya usiku, napatia wajumbe pesa. Ichung'wa naita wabunge. Huyu Kasongo kukiadikanwa kama ni jeshi, anatafuta mabarua, anaita wabunge ya Mlima. Anasema nyinyi wabunge ya Mlima, niliambia Rigiji ampatie jeshi, ampatie nyinyi. Hapana. Ndio msiulize, wachana na yeye, chukueni. Wambuga wakaanza kunichukia. Unaona? Anakaa ambia ma PS na ma minister, huyu Rigiji akipiga simu msichukue. Wabunge wakija kwangu tusaidie barabara, nikipiga simu haichukuliwi. Wabunge wakaanza kuona mimi ni bure. Yangu ikosa kuchukuliwa, wanakimbia kwa Kasongo. Anapiga inachukuliwa. Akaanza kufuruta wabunge, akawafuruta. Huyu Kindiki kila siku ni mikutano ya usiku, akipanga vile nitatolewa achukue hii kiti. Sasa pahali Kasongo aliamua lazima atufukuze. Ni uchaguzi wa kitu inaitwa IALA. IALA ni East African Legislative Assembly. Pale kulikuwa na viti 9. Hiyo viti 9 ikakuwa iende viti 4 kwa Azimio, viti 5 kwa Kenya Kwanza. Akapanga na Ichung'wa ati tukue na uchaguzi ndani, tuchague watu wetu 5 kabla ya kwenda bunge kupiga kura. Huyu Ichung'wa akakubaliana mtu ya Mlima Kenya awekwe na mtu kutoka Ukambani. Ichung'wa akapanga na Kasongo. Wa Kalenjin wale wabunge wakaambiwa msipigie mtu ya Mlima, mpigie ile mtu ya Ukambani. Na sisi ndio wengi tumeenda pale Ikulu kwa uchaguzi. Kila mtu ameambiwa aongee. Tulikuwa na kijana anaitwa Karovia, akaongea, makofi napigwa na hiyo Kalenjin, inapigwa pa 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 pa. Nikajua basi hakuna shida. Kura kupigwa, kuhesabiwa, Karovia ameanguka. Na kura ya watu ya Mlima na ya Kalenjin is a majority. So mimi nikauliza Ichung'wa, what is this? Akajifanya ati hata yeye ameshtuka. Nikaona amefungia Kasongo jicho, kumfungia. Nikauliza Kasongo, imekuwaje tuko na viti 5? Sisi tulikupatia kura 47% ukuwe rais wa Kenya. Ati kwa viti 5 Mlima haitakuwa na kiti moja. Akasema si kura imepigwa wewe Rigiji. Sasa kama kura imepigwa nataka tufanye nini? Nikamwambia rais, lakini inaonekana watu yako ulipanga chama na hao wapigie yule mwingine. Wewe unani accuse mimi? How? Mimi nilikuwa na kura. Nikamwambia rais, how come mtu ya Mlima amepoteza? Na wajumbe ya Mlima na wa Kalenjin combined we are the majority. It means for sure uliambia wa Kalenjin wafukuze mtu ya Mlima.
I got it. Hold my oikos.
Wanna play?
We observe the pre-Firefly's workplace human, sprawling email chains, endless Slack channels, until at last, a breakthrough. Firefly's AI. Now AI assistants delivered meeting recaps and next steps. Try Fireflies for free in your next meeting.
So tukaletea shida, tukaletea juu sana. Akajaribu kuniongelea, nimwambia kwende, nikamtupia mkono. Si ndio? Mimi nikatoka nikaenda hii wajumbe ya Mlima siku hiyo walikuwa na akili kidogo. Nikawaita. Nikauliza sasa tufanye nini? Tukaongea, tukasema they are the majority. Kwendeni mpindue hiyo kitu kwa floor of the house. Wakasema tusaidie maneno kidogo. Nikapanga nikawasaidia. Wakaenda wakaongea na Waluya, Wajaluo nini. Asubuhi wakapindua hiyo mtu yetu, akapita akachaguliwa Yala. Nikamwambia hata hika nini Kega alikuwa pande ya Azimio na wagu wanataka Nikasema sasa bahali imefika, wacha tukufe na wetu. Hata hika nini Koru, pigia kura kaende huko Yala, kakaende huko. Hii watu yangu wao wabunge siku hiyo walikuwa wazuri sana. They were good people. They were committed to the community. Wakaenda wakapindua hiyo uchaguzi. Ndio Kasongo akajua, hii mtu nikimwachia hii wabunge nitakuwa na shida kumcontrol. Hii wabunge anafuruta moja moja, akawapatia pesa wanifukuze. Kindiki alipanga hii maneno na Ichung'wa na Ruto before the elections. So juzi nimeona akiongea, huyu Rigiji, mimi nilikuwa na mshauri nikiwa minister. Ulikuwa unanishauri na ulikuwa unanipangia usiku. Mlikuwa mnapanga na Kasongo. Hii ni kitu mlipanga tangu zamani. Lakini sasa tukiwachana na Kasongo, kwa sababu lazima nimwambie. Tuliketi na for 4 hours. Kumwambia rais, nimeona umeamua kusaliti sisi. Nataka nikushauri. Wachana na hiyo maneno. Wacha kabisa. Hii watu wa Mlima ndio walikuchagua. Na hao watu hawapendi usaliti. Wewe mwenyewe umefaidika kwa sababu hii watu hawapendi usaliti. Walipoona kama Uhuru Kenyatta amekusaliti, wakaamua kuchagua wewe. Waoneshe hawapendi usaliti. Wewe si mmoja wao. Uhuru ni mtoto wao. Walimuumiza Uhuru Kenyatta wakakusaidia wewe na si mtoto wao. Ukisaliti mimi na jamii, watakuumiza mara 100. So mimi na kuadvise, achana na hii maneno. Kasema mimi niko na experience, wewe huwezi nifundisha siasa. Mimi niko na experience ya 35 years. Hii mimi sijawahi anguka uchaguzi, wewe unajua nini? Wewe umekuja juzi. Nikamwambia Kasongo, wewe uko na experience mingi sana ya Kenya. Lakini ya Mlima najua kuliko wewe. Hii Mlima I know it better than you. Wachana na hiyo maneno. Nilipoona haelewi, kwa sababu mimi ni mtu ya literature, nikamwambia nataka kupatia wewe mfano. Nikamwambia wewe Ruto, naona wewe ni mjenzi, unapenda kujenga manyumba. Iko sheria ya kubomoa nyumba. Ukijenga nyumba, baada ya miaka 5 upate pesa zaidi, uone hiyo nyumba unataka uipanue uerebishe, unaweza fanya. Roof unaweza badilisha uweke mpya. Ceiling unaweza toa TNG uweke gypsum. Madirisha unaweza toa uweke aluminium. Floor kama ni ya pake unaweza toa uweke tiles. Milango ilikuwa ya chuma unaweza toa uweke ya bao. Lakini foundation ya nyumba hapana guza. Unless umemalizana na hiyo nyumba unataka kuibomoa. Nikamwambia serikali yako, foundation ni Mlima Kenya. Hapana guza hii mlima. Don't touch the foundation of your government. Na ukiguza hii foundation, hii serikali yako itaporomoka na utakuwa na amani na utakuwa one term. Nilimwambia siku hiyo. Akasema ati nikuwa one term. Nikamwambia ndio. Akamwambia decision yako. Wewe uamu. Nikatoka nikaenda. Tangu nitoke ako na amani. Ako na amani. Hapa Mlimani alikuwa anatembea, watu wanamfurahia. Kuna mtu anaweza enda mkutano yake bila kulipwa. Pale Olokalao amefanya maendeleo ya 14.5 billion. Ametoa pesa taslimu 1.5 billion. Total 16 billion. Ameaibika hajaibika? Na bado hiyo kura 5,000 si yake, ni hiyo kijana anaitwa Mushina. Alikuwa ofisi ya Kiaraho for 13 years. Kuna mtu alisaidia hapo, mwingine familia wakampatia. Kama hiyo kura ilikuwa ya Kasongo, hangefikisha kura 1,000. Kwa hivyo mimi niseme, wewe Kindiki hapa anasema ati tulijaribu kunishauri. Mlinipangia na Kasongo tangu mwanzo. naye vile mlitupangia tunapangia nyinyi, si ndio? Tuko hapa mukugire akorireu mukugi akorireu, hata sisi tunakupangia, na we are working very hard, na tunafanya kazi usiku na mchana. Sasa ile kitu ya kuhuzunisha ni kwamba huyu Ruto ameamua kutumia fujo kulazimisha watu wampigie kura. Hapa Mlimani ametusumbua for the last 2 years, kutuma wahuni kuharibu mali na kupiga watu. Pale jana Homa Bay watu wameuawa, watu 4.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, and I'm the CEO of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next webinar where you can drill deeper into our bond offering. We currently offer 2 investment opportunities, a private placement bond offering for accredited investors with target annual interest rates between 9 and 13%. Also, we offer a registered bond offering open to both accredited and non-accredited investors with rates ranging from 9 to 12%. Our daily production rates have risen as high as 39,000 barrels of oil per day. We've sold more than 10 million barrels, and we're just getting started. Sign up for the webinar and start your journey with Phoenix Energy today.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code. Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
Nice. So you're saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch. I gotta make a call.
I'll be in my
office. Just built an inventory tracker. Protein calculator. Book sharing app. A workflow manager that
Tracks who still owes for the group lunch.
trash duty schedule. Since no one seems to care. Just built a
I just created a goal tracking system.
We built the same thing, didn't we?
Yep.
Can this thing manage content?
Is the SOC compliant?
I want to animate this graph. Create a party planner.
Profesor de español.
An inter-office dating app. For dogs. For office dogs. You know what I mean?
Wengine watu 20 wamejeruhiwa. Magari ya Linda Mwananchi karibu 7 imechomwa. Ati alazimisho Wajaluo wapende yeye. Sasa hata ndio ameharibu zaidi. Ile kura kidogo alikuwa naye Wajaluo yote imeenda. Hapa Mlimani hakuna kitu. Kwa Wakamba hakuna. Pale kwa kina Sifuna na Wamalwa hakuna. Huyu mtu amekwama. Si ndio? Ya mwisho, mimi kwa sababu makosa ni yangu ya kuleta Kasongo, amenihangaisha, amehangaisha nyinyi, amehangaisha kila mtu. Nataka kuomba msamaha. Naomba msamaha. Munisamehe. Kwa sababu mimi sikujua. Lakini mimi saa ingine nalia vile nimeweka watu wetu kwa shimo. Vile Kenya imehangaika na makosa ni yangu. Lakini saa ingine mimi najipatia nguvu. Nasema kama alidanganya mabishop, mareverend, mapasta, hata huyu mke wangu, sasa mimi ni nani? Mimi ni nani? Huyu Pastor Dokas alikuwa anamuombea mpaka wanaongea in tongues. Huyu Kasongo si alikuja hapa? Mara ngapi? Mara 2. Si alikuwa hapa? Akilia tumsaidie. Juzi anasema ati alijileta kwa mlima. Si ujilete sasa. Si ujilete. Ya pili, msamaha ya pili nataka niombe. Ni kijana anaitwa Wamumbi. Huyo kijana alikuwa MCA pale Konyo. Si ndio? Wacha nieleze tu. Alikuwa MCA Konyo. So nilipopata nafasi ya running mate, nikaketi chini nikajiuliza, watu ya Ruguru wametoa wajumbe mara 2. Wametoa gavana. Magutu wametoa. Kiremukoyo wametoa. Hii Konyo tangu zamani bado toa mbunge. Mpaka watu ya Konyo walikuwa wanapigiwa, wanasomewa na watu wengine wa Madhira wakienda Karatina. Hati kazi yao ni kutoa watchman. Na nini ingine? Na na Gorino. So mimi nikakuwa muungwana, nikasema vile Mungu amenipatia nafasi na niko na ushawishi na watu ya Mathira watanisikiza, nikaomba nyinyi kwa heshima tumsaidie huyu kijana, mkakubali shingo upande. Si mlikuja kuniona mkaniambia hii kijana si mtu mzuri, mkaniambia hii kijana, mlikataa baba yake mara 3, si kijana mzuri. So mimi na ujeuri wangu nikasema hapana, acha hii kijana apewe. Kufika pale ameamua kuoa, si ndio? Amekuja kwangu kama mzee, kama babake, ameniambia msichana nimepata ni huyu, si ndio? Akataka baraka zangu. So mimi nikamwambia vile umeniambia kiutamaduni unataka baraka zangu na nikuambie kama ni sawa, si unipatie muda nichunguze. Akaniambia chunguza. Nikaitana nikasema hii msichana anaitwa Betty kutoka Murang'a. Kwenda ati si msichana. Oh, si msichana. Ni mama? Yeah? Sasa mimi nikamwambia Harambe. Nikamwambia kwa sababu umekuja kwangu, siwacha nichunguze kidogo tabia yake, alafu nikuambie, then uamu. Nikachunguza nikaletewa report karibu peji 40. History. Nikamuita, nikamwambia historia iko hapa, lakini uamuzi ni wa, kwa sababu wewe ndio unaoa sio mimi. Lakini mimi kama baba nimefanya vile uliniuliza. Hii report soma. Kasoma, mimi naona natoa jasho. Akaniuliza nifanye nini? Nikamwambia utaamua. Mimi ni mzazi, sina shida. Ile umependa, mimi nimependa. Akaenda. Sasa makosa alifanya, alienda akaambia hii msichana. Ile report nimempatia. Sasa msichana akanichukia kutoka siku hiyo. Lakini nikasema ni sawa. Akasema basi ate shosho. Sasa nikamwambia umeamua? Akaniambia nataka unipeleke tukatoe mali. Nikamwambia twende.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, our students know that every new skill they learn is a new opportunity to further advance their career. That's why we offer an affordable, skills-based education that helps working adults adapt to the growing demands of today's job market. In UMGC's online programs, you can learn how to apply emerging technology like data science and AI so you can succeed again. No application fee if you apply by September 1st at umgc.edu.
I'm afraid our time isn't up yet.
Yo! My taste runs to the unique, yes? The slightest movement can send us off flying.
Today's serving of crazy comes with heavy ballistic armor and anger management issues.
Proud of you.
I can bring peace to all. If something goes wrong, you can always blame him.
Well, let's disassociate.
Unataka nikusaidie? Ndio. Namna gani? Akaniambia lete kiasi, nikaweka kwa basha, nikampatia. Akasema nataka uongee na Kasongo pia akuje. Nikaongea na Kasongo, tukaenda. Ngoja kidogo. Tukaenda pale, tukafanya rurashio, nikaongea kama baba yake. Tukaoa huyu mama. Ati shosho. Sasa tukaenda pale, tukakaa hapo usiku mzima. Nilala hapo nikicheza dance na wamama the whole night. Hata huyu reverend aliona mapicha, nilikuta amefura usiku. Nilifika saa 10. Hii Wamumbi akafanya mimi ni dance na wamama mpaka karibu asubuhi. Ati ndio nionekane mimi ni baba ya. Nilichukua nacheza mpaka na Karen Nyamo. Sasa mimi nitafanya nini? Wamejaa pale. Wamejaa pale wanawake hawa, huyu wengine tabia yao inajulikana, lakini mimi nasema haidhuru. Wacha tu. Sasa Sasa ile maneno iko. Kasongo kuamua kunifukuza. Wakalejini wakasema hatuwezi sign impeachment kabla Wakikuyu kusign. Wajaluo wakasema hatuwezi toa mtu ya Mlima bila watu ya Mlima kusign. Kasongo akasema Wamumbi mwenyewe mbunge wake ndio atasign kwanza. Ndio mjue ya kwamba hata kwao hatakikani. Sasa Wamumbi akaenda akaambia Kasongo, hii mtu amekataliwa nyumbani, hakuna mtu anataka kumuona, wacha tumfukuze. Wamumbi ndiye alisign list number 1. Nasikia? Bibi yake number 2. Yule ambaye nilienda kuleta kutoka Murang'a. Sasa kutoka hapo tumefukuzwa. Wamumbi amejitolea. Amesema hii mtu mimi ndio namjua. Nisaidie na maaskari. Nimuangaishe, nimfukuze kwa mikutano yake yote. Mimi nikienda mkutano Murang'a, Wamumbi anatuma askari wanatupiga. Wetima ACK Church pale Udhaya, hao askari walichinjiwa busi asubuhi pale Kamanyaka. Beti mwenyewe ndio wako jikoni. Wamumbi ndio wanafanya briefing ya askari wakuja waniue. Kufika pale akina mama wakaomba na watoto. Wao askari wakachanganyikiwa. Askari wakasema hatuwezi uwe ndani ya kanisa, wacha atoke tumuue nje. Wakatoka. Wamumbi akapiga simu akasema murudi kanisani muue ndani ya kanisa. Hao askari kuseleki kidogo tukajificha tukatoroka. Pale Murang'a pahali inaitwa Goda. Bibi yake akaenda hapo na askari. Akaumiza akina Medho. Siku naenda Narok. Wamumbi na bibi yake wako hapo. Wakaniangaisha mpaka dakika ya mwisho. Hapo Olokalau. Wamumbi ameenda hapo na askari. Ameua watu wawili. 2 people wamekufa. Hao watoto wamebaki mimi nawasomesha. Akina mama wameshikwa na nguvu na askari na Wamumbi. Huyu Wamumbi ako na damu ya Wakikuyu. Ameua watu wetu. Na mimi niseme juu ya hayo. Wacha nimwambie nyinyi. Unajua huyu Wamumbi ametuletea shida. Juu ya hayo ameenda ametafuta bibi ya governor anaitwa Mama Kirigo na watoto wake. Wamumbi amewaketisha chini. Amesema mimi nataka nipeleke nyinyi kwa Kasongo. Amsaidie mkue matajiri. Muharibie huyu Rigiji jina kwa sababu sifa yake imeenda sana. Unasikia? Sasa Mama Kirigo na watoto wake 3 wakapelekwa na Wamumbi mpaka kwa Kasongo. Wakaambiwa sasa muwekelee hii mtu maneno. Nyinyi hakuna mtu anajua vile nimechunga familia ya Gachagua. Ndio familia haina vita tangu kufe. Umesikia vita kwa familia? Gachagua aligawa mali yake vizuri. Akagawia bibi yake Margaret 10%.
Earn 75,000 bonus points and make it count. The card that's preferred for a reason.
Wow. Thank you, Clear Choice. I got my section back.
No 5%. Huyu Karungaru 5%. Watoto wake 4 Susan 10%, Mercy 10%, Kashagwa 10%, Jason 10%. Mamangu late mother Kirigo 5%. Mimi 5%. Liliani ambaye ameaga dunia 4%. Deretu Achira 4%. Sister zake kila mtu 1%. Kashagwa akaandika will akasema, my brother, mshikane na wakili anaitwa Regeru na mtu anaitwa Madenge. Hii familia yangu kwa sababu iko mambo mingi. Na mimi niko na watoto huko nje na mabibi wengi na italete balaa. Na mimi sitaki vita. Muuze hii mali yo. Kila mtu apewe pesa lakini mama Kirigo apewe nyumba moja Ngata. Margaret apewe nyumba moja Karen. Mimi nikaambia gavana hata hii ya Nyeri mpatie. Alikuwa amekataa nataka iuzwe. Nikamwambia hapana mpatie. Kwa sababu nilikaa na yeye hapo mpatie. Karungaru akapewa nyumba ya Nyeri. Mama Kirigo akapewa Langata. Karungaru akapewa Karen. Msichana anaitwa Eva akapewa pesa 5% na mtoto yake. Mama mwingine anaitwa Wanjiru akapewa pesa na mtoto yake. Kashagwa was a fair man. Si ndio? Si was a fair man. Si aliangalia kila mtu. Hao watu hii mali yote tukajaribu kuuza. Ikakosa mtu ya kununua. Saa ile nimekuwa deputy president, wakakuja kwangu. Wakasema tumia hii kiti utafutie watu ya kununua. Nikatafuta watu, hizi vitu yote tukauza. Tukagawa pesa. Watoto wako na over 100 million. Bibi karibu 60 million kila mtu. Sasa wamekula pesa imeisha. Wamombi amewatafuta. Amesema hii mali yote iliuzwa, Kasongo anaweza rudishia nyinyi muuze tena. Unasikia? Na hii Kasongo kwa sababu ni muongo. Anadanganya hawa. Sasa saa ile tumekaa na mawakili tumeandika report kwa gazeti Kasongo ameaibika. Amekuta kujua ile mama aliletwa na watoto ndio wameenda na mali ya Kashagwa karibu yote. Kila mtu amepata pesa yake, amepata mali yake, Wamombi ndio mwenye kudanganya Kasongo. Na hii Kasongo ni mtu pia sijui ni mtu aina gani. Ako na watu ya National Intelligence Service. Akipelekewa kitu na wanasiasa kuliko achunguze, anakimbilia kusema, "Oh, hii mtu amenyang'anya mabibi mali yao, watoto yatima itarudishwa." Kupata report wamepata mali yao. Mimi nimepata yangu 5% nilipatiwa na my dead brother. Kila mtu alipatiwa haki yake. Na Kashagwa alitupenda zote. Alipatia mabibi zake, watoto yake, ndugu zake na dada yake. Na hiyo ni haki yake kufanya vile anataka. Si mali ni yake, si ni yeye alitafuta. Ikakwama. Hiyo Wamombi akarudi huko. Akaenda kwa Kasongo. Akasema hii mtu kwa sababu tumetafutia makosa imekosekana. Hajaiba mali ya mtu, hana kesi, hana chochote. Wacha tutafute maneno mengine ya kumpaka matope. Wakasema iko msichana anaitwa Maureen. Aliwawa na huyu Rigathi. Si ndio? Kuna mtu ajui Maureen hapa? Mama yake si nafikia tu hapa. Huyu mtoto si mimi nilisomesha. Si mimi nimetafutia kazi kwa MCA. Kuna mtu ajui vile Maureen alikufa? Si huyu Jeridi alinipigia simu akaniambia amepigwa na gari pale. Wamombi ameenda akamwambia Kasongo, huyu Maureen Rikijilia aliua. Kasongo hata bila kufikiria, hata bila kusema ichunguzwe, ndio huyo juu ya gari. Kuna watu wameua wasichana sijui nini. Hiyo maneno yote ni ya Wamombi. Lakini ya muhimu. Haya nimetoka hapo. Kwa sababu alikuwa mbunge wangu, nimemuonesha mambo zangu. Hali yote nilikuwa nimenunua kashamba namuonesha. Mimi namwambia hii shamba nimenunua. Hii nyingine nimenunua hapa Kakule nimemuonesha. Hiyo ripoti yote alichukua na pelekea Kasongo. Nilimwamini kama kijana nyumbani. Namwambia acha nikuoneshe niko na kashamba hapa, niko na hii, niko hapa, niko hapa. Hata ingine ni hapa Iroi ameonesha. Sasa ile tu imetuumiza, nilimuonesha pahali watu yangu wanafanyia biashara. Saa ile limetoka ameonesha Kasongo. Kevin na Keith wamefukuzwa na Yesu. Wamefukuzwa, wamerudi kwa nyumba. Wamenyang'anywa mali yao. So huyu Wamombi, mimi nasema naomba msamaha kwa sababu mlimchagua kwa sababu yangu. Kweli ama uongo? Katini ndamuulizie. Ya muhimu zaidi. Ametuaibisha kama watu ya Madera. Ati watu ya Madera wamepata kiti ya deputy president. Kiti haijapatikana. Na next kwa hiyo ni kiti ya rais. Ati mjumbe wamechagua ya nyumbani ndio mtu ya kwanza kutoa hii kiti nyumbani iende pale ingine. Sasa watu wananiuliza, hii watu ya Madhera kwani mnakaa namna gani? Tumeaibika sana kwa sababu ya Wamumbi na Wamatinga. Huyu Wamatinga si nini nimwambia mchague? Si mimi niliuliza nyinyi? Sasa niseme nataka nimwambia, nimeita kumwambia nyinyi.
I was at a job where I couldn't advance unless I got a bachelor's degree. So I contacted CTU here.
Nimeita kumwambia nyinyi. Hiyo aibu Kasongo na Wamumbi wametia sisi watu ya Madhera. Tutasafisha. Njia ya kusafisha. Huyu Kasongo na Wamumbi walitoa bendera moja kwa gari. Mwaka ujao nitarudi hapa na gari na bendera mbili kama rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. And nimeita nyinyi nimwambie, I want to promise you. Nataka nimwambie na musikie. Rigiji amekubalika Kenya nzima. Ukienda Masaini hakuna mtu mwingine wanaongea juu yake. Sasa Wakalenjin wa Kipsigis wameniita. Walikuwa hapa. Naenda pahali naitwa Emurua Dikil tarehe 21. Tulikuwa na by election huko. Bila mimi kwenda huko, mtu ya DCP akapata 11,000. Na mimi bado fanya huko. Mimi nataka nimhakikishie siasa ya Mlima nimemaliza. Nairobi nimemaliza. Ma Nation wa Masai nimemaliza. Nataka nimaliza hii ya Kipsigis. Nikimaliza niketi na kina Kalonzo na wengine. Tuanze kuuliza sana nani ataongoza Kenya na ni kwa nini? Si ndio? Siko na hiyo. Sema mimi nimesanya kula milioni 8 wa Masai ya Mlima. Na Nairobi niko na 1 million. Wa Masai 1 million. For Kipsigis 600. Mimi karibu 12 million. So tuongee. Tujue nani ataongoza Kenya. Lakini nataka kumwambia watu nyumbani. Nyinyi mnishikilia hapa. Mtanishikilia nyumbani. Watu wote wamefika hapa ndio nilipo nataka kupea nyinyi. Wameniambia nisimame kiti ya rais. Si ndio? Wameniambia chama ni DCP. Wameniambia wasaliti wote wa jamii waende nyumbani. Huyu wa Mumbi asifikize kula 600. What maximum? Gabi apate kula 100 kwa kila ward. Si tuko na ward 6. Hapa Rogoro 100. Keremokoyo 100. Konyo 100. Iliaire 100. Karatina 100. Hakuna kitu atapata. Na Wamatinga waende. Ya mwisho. Watu ya nyumbani. Hapa nyumbani mnasemaje? Watu ya nyumbani mnasemaje? Madhera inasemaje? Bas. Wacha tutangaze operation fagia. Ya kufagia wasaliti takataka ya siasa. Kasia ya siasa. Harambee. Wasaliti wote. Wilbaro, UDA, Tokonia, Kudagotome, Gati, Komerera, Wamobi, Wamatiga, Mokami, Sabrano, Kasongo. Wangapi nasema tufagia Kasongo. Mumeamua. Naomba watu ya Madhera, aibu wa Mumbi ametuletea kama constituency inaheshimika Kenya. Aende nyumbani asubuhi na mapema na asifikishe kula 600. Tumekubaliana. Huyu senator wa Matinga nilimsaidia hapa kupitia kwenu. Ametuaibisha kama watu ya Madera. Amefanya tuchekelewe, tuonekane kama sisi ni nongwe, ni watu hatuna akili. Aende asiende. Huyu Kasongo state logical hapa Madera. Tumemchagua, tumemsaidia, alikuwa amefinywa na Uhuru, anatoa makamasi. Nikamsaidia tukiwa na nyinyi. Ametudharau, ametutumia vita, ameharibu mali yetu. Lazima aende nyumbani. Aende asiende? Na mimi nauliza, 1992 Moi alitumia pesa hapa, alipata kura 800. 1997 akapata kura 911. Moi hakuua watoto, aliwapatia maziwa. Moi aliua mtoto? Aliua mtoto? Si alipea watoto maziwa? Sasa kama Moi hakuua mtu, alipata kura 800. Huyu aliua watu wetu Kiambaa, ameua Gen Z, ametuletea aibu Madera. Mtapatia kura ngapi? Yeah? Hakuna. Mimi nataka niseme, isipokuwa Dimaine polling station akuwe na agent wa Mombi mwenyewe. Si anapigia Dimaine polling station? Polling station ingine yote, hata Kasongo asikuwe na agent. Si ndio? Kwanza hapa kwangu Sakana primary school, nikija nikute agent ya Kasongo tutakosana na nyinyi. Wapi watu ya Sakana primary school? Wapi watu ya Sakana? Watu ya Sakana. Tusipate hapa akuwe na agent. Na hapa Irori na Karatina kwanza kwa soko. Sitaki kusikia agent kwa soko. Anyimwe akosa agent. Ndio? Ya mwisho wa Mombi baada ya kumwaga damu ya watu wa Lokalau. Ile vita imekuwa Karatina ya kuharibu mali ya watu. Si niwaambia anapanga. Siku yote kwa maandamano anatuma wakora wanaharibu mali ya watu. And he must be punished on the ballot. Sitaki aulizwe huko nje. Waache na bibi yake wakae watafute mali. Lakini siku ya ballot hawa watu tutadili na hawa kwa ballot. Si ndio? Si tumekubaliana? Si tumekubaliana? Tuibuze nyama Madera. Hii wa mubiri amwe wega inywe. Hii ni amwe wega. Nie kaide moe. Yude moja tiriri. Tondu kana kurare marumiri. Madera ni marume kana githikiria.
And Kenyan people. So I don't want to take much time. I'd like to give a deputy party leader and a presidential candidate the opportunity to address not only the nation, but also the international community on what's happening now in our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, SG, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for turning up very early. It's because we thought that we should do this early because we have a very, very packed day of so many activities. There is that time in the life of a nation, such as we are now, when I think we need to speak to each other candidly and very sincerely about how we see the affairs of our country going. And most of what I'm going to do this morning, I believe I feel the weight of responsibility on my shoulders as a political leader in a party, number one. And then secondly, as someone who had the privilege of serving as the cabinet minister for interior and coordination of national government, and therefore sat in the apex of the national security infrastructure in the country for about 5 years. We have spoken about these things for a while, but it's now abundantly clear that the president and his government have chosen violence as a weapon for political survival and as a weapon for political engagement. And I'm not going to start where usually people start with these tired cliches about we condemn in the strongest terms possible, we ask for action. I'm not going to go that direction because what we are dealing with is abundantly clear to all of us that we have come to a point where certain serious conversations must happen in this country and choices must be made. This is not rocket science. You don't need a degree in geophysics to see what is going on in the country. This weekend alone, from the stoning incident in Mulot that affected my 2 vehicles, to the stoning incident in Nakuru Town West that affected DCP leaders, and then Salga, and then yesterday in Homa Bay. It's so clear to everyone that, one, there's a pattern to this. Second, there's very clear acquiescence of government in this because you look at the behavior of the security forces on this matter. And three, you can see, blatantly, a case of, determination on the part of government to engage in this level of violence. From my experience, I want to tell Kenyans very sincerely, I do not think and I cannot see how the scale of violence in Homa Bay and the activity that happened there could have happened without the knowledge of the National Security Council and without the knowledge, especially of the president. Because I have been in that environment before. The president receives executive intelligence briefings wherever he is, even if he is in Greenland or attending the UN General Assembly. Such intelligence information is gathered and the president is briefed very regularly. So when you look at what happened in Homa Bay, it's crime at industrial scale. The planning, you can see clearly the choreography, the management of that, and the resources that could have been spent in that clearly shows you that this is something that was premeditated, that had been happening, it was planned. The next question you ask is, where was the county security team led by the county commissioner in Homa Bay? Where was the regional security team led by the regional commissioner in Kisumu? In most cases, unless the operations of government have changed in a very significant manner, and my dear Kenyans, listen to me, this is something I know like the back of my hand. Unless the management of government has changed in a significant manner, the situation in Homa Bay is one where even the regional police commander should have taken control and taken over the command of what was happening in Homa Bay and assembled resources. I am aware, because that the deployment has not changed. I am aware that in that region, the police have got even special resources. There are border police, there is a GSU. They would have been able to mobilize sufficient resources to address what was happening, but they couldn't because clearly there was a sense of acceptance on the part of the security forces that ought to have happened. The tragedy of it all is that now we have been warning everybody, and that's why I'm not going to go into those, usual silly niceties of saying we warn, we condemn. We are already in a crisis. We have now begun our final descension into anarchy as a country. Let's not pretend about it. When you look at the scale of destruction, the pain and the losses in Homa Bay.
UiPath helps enterprises navigate their toughest challenges. built for the way your business works, connected across your systems. Your clear path to AI results. UiPath.
Even on my antidepressant, I wasn't making enough progress and still hiding my depression. I wanted more for myself. So my doctor recommended Rexulti.
When taken with an antidepressant, Rexulti was proven to significantly reduce depression symptoms more than an antidepressant alone.
She said Rexulti could provide a boost. Adding on helped me move forward.
Elderly people with dementia-related psychosis have increased risk of death or stroke. Antidepressants may increase suicidal thoughts and actions and worsen depression in children and young adults. Call your healthcare provider right away to report new or sudden changes in mood, behavior, thoughts, or feelings, or if you develop suicidal thoughts or actions. Report fever, stiff muscles, and confusion, which can be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High blood sugar can lead to coma or death. Weight gain, increased cholesterol, unusual urges, dizziness on standing, falls, seizures, trouble swallowing, or sleepiness may occur.
Could a boost help you build on your progress?
Ask your doctor about adding
Rexulti.
indication and important safety information for Rexulti, brexpiprazole. Indication. Rexulti is a prescription medicine used along with antidepressant medicines to treat major depressive disorder, MDD, in adults. It is not known if Rexulti is safe and effective in children with MDD. Important safety information. Increased risk of death in elderly people with dementia-related psychosis. Medicines like Rexulti can raise the risk of death in elderly people who have lost touch with reality, psychosis, due to confusion and memory loss, dementia. Rexulti is not approved for the treatment of people with dementia-related psychosis without agitation that may happen with dementia due to Alzheimer's disease. Increased risk of suicidal thoughts and actions. Rexulti and antidepressant medicines may increase suicidal thoughts and actions in pediatric patients and young adult patients, especially within the first few months of treatment or when the dose is changed. Depression and other mental illnesses are the most important causes of suicidal thoughts and actions. All patients on antidepressants and their families or caregivers should closely watch for new or worsening depression symptoms, especially sudden changes in mood, behaviors, thoughts, or feelings. Report any change in these symptoms immediately to the doctor. Do not take Rexulti if you are allergic to brexpiprazole or any of the ingredients in Rexulti. Rexulti may cause serious side effects, including cerebrovascular problems, including stroke in elderly people with dementia-related psychosis that can lead to death. Neuroleptic malignant syndrome, NMS, is a serious condition that can lead to death. Call your healthcare provider or go to the nearest hospital emergency room right away if you develop some or all of the following signs and symptoms of NMS: high fever, changes in your pulse, blood pressure, heart rate, and breathing, stiff muscles, confusion, increased sweating, uncontrolled body movements, tardive dyskinesia. Rexulti may cause movements that you cannot control in your face, tongue, or other body parts. Tardive dyskinesia may not go away, even if you stop taking Rexulti. Tardive dyskinesia may also start after you stop taking Rexulti. Problems with your metabolism, such as high blood sugar, hyperglycemia, and diabetes. Increases in blood sugar can happen in some people who take Rexulti. Extremely high blood sugar can lead to coma or death. Your healthcare provider should check your blood sugar before you start or soon after you start Rexulti, and then regularly during long-term treatment with Rexulti. Call your healthcare provider if you develop any of these symptoms of high blood sugar during treatment with Rexulti. Feel very thirsty, feel very hungry, feel sick to your stomach.
Into chaos. The president and his government have chosen, because ask yourself the question, you can go far back to the attacks in Odaya, when Rigathi Gachagua was going to church and he was attacked there by armed people and so on. All the way the 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago, when Linda Mwananchi convoy was stoned in a place called Keumbu in Kisii. Those guys were arrested. They were to court on Monday. There wasn't a prosecutor, there wasn't a file, there was nothing. The magistrate released them, they walked away. When the local member of parliament was invited to record a statement by the DCI, he did not as much as turn up. We lost a life there, a gentleman called Mapinduzi. We buried him a while ago, and that story is gone. We are going on. No investigations done, no arrests, nothing. 2 weeks earlier, elected leaders, members of the county assembly in Kisii, were beaten up by thugs in the center of town at 9 a.m. in the morning. When I arrived there with a bunch of lawyers to see these guys in hospital, the police officers were telling me they don't have B3, all manner of these silly excuses you keep hearing all the time. To this day, no one has been arrested or prosecuted about that. The county government there in Kisii is running a militia, terrorizing people at night, going to estates, beating up people and so on, with the acquiescence of the police. Because the police know this. And everywhere in the country, you saw online last week what happened here in Allingham 1 month ago on Thika Road. 9 o'clock in the morning, thugs closed the road and terrorized people. We have begun our final descension into chaos. The question now for us as Kenyans is, how do we approach this and what are we going to do? So we are beyond condemning, beyond threatening, beyond asking for action. I think for me, beginning now, and I will consult with my colleagues in the opposition, we are going to have a retreat next week, and all Kenyans of goodwill, let us now engage our thoughts and minds on how are we going to deal with this government. Because this is not ordinary business. What you are seeing here is not ordinary business. There are no arrests. The political difference is not a good enough excuse to inflict the kind of loss and pain that we have seen this weekend. And while we are on that, and I will discuss more of this when I get another opportunity. There's stuff that people are not talking about. The government has decided to now begin, in addition to terrorizing opposition leaders, if you did not know, and some of my staffers are here, they will tell you, they have begun a new wave of digital terrorism against the opposition. They have acquired resources from some criminal groups in the nation country, and they are accessing social media accounts of opposition leaders. These days, we get trailed, and my staffers can bear me out. We get trailed by vehicles, I believe they belong to the state, with jammers. We stop to address rallies. Our Wi-Fi is interfered with. You cannot communicate. I was checking with my staffers who were checking with the team that Rigathi Gachagua was traveling with over the weekend. They began experiencing the same challenges on the trail. And these are jammers. I believe this is the work of the state. Who has the capacity to do that? You have seen unprecedented investment in propaganda, fake news, and so on. Last week, you saw a letter a statement purportedly authored by Kanze Dena, the communication head of the fourth president, claiming that President Kenyatta has said he's not going to meet with Rigathi Gachagua and so on and so forth. All that is the work of the state. Now, the state is investing huge amounts of money in propaganda, in fake news, and so on, targeting the opposition, and so on, instead of focusing on the challenges we have as a country. All these are acts of a government that is not interested in the order and stability of the country. And let us not delude ourselves. Let us not delude ourselves. Countries that have begun this path this way end up like some of our neighbors. The level of anarchy in the country and the evidence of state failure is all over, it's replete. And by the way, we talk to senior officers even in the security sector. They are demoralized, they're so frustrated. Where do we get some of this information? Is senior security officers, some of who talk to us, and they are equally demoralized. They are frustrated. They tell you all these things. They say, this is unprecedented. The level of state-supported or state-tolerated crime against the people of Kenya is unacceptable. So I think the government has made its choice on this particular matter. It's now upon the people of Kenya to also now make their choice. And this is not going to come easily like that. It's going to require all of us to have conversations, consult one another, plan, and take a course that we believe, first of all, is lawful and preservative of our country, and then see how else we can address this problem. Otherwise, we are not going to reverse this. You know, our fellow citizens who happen to be in power, President Ruto and his colleagues, imagine unwisely that access to instruments of power guarantees you control and management of this for a long time. They are so wrong, and they will discover how wrong they are shortly. The unfortunate thing is that it will be at the expense of lives such as those that were lost in Homa Bay. Because none of us, you can't terrorize the public as a way of surviving, because the repercussions are dire. When Wananchi begin to respond to this terrorism, to this madness by the state, you will not be able to control the country. You are radicalizing the country to a point where you won't be able to control it. When people rise up against this, it's going to be completely uncontrollable. Because ask yourself the question, these people you are paying, these thugs you are paying and goons and all that, to terrorize your opponents, when they are done terrorizing your opponents, what are they going to do? They are going to turn on you, first of all. They will come to your houses. They will want this money. You are socializing them to a consistent supply of income through crime. And that is not going to be the way of sustaining our country. Finally, because we are in this, and then let's be very honest with each other. We've not been here before as a country. This is unprecedented. It's unusual. And I'm not going to waste my time saying we condemn this in the strongest terms possible. We are done with condemning. How many times are we going to condemn? Memoranda has been taken to the Inspector General of Police. Representation has been done to the parliamentary committees. Faith-based leaders. Because if I am in leadership and people speak to me the way the Conference of Catholic Bishops spoke, I would actually be worried. The PCA bishops and all these people, if you are a leader and your religious leaders in your country speak to you the way these leaders have been speaking, you of course to be concerned and do the right thing. But it's abundantly clear they don't care. They just simply don't care. They're playing for one thing, survival. And nothing matters. Independent institutions will be abused. Security sector institutions will be abused, so that one end is achieved, political survival. Unfortunately, the cost is very high. So I take this opportunity, painfully and sadly, to convey our condolences as a party to those who lost their lives yesterday, including a Form 3 student. That's how low we have sunk. Then urge my colleagues in the opposition that time now has come when our sense of commitment to opposition unity is going to be tested. Our sense of patriotism is going to be tested. Our nerves are going to be frayed. Our patience is going to be taxed. And the temptations even to split us are real. What gift could you give this government than seeing opposition leaders either calling each other names in public? We as GP are determined to stay in this for the long haul. We will play our even we ourselves do not like, or things that table and discuss them. We will not fall into the trap of breaking the first commandment when you are at war. Thou shalt not turn fire on your compatriot. The challenges we have are coming from one direction, the government of the day, and now is the time for us to cross ranks, work together, and ensure that we do the right thing for the country. I pray that we fall into those temptations of focusing on each other and criticizing each other, and sometimes using language that is intemperate. Patience is being tested. Some of these things are done by government so that we can fight amongst ourselves. We must refuse to walk down that. We as Jubilee are going to refuse to walk down that path. We will work together.
You think you're invincible. You think it won't happen to you. But here's the brutal truth. Your family's financial security shouldn't depend on you staying alive forever. Smart dads are making moves right now. I purchased life insurance through Ethos because the process was actually simple. No medical exams, no complicated paperwork, no sitting in some stuffy office. Everything is 100% online, and it helps protect the people who we love the most. We're talking $700,000 in coverage for $39 a month. Don't be the dad without a backup plan. Your family deserves better than hope. Stop procrastinating on this.
After my motorcycle crash, my leg was shattered in multiple places. 17 surgeries, infections. I couldn't walk for months. The insurance company tried to lowball me with a $25,000 offer. It felt hopeless, like I didn't matter. But I called George Sink Injury Lawyers. They didn't back down. They fought hard and got me over $7 million. They saw what I went through when the insurance company didn't care. If you're hurting, you don't have to fight alone. Call all nines.
To ensuring that unity prevails, to ensure stay together and move forward to deliver this country challenges it now faces. The worst, the crime and insecurity initiated, supported by elements of government. Finally, before I finish, you wonderful people in the press, I want you to check this on your own. Over the years, when we were in government, we always periodically did a mop-up of small arms in the wrong hands because of where we find ourselves as a country. We have porous borders around us, and we have conflict virtually in every one of our neighborhoods. And because of that, we sustained that practice of mopping small arms and burning them every so often. What is harrowing to me, even with the knowledge I have on how the security sector operates, there were armed people in that Homa Bay meeting, some of them shooting. Nobody knows whether they are actually people from the disciplined groups. My sense and suspicion is that there are far too many small arms in the wrong hands in the country, which is now fueling up the confidence of criminals and criminal activity. Now, how do we go to an election in that kind of environment? I don't want to say we're asking the government. This is common sense. It's something they know they ought to do. It's something they know they ought to do. And if they are not doing it, they are not doing it deliberately because they have an end they want to achieve. I cannot imagine how, with the kind of security resources we have in the country and the kind of infrastructure we have, we could see the violence in the scale of what we saw in Homa Bay. For 2 days, a rural county in Kenya is actually under the spell and control of criminals. For 2 days. And we behave as if this is normal. I have done my duty as a leader on behalf of my colleagues. I have pointed out to the country and I have warned that we have begun our final descension into chaos and the anarchy in this country. The question is, what are we going to do as a people? My suggestion is we will have to sit down, consult all actors, and choose which path we are going to follow. Because we are beyond that idea of saying we condemn what happened yesterday. We are beyond condemnation. That's what we do every time. And they know, I want to tell fellow Kenyans, people know that I usually speak bluntly this way. Let's stop this pretense. You know, we are not dealing with a normal situation now in the country. We are not. Where? When you see those kinds of things happening, and who will tell me who? The county commissioner or the regional commissioner to tell me that that kind of stuff would happen in your area of jurisdiction and you don't have backing from your bosses to witness that kind of nonsense going on there, where citizens are being hurt and being maimed because of politics in broad daylight. The government has chosen that. That's why it's happening. And the deployment of resources, you can see clearly this was very well choreographed, it was very well planned. You don't have to be you can tell the amount of resources being involved, the level of mobilization. The leaders in that area who are organizing that had been swearing all week. And no one is arrested these days. No one is charged in a court of law with that kind of violence. The level of impunity has gone to new levels. And so the question you ask is, do you actually believe that you can continue doing that in this country for the next 11 months and hope that there will be a country after that? The greatest question to Kenyans today and always is, which way Kenya? Are we going to allow our country to burn? Because it's clear we have begun that path. Or are we going to allow our country to be destroyed? We must answer that question with a resounding no and follow it up with action. The action is we will sit together and figure out what legal way do we go forward, what do we do. All of us who are interested in the stability of the country, political power and all these things are secondary to the lives of our people, to the stability of our nation. Kenya is much more important than any one of us. This is something we have to think and act about. Thank you. Crispin, yeah, I'd say it, we are good. And I mean, unless there's something burning on this particular subject, please.
Throughout history, the same old issues have always led to wondering the same persistent question.
Password.
What if there's a better way?
Lenny, 1, 2, 3.
No.
What if the wrong word didn't mean a dead end?
Lenny, 1, 2, 3, 4.
No.
Lenny, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
No, 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 no.
What if our messages didn't take weeks to arrive?
Help, our ship is sinking. Save us. Dated 3 weeks ago.
What if our maps carried memory? So we didn't have to.
Okie dokie. Last question. What was the name of your childhood best friend?
What if we didn't have to just take someone's word for it? But for us, asking the question was just the beginning. Because it's never been enough.
We are having a retreat, an opposition retreat on 24th and 25th of this month. And among other things, of course, we are going to discuss the electoral environment and what we need to do as we go forward. And we are going to try to reach as many Kenyans as possible within the leadership and decision-making community. The focus being my brothers and sisters, and many of you who are here at this press conference are people, smart, very well-educated people. Do you actually think this is the way we should run our country? Do you think this is the way we should manage our country? I mean, how? You know, I've said before, by the way, this is something I need to point out. You know, when we comment about things and been written on Kenya in the countdown to elections, predict that we are going to have violence. The Kofi Annan Foundation, I mean, the report is now public, you can see it. I saw the other day a report that was done by private investors from EU are interested in Kenya. I even made an interview I did another day. All of them are raising issues about the security of the country going forward because of these wounds and the level of crime in the country. Concerned about the way we are managing our country, not necessarily in the build-up to elections, but the general attitude of the government towards the management of the country. You know, when you look at our leaders and the kind of speeches that come from their mouths, it's shocking. You wonder whether we live in the same place. And I'm saying this with all the seriousness I can master. We are destroying our country. for purposes of politics. The president and the government are playing, just for survival. And then because of that, anything goes. We can't lose lives day in, day out on simple matters. I mean, I've often asked the question, if from Kiambu, for example, or you come from Murang, and the UDA leader, why should you interfere with them? They're not carrying away the residents of Muranga, they are leaving them behind. They were not carrying away the residents of Homa Bay. They were coming to talk to the residents of Homa Bay. They go away. The residents of Homa Bay would be there forever to be talked to by anyone else who wants to talk to them, including their local leaders, to convince them and tell them Nanji was telling them is not right or wrong, whatever the case may be. That's how civilized people behave. Is that a good enough reason to cause the level of mayhem we saw? So we have a problem. Let's stop this pretense that we have a serious problem. And it's abundantly clear the government has chosen, the president and the government have chosen this as a way of life. Because there is no way, I can tell you, trust me, I have been a minister of security. There's no way that scale of work could happen without the knowledge of the president. Because the president is briefed, regularly when these decisions are happening. So, and I've said before, I know these people. I know the Inspector General of Police. He was my GSU commandant for the 5 years I was a minister. Kanja was my GSU commander. He's a good police officer. I can't understand what is going on. It must be politics that is interfering with what they're doing. The question I keep asking myself is, what is it that is causing you to sacrifice even the years of your career and the service that you have rendered to this country to ignominiously and very miserably come to the end of your career in this kind of manner? Because when consequences and accountability is called on this kind of matters, all of you know what happened at The Hague. When the warrants were issued, they went to the individual leaders. They didn't go to government. They went to the individual leaders, including those who were in government at that time. And you should meet General Ali to tell you about that experience and how frustrating it can be. So let's be responsible people. What has happened this weekend is horrible for a country of our size and so on. So for the foreigners, that is it. Everyone is surprised about why we are destroying our country. To be honest with you, and I was telling some colleagues of mine the other day, the level of responsibility in our society and moral responsibility is very, very low, especially when it comes to issues of politics. When it comes to crime, there are only two types of people. There is an offender and an innocent person. There is no tribe. There is no Kalenjin, there is no Kisi, there is no Kikuyu, there is no Luo. You are either an offender who has committed a crime, or you are an innocent person. Now, very basic things like those, are always ignored. And sometimes the temptation, like I can see, is to try and introduce, ethnic angles and innuendos to conflict so that you can split up the opposition and split up people in the opposition.